Well, hello, ladies, gentlemen, and everyone in between. I'm bringing this show to you from my bed because I am in intense pain. Lying down like this makes it hurt just a little bit less. I'm going to go out on the wire and bring on the usual suspects. Let me see here. How's this going? We're going to go to the invite panel. All right, now, there we are. Look at that, will you? Nice, it's Crasher. I'm really, really sorry that I'm not in the best shape. Um, I might be in close to the worst shape I've ever been. All right, so there's Mage. The link to Mage, anyway. Let's send a link to Momnado. There we go. And what else do we have? Today's show is going to be rather serious. A great deal has happened in the last 10 days or so. And it's really put a what am I looking for? On things. Let's get this over here. Oh, Lord, this just isn't working. Why isn't this working? Okay. Okay, hopefully we've got it now. Now we're going to go over to over here. Oh, we're not here yet. Okay. This may not be much of a show. That's all right. I'm trying to find the nerve to make this my last show. This is the second day I've been in bed without a break. Because when I'm lying in bed, it hurts a little less. All right, MC. Please don't take this badly. But I don't care who thinks I am valued. I am in pain. I am in constant pain. I cannot take the pain. I want the pain to end. The medical personnel I go to ignore me. They don't answer their phones when I try to report how the branch block is done. And worse yet, my patients have disappeared. I can't. I have lost all. I have lost all the cards. All the. I have lost my phone. I can't get to Uber to get anywhere. I have to go through a whole menu full of stuff here on the laptop to try to see if I'm current with all my bills, if I can pay them at all. Let me go to Oh, wait a minute. I think I know what I need. Yeah, I have to go to YouTube to share. All right, let's go over here. Oh, I need to mute this thing. There we go. I'm sorry that I'm not fun. Really, I am. Oh, let's see what we've got. We've got to figure this out. Where am I? I've got to figure out where I am. And then there's this cat who's just walking all over the equipment. All right, where am I? I've got to find. Okay, here we are. We're on share. Oh, let's see. Wait a minute. Oh, there we are. Yeah. Dayu Korostu. All right, there we are. Look at that. Oh my. Let's find this over here. Native atheist. I'm going to. Oh my! I'm going to try to be as. What's the word for it? Delicious Danish. Hello, dear. Give me a minute here and let me throw you a link. Oh my, where are we? I'm going to have to find. This is not doing well. Okay, search direct messages. Oh, yay. This isn't. This isn't what Sundays used to be. Mage.
Hello.
Hi, Mage.
How you doing?
I'm sorry I'm the mess I am. I really am.
Yeah, that's okay.
I don't know. Does the show go on? I don't know.
Yep, the show goes on.
No, it hurts too much. There's too much wrong.
Well, we're working on trying to fix it.
No, it can't be fixed. It can't. I am thoroughly broken.
Well, what can't be fixed?
My pain can't be fixed. My broken mental state.
Now, that can be fixed.
I don't know if I told you earlier or not, but chunks of my life are disappearing.
Yeah, I know you have a concern about that. You do want to look into maybe seeing if you do have dementia or maybe something else. Okay. You are
What
going through,
happened?
I don't know. You are going through quite a lot of stress right now. So that can affect memory.
I don't know whether or not I should continue living. Okay? Actually, no, I do know. And it's just a matter of being afraid to go ahead with it.
Just so you know, you're speaking to somebody who deals with suicidal thoughts on a most daily basis.
Hello.
Hello?
What's up?
I want to die. That's what's up.
Yeah, okay, let me try another way. What's new?
Certainly not the death wish. I don't know whether I should go. It won't be pretty. It won't be easy. That's one of the problems.
Have you looked into any counseling?
Is counseling going to recover the stuff that disappears? And Kate, you know about this one. How is counseling going to do with recovering the chunks of my life that are disappearing?
Stress may be impacting your memory, so if you can reduce your stress, then you may be able to recover some of your memories better.
Well, it's not really supposed to do those things.
There you go.
And
But it's supposed to do other things.
And like I was saying, you need to look into what's causing the memory issues. Because it might actually be something that can be repaired. We don't know. You don't know if it's dementia or something that's irreversible yet. You haven't looked into that. You're just assuming that right now.
Prepare for the worst.
Yeah, prepare for the worst. I'm not saying you shouldn't prepare for the worst, but you do need to find out what's causing this.
And there is a difference between prepare for the worst and assume the worst is what will happen.
Because I can't get out of bed. Because I get out of bed, and 15 seconds later, I'm in screaming pain. It seems that lying down is the only way to take the stress off the neck.
Well, it's funny you should mention, because for a while there, my back was hurting like a son of a bitch. And it turns out that it wasn't so much the chair that was the problem. It was that I wasn't having it low enough for my feet to touch the ground. So all of the pressure was on my spine. Right. And the problem is that if the chair is low enough, the desk is too high and it makes my shoulders hurt. So what you gonna do, huh?
I wish I had. I wish I had the scans to put them on air. The scans of my cervical spine. Give you guys an idea of what's going on.
What happened?
Say again?
What happened to the whole thing about deadening the nerves so you don't get the pain?
They're not talking to me about that. I had been trying to report to them the results of what had gone on so far. And I only get to an answering machine. And they don't get back to me.
What about in person?
That's what I'm saying.
What? No, because it sounded like you said phone. Now I'm confused.
Well, there's a person who has to pick up the phone and speak into it.
No, but I said, what about in person? Like when you're actually at a doctor visit and bringing it up then?
Well, at the moment, I can't do that because I can't even get onto transportation. My phone disappeared. One of the many things that just so I can't call Uber. Can't.
Are you not going to dialysis then?
That's a separate means of transportation.
But is it a separate building?
That dialysis is scheduled every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. They drive here and pick me up without my doing anything.
I feel like my question is being ducked.
No, it's not. I'm telling you that I am getting to dialysis because I have a scheduled way of getting there.
Yes, but the reason I brought it up was because if you're going to the hospital, you will be there in person and you can bug somebody about this.
No, I can't because that's a different building.
That's what I was asking you.
Okay, sorry. No, I'm a total mess. Wait a minute. Let me go looking
for.
I'm looking for the messages panel on the. Here we go. Yeah. Now. Yeah. I'm looking at possibly. Inviting a couple more people on.
Anyone I know?
Do you know Delicious Danish?
Vaguely.
Do you know Amiga Nuts?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, then. We were all talking yesterday.
Came across the meme. A woman has sparked controversy online after she ripped off the part of the Bible asking wives to be submissive to their husbands and used it to smoke weed.
Oh, that meme's been going around for a while.
Mm. Hey, I knew somebody. I knew a kid in high school used the Bible all to smoke weed. He said the paper that they used for the pages was excellent.
Huh. I mean, to be fair, I usually use a vape. I'm not so much of a smoker of weed, but I mean, and given that I'm not really making atheism videos anymore, I do have two Bibles that are now completely useless to me. So, I mean, I'm just saying I could, if, I could potentially roll a joint using the Bible. I'm not sure that it would be worth it, though.
I don't know. What I have to wonder is Bible commentary worth it?
What do you mean?
Does anybody care about it?
No, but what do you mean by Bible commentary?
Oh, the kind of stuff you used to do, the stuff that the other internet atheists used to do, the stuff that I was trying to do.
Hmm. What about it?
Is it popular anymore? Does anyone care?
Yeah. Yeah, they do.
Okay.
Like, have you just not been looking? Because it's still out there.
Hmm.
Yeah, I haven't been looking at the numbers. I know the stuff's out there, but I didn't know if anybody was paying attention to it or if people were just masturbating on YouTube.
I'm not sure those are the only options.
I'm sure there's plenty of people masturbating on Pornhub.
Yeah. Yeah, that's probably true. And for all I know, OnlyFans, but I've never really gone to OnlyFans.
Yeah, same here. Oh, finally a picture of King Chucky smiling, sort of.
Sort of.
Yeah, I wonder how many people call him King Chuck. I know I've been.
Did you post that one or something? The sort of like the King Tut thing, King Chuck?
That was not me.
Okay.
No. But, well, I mean, my whole thing is like, I wonder if historical figures as children or even as adults had nicknames, you know? Did people call Charles Darwin Chuck? Maybe Leonardo da Vinci was Lenny as a kid, for all I know. I mean, that's the kind of thing I wonder.
It is possible. They did do shortening names way back in the day.
I love the idea of changing William Shakespeare to Billy Wagglepike.
And oddly enough, him being called Billy is quite possible as well.
Yeah. I mean, that amuses me, but most people, like, they would hear that sort of thing and think it blasphemy.
Yeah, it's amazing what people what's the word I'm looking for? Elevate.
Venerate?
Thank you. That's a great word. Yeah, when it turns out in many cases that so many of these things were no big thing.
Well, I mean, like, so many people put Shakespeare up on that pedestal, but most of what he did was, at the time, like the reality TV Kardashians level of shitty.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which,
And so
makes me laugh, but still.
So much of it wasn't even original.
Well, I wouldn't know about that part.
Oh, a lot of so much, almost all of it was reworkings of stuff that had already been done.
So basically, he was ripping off everybody.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, it happens. I mean, look at some of the songs today. I mean, I cannot hear Under Pressure without first thinking Ice Ice Baby.
Okay, yeah.
It's just, I can't do it because that was the first one that I heard. Oh yeah, that's what I was doing. Anyway, not a whole hell of a lot going on right now. I mean, been working on a few projects, seeing what gels post Quinn Redshift.
Yeah, I should actually be getting on the ball with making another garden video at some point here. I've been kind of dragging my feet on that.
Well, I know what that can be like. Procrastination is definitely a factor.
Okay, yeah. Let me get back here, native atheist. You asked memory issues and what kind of pain. The pain is osteoarthritis of the cervical spine. Constant pain. Memory issues. It turns out that people are telling me about things that I've done, and I have no memory of any of it around a couple days around.
Well, I had something very similar happen back when I was having seizures. There's this sort of running gag or joke with me and my dad where I'll tell him, oh, yeah, and later I want to try that Mexican place on 5th, which was a thing in San Diego where we had eaten there like 2-3 days before. And then we're walking past, and I'm like, I've heard good things about this place. I'd like to try it. And Dad's like, Kate, we just ate there. I was like, no. So yeah, it happens.
Yeah, in my case, I am told that I have presented myself at the emergency room, and that I was seen and released.
Yeah. Did they put a notch on your ear?
Pretty much. And more than once this has happened.
Well, like I said, we don't know what's causing the memory issues, and yes, there are treatments available for your spine. You just need to.
I just need to be able to get them.
Yeah.
You need to be able to take me seriously.
Yes. You need to pound it into them. But I think right now probably the better option would be to figure out what's going on with your memory, because that is concerning.
I'm very worried about that.
Although I have to say, I would write myself a note. Just saying.
Take a marker and write it on your forehead so you can see every time you look in the mirror.
There you go. That might be the way to do it.
It's weird because I only have a one head. Sorry, I'm a complete child, I know.
This place, because I can't get out of bed, because when I get out of bed it hurts, screaming pain. It's turned into a pile of filth here.
Sorry, what?
Because getting out of bed puts me in screaming pain.
Oh, I see.
It has turned into a pile of filth.
Well, for the few times you are able to be out of bed and do stuff, If my recommendation be focusing on and cleaning up the literal shit in your bathroom.
Hmm.
That too. I'm not in the midst of diarrhea at this point. There was that point, and that's how it got that bad, where I was constant diarrhea. So I don't know if that's going to start again or not.
It's one of the more disgusting words. It's like almost like for me, I think diarrhea is worse than moist. And I don't mind moist, but you know what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
It's just a nasty sounding word.
I don't know if you can appreciate how much I want to die. And how frightened I am of doing it. Or I shouldn't. Oh, I see they're all leaving. Don't blame
Yeah,
them.
well, doom and gloom isn't exactly popular. I mean, I'm just saying.
I don't know. I need to turn this stuff around here. And I don't see a way to do it.
Well, I mean, you got to get some people in there to help you.
But that's the point. There is no one.
Well, then you got to find someone.
It's all so easy to say, honey.
Yeah, it's very easy to say, but it's also true. You see.
Have you tried contacting that trans and uniting organization that helps connect trans people together in a community who are based in Pittsburgh?
Yeah, I saw them. I'm trying to remember why I didn't. Oh, it was. I think it was weekend or something. Sometime at which I wasn't able to call them immediately. But something I suppose I'll have to try to do. Maybe tomorrow they'll be open and taking calls or something.
You can also email them. They have it right on their website. You can put in your name, email address, little message to them. Say, hey, I'm a trans woman who's living alone, elderly, could use at least some company. Tell them what you're going through. Maybe they'll be able to help establish at least some kind of community for you.
There is some news. If I live that long, there's a more than slightly possible, or more than slight possibility that I'll be leaving Pittsburgh.
Is this that Amiga Nuts offered a place?
Yes.
Yeah, heard that one.
Okay.
I know you don't want to leave Pittsburgh, but that might be good for you.
I can't live alone anymore.
Well, no one can say you didn't hold on to the bitter end.
Yeah, this is true.
Wore me out.
Yeah, but I think the point is that this really should have been a long time ago.
Actually, I think you kind of wore yourself out.
But I want to find whoever made the sound effects for this game and give them a good slapping.
Oh,
Well, when you place a building like on the map, it should not be like a 2 or 3 second long sound effect letting you know you've done it.
Hmm.
It's like, really, guys? Because I just placed 5 buildings and it was just cookalaka feet, feet, you know, and I'm like, dude, come on. Ah, well.
just maybe like a 1 second sound, huh?
Well, if that. You know, blip, blip, blip is just all they needed.
I'm hungry. I wish I could get some food easily.
I was thinking about making rice for dinner tonight, but I don't have any soy sauce. Which is odd because I usually have soy sauce on hand.
I have soy sauce and teriyaki.
Yeah, maybe I'll do a quick run out to the grocery store and pick up some soy sauce.
You know what I've discovered is if you're making like a teriyaki stir fry or something, a couple of capfuls of apple juice really enhances it.
Yeah, you mentioned that. I'm
Oh, I
gonna have to
did.
try it. I'm gonna have to try that sometime.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Anyway,
I really need help. Is there anyone who would come over here and help me with some stuff?
probably.
I'm asking. Let's see if somebody responds.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, anyway.
I don't know. It's just.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, folks, but I'm worthless.
That's not true.
Yeah, I'm sure, you know, unlike the human trafficking, I'll just stop. Well, anyway, so
Yes, dear.
I don't know, not a lot going on right now, but I feel like I ought to go outside later today because it's finally starting to be spring out there in May. I can't help feeling like the seasons are shifting. You know,
They are.
like winter seems to be starting at the end of December now.
It's not your imagination. It is changing.
Well, you know what it is? It's weird. That's what it is. It's extraordinarily weird.
Oh, that's all those lovely gases that are making their way into the atmosphere.
Now, how is it possible? Because it doesn't seem like the planet has changed the tilt on its axis.
No, that's not what's happening.
Then what the hell's happening? That the seasons can actually shift.
Climate change.
Yeah.
But doesn't the tilt have to do like a lot with the change of the seasons?
So involved are the wind patterns.
It just seems weird to me. It seems like something doesn't add up.
Well, that too.
I don't know.
Oh God. Oh, I miss the good old days.
Okay.
Yeah,
You're
when
going to have to be a lot more specific.
and spring started in March.
Well, what I wonder is what this will do to school vacations.
Not necessarily anything, really.
Well, why not? The whole point of vacation is for kids to get out into the summer weather. And if summer is now happening later in the year, well, that means school vacation has to change, doesn't it? I mean, doesn't it?
You think they wouldn't think of that?
I'm sure the kids would. I know I would have. And that might have been the very first thing I thought of. Just saying. No. Yeah, I guess we're going to be like pretty thoroughly boring today, aren't we?
Yep.
Okay, here I am. I'm here twice.
Oh, not anymore, you're not.
Okay, there we go. That's better. I guess Sylvia screwed something up. She
Yeah,
was lying
sure.
on the
Blame
keyboard.
the cat. Right.
She was lying on the keyboard. What have we got here? We've got three
Well,
people here.
Am I the
Glad-
only one who, like, you know, you said, here I am. I can't be the only one whose next thought was rock you like a hurricane.
Oh my. Maybe, I don't know.
Saying.
Personally, Air Supply came to my mind.
Okay.
There's one of their songs, I forget which one it is, where the very first lyrics are here I am.
That sounds awful.
It doesn't it though?
Yeah, no, I like the other one. What is that? It's, oh gosh, it's not, I keep thinking it's Poison, but it's someone else. Oh, that's going to bug me. But the point is that's the one I know.
Air supply.
Okay.
Oh, that's actually the name of the title of the song. Here I am.
Hmm. Let's see here. Uh,
Just
rock you like a hurricane. Right. Scorpions. That's it. Fucking scorpion. I keep. Why do I always think it's poison? Maybe because scorpions, poison. Is it still poison? Is it not venom because it's coming out of their ass? Or is it still venom?
the difference is poison is drunk,
Okay, so it's still
and
venom then. That's all
venom.
you had to say.
Well, venom is injected, and never mind.
Well,
We've
poison
got
can be injected. Poison can totally be injected. And partially.
if you bite it and you die, hey, it's poison.
And if it bites you and you die, it's venom?
Yes.
Well, that's one way to do it, I
Yeah,
guess.
that's the way to look at it. And of course, the thing to remember: everything is edible once.
Mm. Yeah. I don't know. Have you ever edited something?
Well, not necessarily me, but a couple people did.
I remember the line from, oh, what was it? It was, I think it was 10 Things I Hate About You, but it could have been Clueless, where it's like, okay, I know you can be whelmed, and I know you can be overwhelmed, and I know you can be underwhelmed, but can you ever just be whelmed? And the reply is, I think you can in Europe. So, yeah. That was probably Clueless. I don't think it was 10 Things I Hate About You.
I think they mentioned that in a cartoon as well. Which one was that? Young Justice. They had the Robin character talking about being just whelmed.
Yeah. I don't know. Like, it's weird. Who do you think is looked down upon more, Robin or Aquaman?
I'm thinking probably Aquaman.
You're probably right, but at the same time, like some part of me is sitting here thinking, like Robin gets a lot of shit. He really does.
That depends on which Robin.
Well, I guess. I don't know. I'm mostly familiar with Burt Ward's Robin, but there's also Chris O'Donnell.
No, I mean there's actually in the comics there have been multiple Robins.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that the ones I'm familiar with are the ones I just listed.
You got Dick Grayson, Tim Drake, I can't remember Damien, I think was his name.
Right.
That was Batman's actual son.
Batman had a son?
Yeah.
Ay, okay. Fair enough.
Who was the mother? Catwoman?
Russia Ghoul's daughter, I believe. I have to double check.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, I don't know a lot about the lore of these universes. I like whenever they would do crossovers on the Flash, I was so fucking lost. Like seriously, no idea what the hell was going on. Because like I'd only been watching the Flash. Then there's all this like, wait a minute, what the hell happened with this multi-Earth crisis bullshit? I have no idea what's happening right now.
Hey! I'm trying to remember, for the life of me, I cannot remember who was the first television Catwoman.
Oh, first television Catwoman.
I mean, I'm assuming it was someone from the what's his face now? Why am I blanking? Dude boy with Burt Ward.
Say again?
Batman. Adam West. I'm assuming it was an Adam West character. Did they ever have a Batman TV show before Adam West?
I think that would have been the first on-screen Catwoman.
But I don't know enough about the Catwomen's on that show to be able to say, like, with any kind of certainty which one it was, because there was like 4 or 5 of them.
2 of them.
No.
The second one was Eartha Kitt. Damn, she was a good Catwoman.
Well, then I guess Lee Merriweather. I'm just going off of what Sheldon said on The Big Bang Theory when he was listing his favorite Catwomen in order.
Julie Newmar.
Julie Newmar.
She was
Then
the first
who's
one.
the other one I mentioned?
Yeah, there were 3.
Told
there were
ya.
3. Oh, okay.
Yeah, Lee Merriweather.
1966.
But the Julie Newmar Catwoman really had it in for Batman.
Okay. You realize I'm taking your word for that.
I don't know why, but you probably
Mostly
shouldn't.
because it doesn't matter to me.
Okay.
That would be why, like all of this Batman trivia, I could totally give the tiniest crack of a rat's ass. That's how much I could give. Like, I care a little bit, but not even that much, Or maybe you don't.
I don't know. I've got to decide what to do.
No, we can't play that right now, Molly. She wants to play tug of war, and I'm saying no because when she plays tug of war, she growls, and I don't want you hearing her growl.
What's wrong with her growling?
Well, I know you're afraid of dogs, and I'm pretty sure.
Oh, but for some reason I thought it was a cat.
So I don't want her growling, though.
Yeah, well, growling's bad.
Yeah. Well, actually, in this particular case, it's not bad, but still.
No, growling's bad.
It just means that she's engaged in the game.
And it's bad. I cannot impress upon you enough how much it's bad. See, dogs are evil. But you knew that, right?
This one's not evil.
All dogs are evil. At their heart, they're killers.
Well, she did corner a squirrel yesterday.
Told you.
But she only wanted to play with it. I mean, I've seen her play with her squirrel toys and rip the legs off and tear the insides out and then shred the insides. What's so evil about that?
Oh, I don't know.
Sylvia didn't do it this time.
What?
Oh, I fell off the line again.
Oh.
I wonder if it's because I'm in the bedroom and the
Okay, dog, you need.
and the Wi-Fi is in the living room.
I'll be right back.
After these messages?
Yep.
Yeah, but it was.
It's funny. It has been a very long time since I've heard that said, because it's been a very long time since I've actually watched television live. Like the last time I watched a commercial at all was the Super Bowl. So we'll be right back after these messages. Is not something I've heard unless I've been indulging in nostalgia that happens to have commercials still. It's weird suddenly noticing that.
There's so much that I miss about the old television.
Okay.
That's one of the things. We'll
What,
be back after these
advertising?
messages or signing off.
I don't miss them signing off at frickin' midnight or whatever. That's like, I'm glad they have 24-hour programming now.
Yeah. I'll just cover that toy up so I don't get.
Oh,
Doggy was getting doggy breath, so I had to give her a dentist stick to fix the breath.
There was something I actually did try to go finding a while back. I wasn't sure if it was specifically local or if it was I'm pretty sure CBS thing they did every Sunday morning. But there was this weird pastoral rural sort of look at the combine harvester going by thing that they would do at the beginning of the broadcast day on Sundays, where it was like one of those sort of raw America kind of deals, except that Vermont is not the heartland, you know? So it seemed weirdly out of place, but at the same time, because Vermont is so rural, it also didn't seem out of place. And anyway, it's just something I went looking for and couldn't find it. But part of the problem is that all of the search terms overlap with other popular things. You know?
Moof.
That actually has been a problem, like trying to find stuff that I know exists. It's just, well, what am I supposed to search for when, there was like the number of times a band has decided to take the name of the thing I'm looking for. Like if it was still the 1980s, Star Trek fans would be like, I'm looking for the actual T'Pau, not the band. That kind
There
of
you
thing
go.
happens
Yeah.
all the time.
Yeah, it's annoying.
Yeah. So I started watching this TV show. Well, I say TV show, it was streaming, of course, called Happy. I don't know if anyone's familiar with it.
Nope.
Nope.
Dude is an ex-cop. He used to be a great cop, but something happened and, he got kicked off the force, blah, blah, blah. And now he's like a drunken hitman.
Oh wait,
And
I do remember this one.
For some reason, an imaginary friend of his daughter's shows up and starts begging him to try to find her. And it's like this weird animated little flying unicorn thing. I think that's an alicorn. Is
Yeah.
a Pegasus and a unicorn. And it's got the voice of Patton Oswalt, and it's this cartoonish thing. And it proves itself to be real. Like it's absolutely not just a figment of the imagination. And so it's this weird, screwy, fucked up show, and it is bloody. I mean, oh my God, that show is just drenched in blood.
I heard it was really good. I haven't seen it myself though.
It's fun. Let's put it this way: if you enjoyed Kick-Ass, you'll enjoy Happy.
Okay, I'll have to watch it at some point.
Yeah, but like it's the same kind of humor, maybe a bit less cartoonish, actually, which is ironic given the subject matter. But I mean, like, how Kick-Ass is kind of goofy and wacky?
Yeah.
This one's a little bit less of a send-up, But it's still the same kind of like almost Deadpoolish sort of humor.
I'll have to see that. I do like that sort of humor.
Yeah, it's entertaining, and it's a little weird watching it while you're stoned,
I
but
can imagine.
yeah.
I don't know. You
They
know, look,
made like a modern retelling of Lord of the Flies, because I'd watch that.
Mm.
Anyway, Diana, you were saying.
I guess I'm weird or something, but it just came to my mind of how much I miss the coverage of big events that used to break in on all three networks. And you remember all three networks? Um,
No.
I do. I remember having to adjust the rabbit ears and not being able to get ABC until my cheapskate parents got cable.
okay, then.
I'm just saying, I missed out on MTV. I couldn't even get extended cable. Ugh, me, the 80s kid, missed out on fucking MTV. If there's anything I could go back in time and change, that'd be like on the top 10.
Mm. I remember having
What-
around 20 channels,
Mm.
give or take.
Well,
I had
anyway.
three.
I mean, well, it's weird because like we could get NBC and CBS and PBS, but not ABC.
Okay.
I think we managed to get like one of the like freaking French Quebec channels too.
Let's see here. I
Well,
remember.
there you go. Yeah, I could occasionally get four because I would get very, very, very occasionally television from Toronto.
Hmm. Yeah, but see, that's at least Canada worthy of the name. You know, it's not Quebec.
There was about 20 channels. Actually, I'm not too sure about the like 1 and 2, but 17 was HBO. 20 was Disney, and 21 was Showtime. And then 22 was like this kind of like local access thing.
Hmm. God, I remember cable access. It was like the basis for Wayne's World, remember?
Yeah, that was basically what Channel 22 was here.
Yeah. That was interesting. Like now YouTube is basically, you know, that, but for the modern era. But
I
yeah,
miss.
those were some wacky shows. I remember seeing a dude that I knew from school getting his dick pierced on like, you know, like 2 a.m. television on one of those cable access shows. Like, not even kidding. I saw him in class 2 days later.
Damn.
Yeah. That was a weird show. I don't know how it lasted as long as it did because it constantly showed porn.
I miss coverage of the NASA missions.
But they're not really doing anything sexy anymore.
Well, that's the whole thing. Yeah, it's not cutting edge. Any of that stuff.
It's all like, oh, we're gonna go on another spacewalk. Woohoo! Great. Another spacewalk. Whoopita.
This is here.
I mean, back then you were seeing things that had never been done before.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I guess we're seeing things that haven't been done before with, like, you know, oh, look, SpaceX is landing their boosters. You know, that kind of thing.
Yeah. No, that's not exactly as entertaining as Man Walks on the Moon for the first time.
Yeah, that like, I mean, I would have liked to have been around for that one.
Oh, let me tell you, it was amazing.
Like, the only brings everyone together TV event I can even remember at all from my lifetime. You remember V?
Yes.
Because the hype campaign for V was like, and I hesitate to use these words, but it was out of this world. I mean, seriously, like, because they kept putting up those posters, the visitors are our friends and all of that. And then, like, all the posters got the resistance symbol painted on them and shit. And it was just like this amazing thing that you know, encompassed the entire country. And it was just like really cool.
I was very little when that came out, so I didn't really get to see it firsthand, and it
Wow.
was actually years later. But I was actually one of the first shows that actually scared me,
My
and it was only because I didn't really have any context. My parents were watching it. I was supposed to be in bed. I came out into the living room. And I caught the scene with the alien baby being born.
oh geez, okay. That I can see how that might have been traumatizing to a youngster.
So I had no context for that scene. I just saw the one scene.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I remember my parents took me to Walkabout, I think it was, and there's like a scene near the beginning where a dude's been burned alive, and you see his like nasty ass corpse like fall out of a car or something. And I made my parents leave the theater.
Hmm.
Like, just no, not gonna do it. But I was also speaking to my parents, they didn't let me see V because, oh, raised by hippies, have to be
Mhm.
against violence, meh, 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 meh. So it was like I didn't get to see it until it hit video cassette, and my parents couldn't stop me.
Yeah, it wasn't until years later to when I saw it, and it's like I got to see that scene in context and all. I'm like, oh, that wasn't that bad.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Like, what is it with parents? Where do they get these weird ass ideas in their heads? Like, do you not remember being a child and how much what you're doing right now would suck and how receptive to it your child wouldn't be? Do you really not like? Is this not percolating here? Do you not remember? It's just weird to me.
I'm trying to remember. There was something that came to my mind and then left. Something I had to wait years to see because of the slimy bastards.
Mm.
There was a lot that they wouldn't let us see.
What, did they just disagree with it on some level?
Something like that. Yeah, either disagreed with it or didn't like it or some shit like that. Or I remember it was a long time before I was able to see The Pawnbroker.
I don't know what that is.
Motion picture, Rod Steiger.
Yet still don't know what it is. As in what it's about.
Oh, okay. I'm trying to remember the subplots and everything, but there
Main
was.
plot.
Say
What?
again?
It was the main plot.
Let's get Sylvia moved over here. Let me read it off. There was a scene in The Pawnbroker.
Okay, but
But
what's the movie about? What's the plot? What's the premise?
let's see.
The Pawnbroker. I'm guessing you're talking about the 1964 movie.
Yeah.
All right. In Nazi Germany, the Souls Nurser man and a German Jewish university professor is sent into a concentration camp, and along with his family, he witnesses his two children and die, and his wife raped by Nazi officers before she is killed. Oh, that sounds like a very happy movie.
Yeah, big old escapism in it.
Oh, okay. My keyboard is fucked up.
Oh,
I'm
well,
not
that's
sure.
not what you want.
Yeah, I'm not sure how to make it work correctly.
What's it doing or what's it not doing?
It's shifted the keyboard such that, for example, when I try to type a P, I get an asterisk.
That doesn't make any sense. Asterisk is over the 8 and the P is at least 3 keys away from it.
Not on this keyboard.
The hell kind of keyboard are you using?
A Swift 3 laptop.
Okay. I am unfamiliar with this. Let me look it up.
Yeah, could you?
Image. What the? Oh, yeah, okay. You said Swift 3 laptop.
On a hardware
Okay.
keyboard, press and hold the Windows logo key, and then press the space bar to cycle through the input methods.
What?
Yeah, you might want to say that again.
Press and hold the Windows logo key in a hardware keyboard, and then press the space bar to cycle through the input methods.
Huh.
If you have a touch screen, you can switch your touch keyboard layout by tapping and clicking the. That doesn't really apply.
Mm.
It sounds like your input method may have been swapped around.
Jesus
Yeah, I think
Christ.
Sylvia's done it before. I'm supposed to hold the window and then the space bar?
Yeah, hold the window, and then press the space bar to cycle through the.
Because I'm screwed until I can get this thing working correctly. Oh my.
Well, I was trying to figure that out.
Well,
Plot.
sorry, I'm getting more email from Stalker Boy.
No, I am screwed. I am just totally screwed.
What do you mean?
I'm not able to get my real keyboard back. Can you look up? Can somebody look up how? What's the words I'm looking for? I want to get the original.
Restore to default settings, restore to factory settings?
Please, yeah, that would work.
I don't think that's allowed. But, just out of sheer cruelty. As in, I shan't permit it. You see.
How the hell are you supposed to do that if your keyboard's screwed up?
Yeah.
I'm looking at the reset keyboard thing. It doesn't make any sense for if the keyboard's already screwed up though, because it says click Windows logo key plus R simultaneously and type DEVMGMT dot MSC. But if it's screwed up, how are you supposed to type that out?
Yeah.
Well, you know what you can do? You can just copy paste it. Like if it's written on a website somewhere, just copy paste it and you will get what you need. You can, you don't have to type it.
What I have to get to where I can copy.
Open Windows settings, find the device manager to the control panel, click keyboards and select the one that needs to be reset. Okay, so you go to device manager. You go to the control panel.
This isn't running Windows.
Well, that.
Well, I have no idea what the hell I'll help you with. So it's Linux.
Yep.
And you're not ashamed.
Well, in that case, you have to go in and write a whole line of code and.
Right.
I'm joking.
Hmm. Oh,
Actually, I might
folks.
not be joking all that much considering what I'm looking at here.
Yeah, well, I'm telling you, Linux is the system you use when you want people to think you're a coder. Look at me, everybody. I use the offbeat operating system because I'm a software engineer.
And my dad loved of Linux, but then again, he could code in like over half a dozen in languages.
Hmm.
So if the Linux didn't do what he wanted it to, he could actually write the code to make it do what he wanted it to do.
I don't know. Hmm.
Oh, wait a minute. What's this?
What's what?
I tried typing stuff and it typed out the weird stuff. But it got me where I wanted to go.
Hmm.
Okay, yeah, at least that's helpful.
Have you tried turning it off and on again?
I'm not sure if that'd be an option right now.
Well,
Well, the last
but
time,
you know, it's a joke. It's a common trope. Come on.
Yeah.
the last time something like this happened, I did that and it didn't work.
Hmm. I don't know. I still think there ought to be an option to reboot the entire universe. Well, I do.
Reset keyboard layout to default and wipe out all earlier settings on Ubuntu.
Oh. What does it say?
How can actually I'm not really sure what it's saying here. It looks like he's just asking how to do it.
Oh, yeah, because this is running Linux Mint, which is based on Ubuntu.
Use the following command. I often use the following command to reset compose dot r those little two dots RALT layout option when switching between keyboard or layout.
I'm assuming that made sense to somebody.
Yeah. Maybe I'll just copy what I'm looking at in the private chat.
Yeah, well, that is one way one of us could get the commands you need to you. If you need to copy paste them, we could put them in the chat, and then you could copy paste them.
Oh, there's the private. There's what I was looking at in the private chat. I have no idea if that makes any sense because I don't know too much about Linux and. So if that makes any sense to you, what's written there?
Oh my. There may be something.
Yes.
It's all geared toward wind blows, though.
Well, maybe there's a reason for that.
And this is what someone else apparently used to fix their keyboard being wonky.
Oh my! Thanks a lot, Sylvia. You may have knocked me off the line.
Well, we can still hear you.
Yeah.
Oh, whoops. Dumbass. Ugh.
Oh, and you can see what takes to fix a keyboard with Linux compared to what I was just mentioning. What it takes to fix a keyboard in Windows, Device Manager, keyboards. Select what you need. Linux, do all this code stuff.
So you weren't even getting.
Yeah, I wasn't really getting all that much.
Can you look up? Can you look up how to switch keyboard layouts on an Acer Swift?
It's gonna just give me Windows stuff though.
Well, what I'm going to do is hope against hope that this is a hardware issue. Because the last time something like this happened, it did take a button to fix it.
Oh, so this has happened before.
Not this particular thing, but something like it.
Use alternative keyboard layouts. Open the activities overview and start typing settings. Click on settings. Click keyboard in the sidebar to open the panel. Click the plus button in the input sources section. Select the language that's selecting and associated with the layout. Then select the layout and press add. That might. Here, I'll just copy and paste that into the private chat. That looks like
We're
it's
wrong
the
on
switch.
the internet again.
That looks like it's to switch different language layouts, though. But who knows? Maybe that's the problem that happened.
Well, I wish I could show you my keyboard and give you an idea of what's happened.
Some rarely used keyboard layout variants are not available by default when you click the plus button to make also all those input sources available. You can open a terminal window by pressing Control-Alt-T and run the command. And run this command, which is getting set org gnome.desktop.input-sources show all. Well, oh Jesus. Why does it seem like a whole line of code just to do one command?
Well, that's just like, have you ever played a video game that kind of felt like it was made by engineers for engineers? Or just a bit of software where it's like, this was not made for the casual average user. Well, that seems to be the entire design philosophy behind Linux.
Well, you've got a point.
Well, why do you think I keep talking about it like everyone who uses it has their snoot up in the air?
Wait a minute.
Yes.
I may have found a workaround.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
If I hold the function and type the key that shows P and asterisk, I get a P, which is what I'm supposed to get for real. But when I'm not holding down the function, I get the asterisk. Well, I can work around. Okay.
So I saw this meme. It says here, "Hi, brain, you obstinate fucker. I drink the clear splashy stuff. I ate the green things. I went under that bright fucker up there. I did the thing with the moving and sweating and whatnot. Now make the happy chemical, you lump of fuck."
Eh,
I mean, I'd
Yeah,
repost
told-
that, except I didn't really eat the green things now, did I? Well,
Okay,
then
wait a
again, my
minute.
stir fries do usually have like, carrots and peas and like sometimes, I mean, carrots aren't green unless they're grody, but peas and celery
look.
and broccoli and stuff.
I think I've told my brain that a few times.
Oh, I may have found something.
Oh, good.
Is
Because
it a
how do
lump?
I lock and unlock the FN key on Acer?
Oh,
Okay, so let's see if this is something that works. No, that didn't do it.
oh, geez. So apparently 7 people are dead in Texas because someone ran into a bunch of pedestrians with their car.
Let me guess, protesters?
It doesn't look like it.
Hmm.
It looks like dude just decided to drive through. Just a bunch of pedestrians. No protests, no nothing.
Hmm.
They're trying to figure out if, like, he's still alive. So they're going to try to figure out if he had a motive or, like, if he was schnockered off his ass or what. But they don't know yet because he's in the hospital with, injuries and crap.
Oh. I remember hearing one story of this guy who hit somebody, and the person he hit, his dead body was in the back seat of his car. He kept driving, not even realizing it, because he had like Alzheimer's or something.
Well, I remember somebody pointing out something is when we have like self-driving cars or self-driving Uber or whatever, eventually these cars are going to be showing up at their destinations with dead people just because someone will die on the way.
That is a possibility.
Yeah. Welp.
I could see that happening with like a hospital travel.
What do you mean?
Person calls one of these self-driving cars. There's to take them to the hospital. They die on the
Oh,
way.
okay. Sorry, I thought you were like talking about a self-driving ambulance, and I'm like, the fuck? Okay, I get it.
Oh God! Ow! God, my neck hurts. I've been supporting myself on my elbow.
That's one of the reasons my shoulders keep hurting is because I keep like supporting myself on my elbow on the desk, which is way the hell too high. So, been there. Wait a minute.
Okay, I'm going to.
Yeah. Maybe
In
you're
a minute.
not
In a
going
minute
to.
here. Okay, how do I lock and unlock the FN key on Acer? Let's. Oh, that one. That's the one that didn't work.
Oh.
I guess I'm going to have to try to call Best Buy and see if somebody will tell me something.
I'm sure somebody will tell you something.
Yeah, if you're
No
having
guarantees about what.
But yeah, this is hardware, so it's not necessarily Windows centric. That's a good thing.
Are you sure?
Well, I'm able to change the function by using the function keys.
Well, but that, I mean, it could still be like a firmware or software thing that's responding to it.
Yeah, I suppose you're right.
Of course I'm right. I'm always right.
It could be Windows firmware responding to, or it could be, yeah, it could be Windows firmware responding to Windows commands. I'm sorry, it could be Linux Windows commands responding to Linux firmware or something like that. Yeah. But what I'm going to do is find a whole bunch of this stuff.
Which stuff?
Okay, let's find Best Buy. Located in Monroeville Mall. All right. Yeah, we'll start with that one. Let me halfway close this because I'm in my underwear here and I don't feel like
flashing everybody.
Oh my.
I assure you the feeling's mutual.
That's the Badenia.
Yeah.
What time is it? 1349.
Oh, doy, no wonder. That's what I was doing wrong.
I don't know.
So, what's new?
Not much, really.
Yeah, you've got to get a lot more interesting.
Yeah. I watched some animes.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Were they amazing?
They were just okay. It was a
Oh,
bunch of isekais.
bunch of what's a what now?
Isekais. It's a
Yeah,
genre
it's not
for
that I didn't hear you.
basically other world. The character goes to another world, usually a sort of high fantasy RPG kind of thing, and they gain overwhelming power.
Oh, phenomenal cosmic power.
Yeah.
Itty bitty living space.
Okay. You
No,
know,
no one grokes that reference. Okay.
you know when I got out of the bed, I was saying that I was getting out of the bed.
You may have mentioned it. Why?
You know how long ago that was?
I wasn't keeping track, so no.
Oh,
Guessing a few minutes.
Yeah, it wasn't very long.
So
Why?
I'm guessing that was how long it took for your neck to go wonky.
Diana? Did she disappear?
I think so. Looks like that looks like a frozen screen to me.
No, it's shaking a little. I think it's just pointed at something.
Hmm. Yeah,
I mean, I
see a
could be
little bit of shake.
wrong, but
Yeah, looks like there's a little bit of shake there.
yeah. See, I know things. I'm smart.
Oh wait, no, there she goes.
Yeah. Oh well. I knew things. I was smart.
Now what?
I don't know. What was that old expression about the price of tea in China?
I don't know that one.
Like, what's new or what's up besides the price of tea in China? I think that was it.
Hmm. Yeah, like I said, I just watched a bunch of isekai animes.
Hmm. Well, I told you about watching Happy. I also watched Better Call Saul, but I was not. I didn't like the ending.
Hmm.
I don't know. It wasn't very satisfying. But then I've never liked. You've seen it?
No,
No. Do you care about spoilers?
no, I don't care.
Okay, I've never liked those that like when someone decides, oh, I'm going to nobly sacrifice myself for someone else's benefit, kind of things, where it's like, especially if it's completely unnecessary,
Hmm.
where it's like you totally could have gotten away with that shit, and so could the person you're trying to protect if you just hadn't been a dipshit.
I had an idea for a story of these characters who basically like are going into like a stasis. So it's for like 1,000 years.
Uh
There's
huh.
there's so they
oh,
can preserve humanity.
Okay.
And,
Why?
well, it's like there's like big catastrophe coming, and that's going to wipe out all of humanity. So they're trying to preserve humanity by going to the stasis and like kind of riding
Yeah,
through it.
that's what I was asking. Why?
Why?
Yeah, why are they preserving humanity?
Well, so that humanity can continue on after this catastrophe ends.
Yeah, you're just kicking the question back down the road.
Well, that'd be why. But
I don't
anyway,
remember what I was going to do.
well, you're going to put some clothes on for one thing.
Yeah. I've got to. Oh, God.
And I seem to vaguely remember something about bringing me the head of William Shatner.
Distrato palecate tiago.
Flabada blib blob bleeb.
Oh, my. 7 people here.
You know, you are flashing us.
Uh-huh. I
Oh,
know.
yeah, you should probably, but we're also live. You should probably cover that up.
What I'm going to do
Oh boy.
is reach.
Diana, put the blanket on you. I'm just saying.
Yeah, YouTube don't like that, even if
I'm going to reach for a shirt that'll move with me.
oh boy.
And then I'm going to try to call. I'm going to try to call Best Buy and hope that they tell me how to do what I need to do. At least now I know what I need to do. Is this any better?
Sure.
Oh, God. Oh. I just want to die. That's what I want. Oh, look. Kitty's
What?
here. I didn't see that Kitty was here.
Oh,
Hello, kitty.
hi. How's it going? Actually, I gotta stop asking people that.
Hang on. What we're going to do is go over. Yeah, this thing's going to run out of time pretty soon. In as little as an hour, I suppose. But let me get. I don't know where I am. Where am I?
Home, I think. On the bed.
I don't know if I have a home anymore.
Oh, for crying out loud.
Okay, we're going to do the invite thing to make sure I've got it on the copy board.
Bringing Kitty in, are we?
Yeah.
Right on.
Okay. Kitty's fun people.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay, let's.
And I have this weird cover of the theme song to the Never Ending Story stuck in my head.
Huh.
I don't know. It's been inhabiting my head in various forms ever since that episode of Stranger Things.
Something happened on this thing where it screwed up my pinned messages, I see. Hey, there we are.
Well,
Everything's gone wrong.
Yeah, my grocery store was selling the Hostess products for buy one get one, so I got myself a box of Twinkies and the cinnamon.
No.
What?
Hmm?
What? No.
For some reason, it didn't copy what I asked it to copy. All right, so where am I here? Let's try to go over here. Okay, there we go. We're getting this back. Kitty, if you'd like to come on, I just threw you a link.
So I forget, was it on this show that I talked about actually watching some of the old Marx Brothers movies?
You mean on today's version of the show or on the show at some time?
I don't know what you're talking about on the show, but I watched Duck Soup recently.
No, I don't think you mentioned that.
Yeah. I mean, because my parents had sat me down in front of it when I was way the hell too young. And even now, some of the humor seems a little, I hate to say primitive, but it kind of is. But I mean, it was okay. I don't know why everyone hails that particular movie as being brilliant. It was okay. I don't know. I mean, don't get me wrong. I love Groucho Marx. His sense of humor is awesome. But that movie gets a lot of praise, and I don't get it. Who are you gonna call? You can't say that anymore, can you?
Ghostbusters.
Yeah, exactly.
He-Man.
He-Man.
It's from Ghostbusters too.
Oh,
So they're doing the birthday party. They're singing their theme song, and you go, "Who you gonna call?" And all the kids go, "He-Man, He-Man."
I don't remember. It's funny because I've seen Ghostbusters 2 quite recently. I do not remember that.
It's one of the beginning scenes.
Yeah, I mean, I remember them going to the party, but I don't remember He-Man.
Yeah, that's an interesting enough. The kid who says that they're full of shit.
Hmm?
That was Jason Reitman, one who made Ghostbusters Afterlife.
I did not like that movie.
Yeah, I know.
Sorry, can you briefly tell me what you're calling about again?
Oh, we should probably not be talking.
Squad.
Oh,
Sure, our Geek Squad team. Say that again?
Geek Squad.
Sorry, one more time. For help with a repair, press 1. Tech support, 2. An installation, 3. A delivery, 4. Billing, 5. What's the general category for the product you need help with? Say TV, home theater, appliance,
Jesus.
cell phone, computers, tablets, connected smart home, or say it's none of those.
Laptop.
I have just one question before we continue.
Oh.
Using the computer. Say that again?
Laptop.
Sorry, one more time.
Laptop.
Sorry, we're having trouble. Just a minute.
Best Buy sucks.
Current estimated wait time to speak with a store care operator is less than 5 minutes.
you know what I've found with those automated systems? If they ask you, like, what's your issue? And you just say, I don't know, you get through really quick. They just send you to an operator.
If I remember correctly, you can also hit 0 to take you directly to
Hi,
a real
Kitty.
person.
That doesn't always work.
That doesn't always work, but sometimes it does.
Also, hi, Kitty.
Hello.
Pardon the mess. Hello, my lovelies. I was gonna have plans today, but they fell through because my dad ended up having to go to hospital. So
Oh.
Number?
he's home now.
Oh, okay.
Okay, hang on. My name is Diana Clarion. I'd rather not give you my number at the moment because I also have a live stream running.
Okay, no worries.
Okay,
And how can I help you?
please, will you help me? My cat locked the FN key on my Acer Swift 3 laptop. I don't know how to get it unlocked.
Oh, okay. So would you rather us do a remote support session and try to guide you through it?
I don't know. Are you able to get onto a Linux machine?
Yes, we actually do have a Geek Squad that does remote support. I can give you their number directly, and they'll be able to do that for you.
Okay, or you could also describe it, and would you tell me
I'm
how
not a
to?
texter.
What?
I only set up the appointments. I'm not a texter. That's why I'm giving you the number for the Geek Squad.
Oh God. Okay, so let me try to find a pencil and pen or a pencil and paper. Oh,
I can transfer you if you want to hold on the line for me.
let's transfer. Let's do that.
Okay, stay with me on. Okay, it's going to be a couple of minutes hold. Stay with me on the line, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Chat
Right.
online with the Geek Squad agent right
Oh,
now.
God, hold music with voice.
Try to assist you with all your technical issues. Just go to geeksquad.com and click on an agent.
In this day and age, they should have like a jukebox you can control. You know, press 5 for rock and roll, press 4 for EDM, yeah, all that shit.
That's a
You'd
good
think in this
idea.
day and age.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Or people could learn how to use computer systems that are not toys.
Uh-huh.
Maybe we could also stop, replacing people with automated systems.
That would be good. That would be very good.
Depends on the people.
Hi, thank you for calling Geek Squad. My name is Nicole, and I'll be your expert. Before we get started, may you please have your full name and your phone number?
My full name is Diana Clarion. I would rather not. I'm in a live stream at the moment, and I don't. Wait a minute. Wait. Hang on. I know what I can do.
Mute your microphone.
Yes.
You could mute your microphone.
Yeah, just mute your mic.
Okay. Looks like she turned off both camera and microphone by the sound of it.
There we go. Now we
Well,
can just talk
fingers
as
crossed.
much shit about her as we want. Or,
Or not.
That's
not really my thing.
I was kidding anyway.
No, I know you were.
Or was I?
No, I'm the kind of person that if I'm going to talk shit to you, I'm going to say that straight to your face while looking you in the eye. I won't say anything behind someone's back that I have not or would not say to their face.
Well, I don't know if I do or not. Well, let's put it this way. I would cheerfully say a lot of things to certain people's faces, provided they couldn't hit mine. I'm just saying.
Fair. Speaking of faces, my evolution to a fucking pushing 40 lesbian is getting there. Like I got my eyebrow pierced like 2 weeks ago.
When did this turning into a lesbian thing happen?
No, I'm not a lesbian. I'm
Oh.
bisexual, but I feel like
Why do you tease me?
I love you. I love you.
Sorry,
But there's
I
a
had
chance. I
to.
mean, technically, I'm still in. Well, not technically. I am still in a relationship. Like, I shouldn't say technically on something like that because I very much am. But being bisexual it means it's not that you don't have a chance.
Well, the thing is, like, okay, a lot of my friends, because goth scene, are into kinky shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm about as white bread as it gets, despite the LGBT stuff. And so it's like most of the people who are bisexual that I know are like kinky bisexual and not looking for
You're calling
something
me out
long
right
term.
now.
What?
You're calling me out right now.
Yeah, I know. It's just that it's true. It's like I am so not compatible with most of the people I know when it comes to what they're into.
I mean, I've had a little bit of an awakening that, I used to think that I didn't have a dominant side to me at all and stuff like that. Like I was always just solidly submissive. But having let's just say having certain conversations and listening to certain things, I realized that if I was going to top, I would be a pleasure dom service top. So
I think I know what that is.
basically, like a service top would be, while they are the one taking like the top position, they're doing it kind of at the command of the bottom, like if that makes sense. It's basically about bringing out more pleasure, and it like ties in a bit to pleasure dom, of bringing out more pleasure for the person that they're topping. Like that's about as hard into the dom as I personally could go, and even that is kind of a new revelation.
Kind of like how I figured out that, okay, maybe I might actually be a little bit goth, even though my protestations to the contrary, because I do sort of a little bit kind of a lot like synthwave. And there's plenty of overlap between the kind of synthwave I like and the goth scene. So maybe my goth friends insisting I really am goth might have a bit of a point, but maybe, only maybe.
I had another revelation the other day when I was talking about what a banger of an album Good Charlotte's Young and the Hopeless was, and how all the songs were great. And the fact that people that listen to Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous are now going all eat the rich. I'm like, maybe there's a connection here. Good Charlotte made me anti-capitalist.
I'm not sure. Like I think I might have one of their songs in my MP3 list, maybe, but otherwise I only know them by name.
And My Bloody Valentine is hands down the Yandere fucking anthem.
A what away?
Yandere. Okay, so like in anime and stuff, there are different tropes. Like you have the tsundere, which they're kind of squishy on the inside, but they're kind of an asshole and abrasive on the outside, like not in touch with their feelings. Yeah. Then there's like the cutere, which they're like the stoic, quiet types, usually more analytical and not as socially adept. And then you have the yandere, which are the ones that like they can be. It's a sliding scale.
They're
and it goes from
psychopaths.
being a little possessive to I will murder everybody around you so that you have nobody but me. Like sliding scale.
No, I actually saw a Yandere simulator.
Really?
Yeah.
Did you guys watch different anime than I do?
Well, this isn't an anime; it's a trope, a character trope in an anime.
Yes, but still, you watch different anime than I do because those tropes don't really show up that
No,
much.
the dere tropes are in every anime. Like a dere would be your happy, plucky-go-lucky, like Shoyo Hinata from Haikyuu. He would be a dere, just like
That
happy
doesn't
and
That's like the Sinjuris I usually can't stand.
yeah, like Bakugo. I hated Bakugo for the longest time, but he's grown on me. Like later in the series, I have more respect for him now. And I don't hate him as much. I still hate Mineta though. Like fuck Mineta.
Sue keeps him in line.
She needs to beat that boy down.
I used to like anime so much more than I do. I kind of miss it, But at the same time, like, actually, what got me out of anime was other anime fans. Like, when I started watching it, it was really about anime. It was not about the scene. It was not about dressing up like cat girls, and it wasn't any of that shit. It was just, and you had to get your stuff fan subbed too. Like, you couldn't just like go to the store or go to a streaming service and buy anime. Someone had to go and get it and then translate it and add subtitles for you.
That's way
So
back in
it,
your
it was
day.
a different thing back in the day. And like now I hear people talk about the way they watch anime, and I'm like, wow, this is almost alien to me at this point.
Or you would go to like anime conventions and get box sets that you pay way too much money for.
That kind of thing, yeah.
I remember some of the comic book places would sell it.
I've been to quite a few anime conventions. I've actually met several of the voice actors that do the dubbing for anime. Like I actually know, and on my personal Facebook account, I'm friends with a couple of Funimation voice actors.
I have indirectly worked with a few like anime voice actors. When I worked on a video game for Disney, it was subcontracted. I wasn't working directly for Disney. That there were a few people who had been in the movie who were also known for anime work. So,
I mean, a few of them I've been to dinner with a few times. One of them I got to chill at a party in a hot tub with. It was me and a bunch of other people. And like he's actually pretty prolific. Like and like the two biggest voice actors that I know would be Sonny Strait and Greg Ayres.
don't know those names.
Sonny Strait, going back, he was like the original Toonami Tom. He was Krillin in Dragon Ball Z, Maze
okay.
Hughes in Full Metal Alchemist, Kuro Sensei in Assassination Classroom. He's done a lot of stuff, and Greg Ayres has done a lot of shit too. I don't remember as much of his filmography like off the tip of my tongue, but he's just as fucking prolific. But they're both really cool dudes. And if I recall, Greg, like Sonny is straight, which is funny because of his last name, but Greg, I believe, is gay. So I was like, oh, awesome. We've got queer people in that space. It made me happy because most of the people that I met that I didn't really vibe with as much at these things, like they were very like cis het, like, and not that there's anything wrong with that, but I don't know. There's way too much cis-hetness.
It tickles me that we're saying not that there's anything wrong with that about straight people now. That's also, I love it.
But you get what I'm saying. It was like, okay, yeah, like, okay, we've got cis-het white people, but then it's like, there's a queer. Yes, we have a queer, and I don't know, but like, and then there's also never meet like your childhood crushes, because like one of my first male crushes was on Tommy from Power Rangers, Jason David Frank, and I met him in person, and oh my god, was he just fucking atrocious. Like, born again Christian MMA fighter. He was just fucking obnoxious. But at the same time I met him, I actually met the guy that played Billy, who was the Blue Ranger with the glasses, and he's gay. And like apparently he got a lot of shit on set for being gay, which makes me sad. But he was awesome. I had lunch with him and he was fucking fabulous. Like, we chatted for an afternoon. David Yost was great, but Jason David Frank was kind of a cunt.
Well, I have a few people on like my friends list. Some of them are celebrities and stuff. Cousin Oliver from the Brady Bunch is there. Robbie Wrist. He's done a lot of voice work, actually. I don't know if you remember the like 1990s Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles live action movies, but he was the voice of Michelangelo.
Mikey.
Yeah.
Although, to be fair, I was I don't know. I was kind of a Donatello fan myself. Like, he was my favorite.
See, when it came to those movies, to begin with, I grew up on the TV show, And so I loved Raphael, voiced by Rob Paulson, who is by far my favorite voice actor ever. Voice of Yakko and Pinky, for example, voice of Raphael. He's actually also the voice of Donatello in a newer incarnation.
Yep.
So, yeah. Oh, I love Rob Paulson, and I'm following him on Twitter. I would not mind meeting Mark Hamill.
Dude, he is one of my heroes. Like Stephen King and Mark Hamill, just because of how much they troll idiots on Twitter, it gives me life. I'm like, just fucking inject that shit straight into my veins.
You know,
Mhm.
I knew this guy who was actually Stephen King's plumber. Actually, Stephen King wrote him into a book, one of his books. So one of the characters in one of his books is actually based on the guy I know.
So which book?
I don't remember which book off the top of my head.
Oh, by the way, Mage, I'm still working on my story. I'm about maybe a third-ish of the way done with it. Maybe a little more than a third, but not quite a half. And I'm sitting at 231,961 words. And this isn't even like the finished product, and it's not even like fully fleshed out. This is just getting my ideas onto paper. It's over 460 pages long. This thing's going to be 1,000 pages when I'm done.
That's basically the equivalent of 2 novels at this point.
I mean, it's going to be a trilogy. Maybe if I can eke out more, you know. But at this point, it's going to be a trilogy. And I deadass had my character playing DDR because, like, that was my high school. Like, I worked at a fucking go-kart track that had an arcade, and after staff meetings, they would set the machines to not require tokens, and we would just play DDR, like, for hours. It was amazing. So I put in a list of some of my favorite songs on DDR, and I had it as a competition because I deadass had my character buy one of the arcade DDR machines with the 2 pads and the bars and everything. And they're having a competition, and, you know, it was going back and forth, and it was just barely eking out between the two. And then it's like, all right, we're 2-2. We're going to go best, 3 of 5. And so the tiebreaker, we're going to do max 300 on heavy. And so you're just blurring because it's over 300 beats a minute, and like your feet movements are just like blurred. Like, it is insane how fucking fast your feet move on that. Like, if you ever like get the chance to like pull up, I'm sure there's YouTube videos of people playing max 300 on heavy on one of those arcade machines, and it's fucking insanity, and I love it. Even I couldn't do it. Like, my crippled ass, no fucking way. Like, at this point, I probably couldn't even play at all. But even back then, I was not good enough at DDR to be able to do max 300 on heavy.
I don't know max 300, but I played a lot of DDR and got pretty decent at it, but I prefer Beat Saber.
I wish I had my tower. I wish I had my tower with Ubuntu. But it appears I'm going to give it another try. Yes, I got my keyboard back.
Awesome. So I just saw something on Twitter. Maryland signs a law to protect trans health care. They sign an abortion and trans health care protections into law in Maryland. So
nice.
Awesome.
That
is good news.
Maryland is not my first thought when it comes to laws like that, but I'm glad they did it.
At least somebody's doing it.
Yeah, I just saw like it was in the Pink News. So I saw the thing on Twitter.
Nice.
So how are you, my lovely people?
Shitty.
Yeah.
I'm trying to decide if I should stay alive.
Well, you know my feelings on that, Diana. I have made it clear. I hope that you do. And if there's anything that is within my power to help you make that choice, I will. But ultimately, I believe that you have the autonomy to do, or should have the autonomy to do what is best for you.
That's why I keep mentioning, let's look into see if we can fix these problems first.
Try to fix it, and if you can't fix it, then we treat people in some respects worse than animals.
Just
What I
know this,
need-
though. If you die, I will never speak to you again.
Me either.
Same here.
What I need
But we
is
love you.
I need a way. I need a method that is, as I say, QCPR. Quick, clean, painless, and reliable. I need a way to be able to get to it if I need it. If I get over the fear, well, QCPR would help with getting over the fear.
I can't really think of, because any method I could think of would, be dodgy on at least one of those 4 criteria.
Yeah. And believe me, I've given it quite a bit of thought for myself.
Same. I mean, well, not so much anymore, but there was a time. I mean, when I was 19 and first diagnosed, trigger warning, talk of depression and self-harm. When I was 19 and I was first diagnosed with my condition, your brain's not fully developed at that. And being told that, you're going to be in pain every minute of the day for the rest of your life. And it's just going to keep getting worse. I don't think anyone is equipped to handle that kind of news. And especially not a 19-year-old, barely no longer a child. And I still have scars, it wasn't an attempt to take my own life or anything. It was about pain I could control because I felt so out of control, and it wasn't a healthy coping mechanism, and I don't recommend others do it. But I took precautions. I made sure to clean the area and use clean instruments for the shallow cuts. So but again, it's not a healthy thing, but it was about trying to, I sympathize with people that cut themselves just because it is about taking and having some say, some control, some power when you feel like you're spiraling and out of control and have no power over things. I couldn't stop my pain. I couldn't, remove my diagnosis. I couldn't make anything make sense other than just, this is going to hurt, but it's hurt that I can control,
Yeah,
And
I don't know.
so-
I don't know how you do it. I don't know how you get from day to day. I wish I knew. I wish I could be like you. Do you have drugs or something that help? Or
I mean, I have medications to help. I mean, gabapentin is one that I have to take
Oh.
4 of these monsters a
oh
day.
wow, I've tried
Um,
gabapentin. I am not able to take it. I have a bad reaction to it.
Yeah, they had me on Lyrica, and it was a similar thing. I had a very bad reaction to Lyrica, so I'm on gabapentin instead. And then I've got my buprenorphine patches, which help level out my pain levels to make it more manageable. Honestly, if I didn't, I'm stable on my current medications. And I still have good days and bad days. I have days that I am practically non-functioning. I will be in bed or in my chair, and I am only getting up to take a piss if I need to. That's it. I'm barely moving that day because I am just fucking miserable. Then I have days that, I'll go out and, push my son on the swing and, take him out shopping, and so it varies,
Well,
It-
there's half of me, where I'm in bed all day. I can't do a thing. I don't have the days where I can push someone on a swing, unfortunately.
Well, and again, the medications help. If I didn't have my medications, I would probably never leave bed until like it got to the point where I was being let out feet first. So
Yeah. And right now I'm living in filth because I can't clean it.
I really think you should, reconsider like moving closer to Purple and Sloth Girl.
Well, I've really done some thinking. I've had an offer. Looks like I'm going to be moving to looks like I'm going to be moving to Long Island.
Okay. I mean, New York has slightly better, services in some respects, but just make sure that there are people there. Like, because I know if you relocate,
Omega
Okay.
Nuts has invited me in.
Let
Okay.
us know when you have that as a sure thing or not, because if once you get that sure thing, I'll start trying to look out up communities for you in that area.
yeah, and I'll see what I can do, whether it be sending some money, or if there's anything, granted, like that's 1,500 miles away, but wouldn't be the first time that I drove from Florida to New England in 19 hours, like just straight.
Well, it wouldn't be the next time either, would it?
Yeah, no, I mean, I still have family in Massachusetts, and I mean, shit, just the drive that I take to get my son to therapy would get me from Long Island to where my family is in Massachusetts, like fucking an hour and a half, 2 hours of driving, and you've gone through 4 fucking states. I mean, depending on where you start, but still. New England is much more compacted, and things are not quite as far away. And I could even, if I did end up going up there, I could even pop in on my favorite dorky lesbian.
Who would that be?
I don't know. But no, like, I mean, I know I could scrounge together a little bit to help, like with fuel costs, or moving van or something. I don't know, but we'll figure it out. Like, as the community,
I just don't want to
we will come together.
I just don't want to get thrown out of here. I'd rather the landlord not see the place as it is. And
I just wish you didn't live so far away from me, like I'm in Florida's dick, or I should say America's dick, that is Florida.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's funny
we're run
'cause
by a dick.
I've never actually seen it that way. Like, when I look at the United States, I see some sort of weird bird creature.
I've also seen it compared as a kitten playing with a ball.
Like, okay, when I look at the U.S., I see something like this. Right?
What is
So
that, a
Florida
turkey?
is basically a leg.
Okay.
Oh, so speaking of, my favorite lesbian and her accepting her gothiness, I was at Hot Topic the other day with my niece, who I'm raising to be my little gothling, and I got 2 new hair clips that I have to show off. It is a snake, and then it's got these little dangly bits with like a moon and star, a butterfly, and a little mushroom. And so there's this hair clip, and then there's this one. So it's a crescent moon, and it also has the little dangly bits with a little moon and star, and like I am
it's
obsessed with
basically-
these.
It's Goth Lucky Charms hair clip.
Yes, and this one is very Slytherin because fuck Joanne Rowling. However, I will still enjoy her sandbox. I won't support her. I'll just read Harry Potter fanfic on AO3 and enjoy other people playing in her sandbox, because her shit was problematic even before she came out as a turfy cunt.
Yeah, that's the thing, is like I tried rereading those books and just can't.
Slaves accepting and being happy with their lot in life, the like low-key blood libel that she put in or that was put into the Harry Potter game that came out, which I was so excited for that game. I wanted to play it so bad, but I can't. Like, especially after the story was leaked. Like, granted, like my family's not Jewish, but my grandmother, great aunt, and great grandmother spent time in one of the internment camps in World War II before like they survived and came to the US. And like Loki, like the storyline of that game is you have the goblins stealing like wizard children, and the goblins are coded as Jewish, and so it's just dead ass blood libel. So, that's not good. And she didn't even write that one, but
Well,
and so it's
I just when I said I just couldn't, I meant, wow, this is boring. Like,
Well,
I
that
remember
too.
really enjoying them back
And it
in
was
the
kind of
day.
racist,
And now I
you
try to
know.
read them and I'm like, this is so dull.
It is. But our underdeveloped brains at the time really latched on to the hero's journey that had that whole aspect of you could be completely ignorant of, the magical world and get your letter, like that
Well,
it could come at any time.
you got to remember I was like well into my 20s.
Well, I'm saying for me personally, because like I grew up with the books. I'm 36. So, I think when the last book came out, I was in high school.
Hmm.
So roughly. But I mean, the actors are about my age. And they were age appropriate when they started filming the movie. So like literally it was targeted at me and people my age. So like to have something that was an integral part of my childhood, like admittedly, I felt more of a connection to the Animorphs books than I did to Harry Potter. It was still something that was very important to me growing up, and I refuse to give it up now. Like I own the movies. I'll still watch them, but I'm not giving her any more money, by
Yeah.
doing that. And like I still say yes, I'm a Slytherin. I if I do get any like Slytherin merch or anything like that, it's going to be something from Etsy where I'm supporting a small business, not supporting Joanne, because like a little patch with a fucking silver snake on a green background. It's like, all right, cool. It is coded for Slytherin, but Joanne doesn't see a penny of it,
So that's the
Well,
thing is, every one of those online tests I take, the sorting hat tests, I always get either Gryffindor or Ravenclaw. I have never gotten any other one.
I could
I've
see.
always been Slytherin, but on like at least on the official ones, on the non-official ones, or there was one I took, it was years ago, where it would basically rank you almost like a BDSM test where it would show like your percentages. So it was like it would be like, okay, well for Slytherin you're like 90% Slytherin, you're like 10% Gryffindor, and broke it down like that. And so my top was always Slytherin, and then Ravenclaw, and then Gryffindor, Hufflepuff.
I could see myself either in Ravenclaw or Hufflepuff.
I could
I
see you
just
in
couldn't
either
do
of those.
Hufflepuff just because of the name of it.
But here's the thing. Every Slytherin is, at least, every Slytherin I know, we have our emotional support Hufflepuff. Like for me, it's Deidre, Holy Spackle. Like she is a Hufflepuff, and she's my emotional support Hufflepuff. And she serves that role for a few other Slytherins that she knows.
I see. No, like the one that grabbed me around about that age was Ender's Game. Actually,
I've only I read the book and I was like, it was interesting, but it didn't grab me in the same way.
well, I've always had this weird sort of thing, and Ender's Game is only slightly this of the whole like underground complex where experiments happen. Like Half-Life or Stranger Things or anything, or Portal, anything like that. And Ender's Game had some shades of that. It had the sort of like dystopia that those things often exist in, although definitely not always. It gave off the same vibes.
Yeah, I would consider the author of Ender's Game to be even worse than J.K.
Yes, and this is why I brought it up, is because Orson Scott Card is pretty slimy. But it doesn't
Yeah.
really come out in that book. It like in Ender's Game, the closest thing you will see at all to his politics is finding out that Ender's mother is a Mormon. That's it.
I mean, like, I'm trying to think. Like, honestly, I read a lot when I was in middle school, high school. And like I said, I read all the Animorphs books. Like, that was my core fandom at the time.
I don't know what that is.
So Animorphs, it was a book series.
Oh, Anna
where-
Moore. Oh, never mind. I kept
Okay.
hearing Anna Marks, like someone named
okay.
Anna. Okay.
No, Animorphs.
Okay.
And like I said, that one resonated with me a lot. And I remember it was the first book, was one of them. I think it was one of the side stories. It might have been the Andalite Chronicles, but I could be wrong on this, where you have a human that is basically having a conversation with an alien, and the alien is just kind of like dumbfounded that humans would have a concept of war because they haven't achieved space flight yet. So they haven't come across other like hostile aliens. And it's like, how do you have a concept of war? Like you're just fighting yourselves. And like deadass, that made me misty-eyed. That was the first time I actually got misty-eyed from a book. And it was that scene there. And like, so it goes to show my bleeding heart liberalness, like went all the way back to childhood.
No.
I mean, what grabbed me when I was much younger was Bionic 6 for reasons. I mean, like you see the username Bionic Dance, it comes from that. And I'm like, gee, a family of adoptees living in the future who have superhero powers, bionic superhero powers. I can't imagine why that would appeal to Kate. You know, the adoptee who loves sci-fi
Hey.
and wants to live in the future. Can't
Kate.
imagine why Kate would like that.
Kate, did you ever watch Attack of the Show on G4?
No.
So it was a gaming channel and on cable, and there was a show called Attack of the Show, and one of the hosts was Olivia Munn, who is fucking gorgeous. And one of the skits that they did was the lesbianic woman. And
Nice.
so she was fucking like hit in a car accident, and her fiance basically saves her life by putting all these bionics in her and then lifts up the blanket, and she's wearing like fucking combat boots and flannel, and she was like, I'm a lesbian now. So then she goes and fights crime as a lesbianic woman and like beats this one villain by making out with her. It was just fucking brilliant. You have to look. I'll have to see if I can find the clip and send you the link because it was hilarious.
Not my like. I'm looking her up right now. Not my type. You can have her. I think a large part of it is just I do not dig on puffy ass lips like that. I just don't.
All right, I'm putting it in the private
that
chat.
sounded like the fire alarm. You know when the fire alarm cheeps sometimes?
Yeah, when the batteries are
I
low.
believe it is the fire alarm. I don't know how to stop it.
No, I mean it sounded like it was in my place.
No, it's this one. It's this one. It's been doing it all day.
All right.
It's because you need to change the batteries out.
Is that it? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Nah.
The way it was, I thought it was. I haven't changed batteries in 5 years. I thought this was wired into the house wiring.
There she is.
But
Are
yeah,
you sure that's in your place?
Yes.
All right. It really sounds like it's coming from behind me.
Well, go look.
Well, I don't know how to look.
Well, whoever's fire alarm that is, it usually means you need to change the batteries when it does that.
But yeah, when you said that, I remembered how that worked. But the thing is that, and I don't want to call anybody. I don't want anybody to see this place. I need somebody to come over here and help me straighten it up. I'll do the bathroom myself, but
Okay, seriously, I'm pretty sure that's in my place.
go look then.
So, I've been watching a few new animes, isekais. One I watched was a guy cheat eat skill in another world. What's the full name of this thing? I got a cheat eat skill in another world and became unrivaled in the real world.
But yeah, Kate, that link in the private chat is the link to the video. It's 2 minutes and like 14 seconds long. It's short, but it's fucking hilarious.
Another one I watched was a Sacrificial Princess and the King
Hey,
of
man.
Beasts, which is
What's up,
basically
Beck?
which is basically a Beauty and the Beast take in anime form.
Huh.
I just want to die. Want to die.
Diana, we've talked about this. Like, it's not hopeless yet.
Yes, we still have hope. I know it doesn't seem like it, but you still do.
Hope is a 4-letter word.
I mean, you're not wrong, but you're also not entirely right. I mean, because when it comes down to it, yes, you know, it is a 4-letter word, like quite literally. And yes, hope, especially false hope, can be detrimental to one's mental well-being. However, like humans as a species, it's when we feel hopeless that we are at our lowest and most vulnerable, and when we suffer the most. Like, hope is something that can help drive you forward and give you that will to keep going.
There she is.
Just
Okay, damn it. You guys are hearing that, right?
Yes.
are you talking about the smoke alarm?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the thing is, it does sound like it's inside my place, but I have no way to test that because it doesn't seem to be on a set amount of time.
It's not. I need somebody to come over here. I really do.
And I really hope it's not in my place because all of my chairs have wheels. I don't know how I will possibly like take batteries out of a smoke detector. They really shouldn't put those on the ceiling. They should be on walls. Easily reached, you know?
Oh, you into Power Rangers, Miss Kitty?
Yes, Power Rangers was kind of my jam. Like, at least the original Power Rangers. Like, some of my first crushes were on the green/white Ranger and the Pink Ranger.
Oh, they just did a thing, Mighty Morphin Power Rangers Once and Always with bringing back David Yost.
I love him. He's such a sweet guy.
It's on Netflix if you want to see it.
I will have to check that out because, like I said, I actually had lunch with him and like we spent an afternoon chatting, and he was absolutely lovely human being.
It was actually pretty good. They actually, heads up, they actually show a death on screen.
Wow. I mean, considering anyone who watched David Yost run, like they'd be in their 30s now. You know, like it makes sense to kind of age that up a bit.
Yeah.
But
don't want to say too much because it might spoil it. But
I mean, I don't care. Like, I don't go looking for spoilers, but if I hear them, I don't like lose my shit over it either. I'm kind of like, eh. It's like there were some spoilers that it's like it was months or even years before I got around to watching the thing, and I didn't actually hear about
Hold on,
whatever
real
the
quick.
spoiler was.
Real quick, did you guys hear that?
Yes, I
Yes.
did.
You did. Okay, my mic was muted for that beep, just to make sure. Okay, good. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, continue.
I told you it was me.
I just want to. It genuinely sounds like it's coming from behind me. Okay.
Well, it's good to check anyway.
Yeah.
Yes. I mean, because like not only are those smoke detectors important just so you don't die in a fire, like most of them nowadays also have carbon monoxide detectors as well, which, you know, you're going to notice a fire. You might not notice, carbon monoxide. So
Yeah, the two main people they brought back for Once and Always was David Yost and Walter Emanuel.
I was never really into Power Rangers. I saw one of the movies in the theater with a couple of friends at the late night show, like a month after it had been out. We were the only ones in the theater. And so we basically turned it into the Rocky Horror Picture Show with Power Rangers.
that sounds great. But
Yeah.
no, thinking about the original cast, really like Amy Jo Johnson was the Pink Ranger. I'm pretty sure she, like, after the movies was like, I am so done with Power Rangers. Jason David Frank stayed on, and he was actually one of the only original cast members that showed up in different Power Rangers series going forward. David Yost left on bad terms because, again, there was some homophobic shit that happened on set.
It sucks.
The Yellow Ranger, I can't remember the actress's
Where did
name,
my phone
but she
go?
died in a car accident,
Yeah.
back in like the late 90s.
Yeah, they honor that in this Once and Always thing.
So it's like basically of the ones that, could come back, it would have been the Black Ranger, the Pink Ranger, the Blue Ranger, and the White Ranger. And the White Ranger's off doing his fucking MMA shit now.
Well, he unalived himself before it was done.
Oh yeah, that's right. He did unalive himself recently, didn't he?
Yeah.
Oh, I would say I feel bad speaking ill of the dead, but nah, because if you're an asshole, like you shouldn't have that wiped clean just because you aren't alive anymore.
Yeah. I don't know.
It's like
from
I'm
my
not gonna
ear-
lie about
yeah.
someone who's dead, but I'm not gonna like pull punches either.
I'll have to take your word for it because everything I've heard about the guy, besides you've had personal interaction with the guy, so I have to take your word for it. But I've heard other people saying that he was pretty good with his fans. But
It's weird. Like, I've been recognized on the street before. It's happened, and I never know what to do. I just try to be like positive and try to connect, but it's always like a little weird, especially when someone kind of feels they've developed a relationship with you, despite the fact that
Parasocial.
you've really never spoken. That kind of thing.
if you're going back on the phone, Diana, you may want to mute your mic.
I will.
So,
But no,
it's-
like Kate,
it's
if I'm ever
weird.
in your area, you and I will go out and have dinner together. It'll be lovely.
Sounds good. Sounds good. There's a few decent places around here. Depends what you're into.
I mean, I'm into a lot of things. We discussed that earlier, but I digress.
Food wise, silly.
I know.
Oh,
Hey, if you
God,
can
okay, that is so fucking loud.
I know. I guess I'm gonna have to break down and call the landlord.
Well, but what I mean, I'm
all you
turning
need
my
is a new
volume down.
battery.
It's hardwired.
Ugh.
Well, even the hardwired ones have
Even
batteries.
the hardwired ones have batteries, and I'm pretty sure it's a 9-volt battery.
It's a little rectangular battery.
It's like
Yeah,
dead ass. I can DoorDash you if you can tell me just to be sure that it's a 9-volt. I will, like, you reach out to me like in private. I will DoorDash you a battery. Like, it's not that serious.
I actually tried to remove the battery from a smoke detector a while back, and like Diana says, it was wired into the wall. Like, there was no way. If there was a battery, there was no way to get at it.
Basically, the battery is the backup for if the power goes out.
Mm.
Yeah. Yeah,
So,
all mine are hardwired, and it just has this little thing that you open up.
But
This
what
is-
I mean is that I couldn't get at the battery. It was inaccessible.
That's weird.
that's weird.
Well,
'Cause,
it was like, I mean, maybe I would have had to unscrew something. I don't know, but it wasn't right there. There wasn't something I could flip open.
Yeah, all mine have the little flip open right on
yeah,
it.
because it's meant to be as convenient as possible. Like there's a smoke detector right up there above my pride flags, and I fucking hate it because vaulted ceilings are a pain in the ass when you have something like that. Also, the person who designed this house was
No.
kind of not the smartest because one of the fucking AC filter intakes is on the ceiling right here.
Mm.
Jeez.
So that's fun when you have to change that out every 2 months or whatever it is. Step ladders are fun, but my crippled ass does not enjoy getting on them.
Yeah, I have to get up on a step ladder to get to all my most of my
Oh.
smoke detectors, except for the one in the hallway. And I have a one that's not hardwired. I have that in the living room.
Oh.
But yeah, basically it'll chirp at you on the battery because if you ever lose power to it, it still needs to be functional.
Hmm.
Well, I'd
We're
still rather there
here.
was like some way to make those. Ow, son of a bitch! I
Yeah.
wish there was some way to make them less annoying, though.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, but like that's a a feature, not a bug, because it gets like if you're hearing that every 5 minutes, it's going to motivate you to do something about it.
No, but what
Yeah,
I mean, but it's
motivate me to throw it
still
against the wall.
even just when the like when there's legit a fire, it's still very annoying, the sound it makes. It's like it's the same thing about when, I don't know if cops really do this, but in the movies, whenever they're about to bust somebody, they always kick the door in and scream their heads off. You know, it's always like, freeze, motherfucker, get on the ground, get on the ground. Yeah, like that. And I'm like, are you trying to panic them into trying to attack you? Is that what's going on here? Because that's what it looks like.
Well, I mean, depending on where you live, like the cops have a duty to announce when they do breach
Well,
a property.
but I mean, they could knock and say hello or something. They don't have to scream, you know. And I think it's the same thing with the fire alarm. Is like, oh, there's a fire, I'd better get out of here, as opposed to, holy shit, oh my god, the sky is falling, I have to get out of here now, which is what a fire alarm normally sounds like.
I mean, yeah.
I'm just saying, is like, I don't need to be panicked to know that it's time to panic. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, but the whole thing is don't panic.
Well, but that alarm sound is making me panic.
Yeah.
It was a hitchhiker's.
Yeah. Well, I've mentioned I most likely have autism, and the sound of a fire alarm is one of the things that bother me.
Uh-huh.
The chirping of the alarm, it's like nails on a chalkboard to me. I fucking hate it.
Hmm.
And then I have, with misophonia, if like someone's chewing, like with their mouth open, making oh my god, I would rather nails on a chalkboard as opposed to someone chewing near me with their mouth open.
The noises my dad makes when he's chewing, it's insanity. Like all these sucking and slurping sounds.
Yes.
I'm like, Dad, what the fuck are you doing? And it turns out what he's doing is trying to suck food out of his gums while he's chewing.
And it's awful.
Ugh.
It's like, please just kill me now.
Yeah.
Like, I hate it.
It's
But
so great.
Beck, why don't are you free, my dude? Like, I mean, you're in the chat. Like, it'd be nice to see you and chat with you for a bit because
hey,
I haven't
Beck,
talked to
yeah.
you in a while.
It seems like it's been forever.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, the smoke detector I have in the living room, I actually have it on top of a like a little thing where I keep all my knickknacks, so I can actually just reach up and pick it up, and so it's not even attached to the ceiling.
So that's
I mean, we could use some more
above where you
testosterone
keep-
in this stream anyway. Like right now, poor Mage is fucking outnumbered.
So that place where you keep your knickknacks and the fire alarm, that's above where you keep your patty wax?
Yes.
Okay.
Knick-knack, paddywhack, give a dog
Yeah.
a bone.
Well, I
Yeah.
got the dog right here, and she's got her bone.
Oh, and like the remix of the Neverending Story song, like that was on like my playlist forever. Like I fucking love that song. I love
Yeah.
that movie. I love the fucking like techno remix of that song.
I love the metal cover that the one dude did right after Stranger Things.
All right, that one was good too, but I have a special place in my heart for like techno and E EDM.
Well, the one that I've been listening to a lot lately is the one by the Birthday Massacre. You'd
know that
like
one.
it, trust me.
All right, you'll have to DM it to me on Twitter. I will check it out and I will let you know. Because, like, you know me, I have a very eclectic music taste.
Well, let's put it this way: the
Hmm.
Birthday Massacre is a band introduced to me by my goth peeps.
Actually, looking at the time, I'm gonna have to probably get out of here in about 10 minutes so I can walk the dog and take care of my bird.
Why does that sound dirty?
I don't know. Why does it sound dirty?
I don't know. It just does. Okay, so
So, one thing I will say, I'm playing Genshin Impact right now. And there's a new character that just came out, and he's a doctor, but like he also deals with like chronic health issues. And like, I'm just like, representation for that is fucking amazing. I mean, granted, like his chronic health issues are because he like the way that he treats his patients, he's got different way like he'll use medicine and stuff, but he also has access to ability where he can essentially use his life force to draw bad things out of his patients and put them into himself. And so it means that he's going to basically die young. But he's able to save people that others wouldn't be able to save. And I'm like, so not only are you showing someone, a doctor like truly selflessly giving of themselves, but also showing someone like making the most of living with chronic illness. And I don't know, like as someone that deals with chronic illness, like that representation was just fabulous to me. And he's also kind of snarky and has a snake wrapped around his neck, and like that snake is actually like a higher being that is what is contracted to him that allows him to use his life force to heal people in that way. But he's kind of got some like queen energy, and like I would not be surprised if he wasn't also gay. But like, hey, at the very least, it is representation for my chronic illness people like myself. And I love that. I love seeing representation of, people that are outside of what's considered normal. Because so many people, like, the world is so fucking ableist, and I hate it. And like, you very rarely get good representation of people dealing with disability or illness. And like, there are also people that are just kind of forgotten by society, and that also sucks.
and misunderstood quite a lot. I mean,
Yes.
how many times do I have to tell someone that autism is not Down syndrome and I'm not going to have like that sort of mongoloid appearance?
Yeah.
I hate using that term, but I don't know if they have another one.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that term.
But
in
it's the
particular,
only
but
one
I know what you mean.
Yeah, it's like, ugh. Oh well, what can you do? But yeah, it's like, it's weird because the representation of autism in TV and movies, it's pretty
Bad.
monochromatic.
Yeah, I've never really seen I haven't really seen too much of a good representation.
But the problem is that even the bad representations, I kind of still identify with them anyway. Like, there is a fair amount of Sheldon Cooper going on in my head, but there's also a fair amount of Sheldon Cooper not going on in my head. You know? Do I have to explain who Sheldon Cooper is?
No, we
No,
know what you're
I
talking
know
about.
who he is.
Okay.
I know.
But,
I know you didn't like the movie, but I thought Phoebe from Ghostbusters Afterlife was a fairly good representation.
She was. It's just the movie itself was bad.
Hey, Diana, I'm trying to share my screen real quick to show the character that I'm talking about, if you don't mind. So this is Baiju, and this is the snake. The snake can talk. And if you go to the story, you can find out like more information about him, and in his voice lines, you can see like he's struggling. He's trying to cover it up though. He tries to like hide the fact that he's got issues, but you know,
All right,
where it's
hang
like,
on.
let's take in the scenery, but then
Let
it's
me
like,
turn
oh,
the
you have
other
collapsed.
sound on.
Oh, I don't know if I set it to share audio, so that might be on me.
I hear you talking. I don't hear.
Hold on, let me try this again.
Oh.
Let me try it
Okay,
again.
we're good.
Okay, I guess I'm gonna get ready to be thrown out of here. Because I called the landlord and got the answering service. They're gonna send somebody over.
To do what?
To change the
Just-
battery.
Oh,
I mean, like, I could have had a battery delivered to you, Diana.
I tried to take the cover off.
Okay.
I'll try again.
I mean, when it comes down to it, you might not get thrown out right away. There's also we could, you know, see about if there's like a cleaning service in your area, and like I'm sure we could, if we all chipped in a little bit, we could get somebody to come in and actually help you with that if
Oh, yeah,
worst came
yes.
to worst.
Yes, there are cleaning services in the area. In fact, I believe there are ones that are specified for elderly. If I remember correctly. Except if I remember correctly, they wouldn't take the whatever Medicaid, Medicare thing, so they would have to be out of pocket. So we could help with that. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it can't cost that much to have someone, you know, come in and clean up a little bit, you know?
We're not talking about a little bit here.
Well, I mean, enough so that your landlord doesn't give you an issue until you get out of there and get to New York.
Or
I mean, Diana, you have friends, and we're all here and happy and healthy, you know, happy and willing to help you in any way possible.
let's see here, Merry Maids, cleaning services, apartment cleaning. Please go away. How do I get this message thing to go away? There it goes.
Oh.
See, do we have anything? Gift cards.
Simply won't come off. It'll turn.
Oh, here we go. We can get a the site has a gift card thing, so we can actually send Diana a gift card for Merry Maids, and then use that to clean the apartment. How's that sound?
there you go.
Here
Yeah.
we go. Here we
I mean,
go.
Because it's like, if a few
All
of
right,
us,
All right, hang on. There.
No, why did it send me to my city? Damn it!
There is no battery back here. None.
that's odd.
There's only
Zool.
house wiring.
As for Pittsburgh,
Yeah, see, that's the kind of thing I was talking about that happened in my place where it was just wired into the wall.
Then
It's
Is it
possible
possible
that
the
there's
fuse
something
box?
on the fire alarm that twists, like on the fire alarm itself. The smoke
like maybe
detector?
Google the particular alarm, because like they all have like a make and model.
What does Georgia have to do with it?
What do you want? You want the make and model of the smoke alarm?
Yeah, make in Georgia, but no. You're such a cunt, Kate. I love you,
know,
but fuck
I
you.
Uh,
all right. Let's see here. How much?
I mean,
does
to be
it-
fair, Macon is not a bad area in Georgia.
hmm.
I like Valdosta a little better though.
How much
Did
does
you
the
hear about, like there was someone, I don't know if it's apocryphal or not, but some woman calls up like an airline and says she has this weird layover in some foreign country in like South America. They go, what? And she goes, yeah, you're sending me to Makanga. And they're like, Maconga, can you spell that? She spells it, and they're like, ma'am, that's Macon, Georgia.
Well,
Yeah.
I do
Like
have
that's
to get
hilarious.
I do have to get going here. I gotta take care of pets, so I'll see everybody later.
Have fun.
Bye, Gray.
You'll be good and have fun.
Ah,
Poor Kate.
sorry,
your
that really
your
does
fucking
go-
autistic ass is not handling this well.
Yeah, and high-pitched noises are kind of the bane of my existence. And also, it doesn't help that I'm a little baked.
Yeah. Like, fun fact, I can make that noise. Like, I literally, for a talent show in middle school, I did like that super high pitched shrill, like, I punched it out in like a super high whistle note, and I may have made some people's ears bleed. I mean, but hey, at least I've got a built-in rape whistle, so
Well, okay, this is going to sound dirty because it kind of could be, but it's not. But there's this thing I can do with my tongue.
Go on. I mean,
Well,
I'm listening.
I mean, you know how people can, they can click their tongue, like that, right? Well,
That's awesome. Like, that is a cool sound.
yeah. It can be heard a football field away. And when people ask me how I figured it out, I just say lesbian.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I mean, and it's one of those things, when you see the cishet dudes that, they'll see like the lesbian prepping for a date, and it's like, trimming and filing their nails, and they're like, why? And it's like,
Yeah.
I mean, it's like only in fucking pornos do you see, and it is not realistic at all with a woman to have fucking talons out to here. Like, even my nails are a bit long,
Yeah.
for
I-
that. Like, they're rounded, so it wouldn't be too bad, but still.
I don't even want to think about nails up there.
Right? It's like,
Oh my
that
God.
shit's sensitive. I mean, like, don't get me wrong, like, the way I keep my nails, the length and the shape and like the blunted roundedness, like, it is tried and tested, at least on myself, that it does not cause issue. However, like, some of these nails, like, you see them, they're out to fucking here, and I'm like, no, like, that
No.
is like, nope, let's cross those legs, and nope.
Yeah. Although I do love all of those memes where, like, you've got full nails on almost all of the fingers, but certain ones are strategically cut. You know those memes, right?
Yeah, like, just
Yeah. Yeah.
Although
Ah.
I will admit, my sexual experience with women is much less than with men. I've only been with 2 women.
Hmm.
However, those 2 women were better than 99% of the men I've been with. So, like, at this
Yeah.
point, if my straight passing relationship doesn't work out, I'm pretty sure I will just find me a lesbian with a strap and be done with it,
See, that's the thing, is like I'm so white bread on that stuff. And it's like I'm not even into toys really. Hell, I'm barely into sex to begin with. But like seriously, I'm pretty sure I'm either Demi or Ace.
Hey, Purple, I didn't see you come in. You
yeah,
want
come on, girly. Let's go.
You want to come in? I'll throw you a link again.
Ride the estrogen ocean with us now that our only guy friend has left.
Like,
Who's the guy friend?
Mage?
Mage.
Oh, I thought he left.
He
Yeah,
did.
we said our only.
Oh, I
It's
thought
okay.
you said our
Blonde
only
moment.
guy friend is left. What
No,
you
no,
said
no.
was has
Yeah, no.
left.
No
Yes.
worries. It's a blonde moment. Happens to the best of us.
Oh, I am so blonde.
I mean, so am I.
Yeah,
like,
I'm
my
really
Mother's Day
not.
gift. my Mother's Day gift was to go to the salon and get my hair done, and
I
it
saw
ended
the
up costing a lot less than I planned. So I used the money that was left over for it to get my eyebrow pierced because I've wanted this since high school. And then like 10 years ago, I was like, all right, I'm finally gonna do it. And then I kept putting it off, and finally I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna ovary up and do this. And it was actually the least painful piercing that I have. I mean, I have 9 piercings in my ears. I've got 3 in the cartilage and then 3 on either side in the lower lobe, like the normal piercings. Then I've got my nose, I've got my tongue, I've got my belly button, and I've got both nipples pierced. And the eyebrow was the most recent. And again, it hurt the least. It was like a 1 out of 10 on like I honestly the pinching it with the clamp hurt just as much as the rest. And like the day I got it done, I accidentally caught it with my nail and kind of yanked it a bit, and even that didn't hurt. But then, I mean, it is just like soft, squishy. Like there's no cartilage or anything for it. So
that's the thing is, I actually got a cartilage piercing on my ear a while back, like up at the top of my left ear. And I don't know what happened, but it got infected, so infected that I had to take it out and have it lanced twice.
ouch.
So I kind of stuck to tattoos after that.
But so I've got the cartilage up here, and then the 3 down here, and then on this side, I have the 2 cartilage piercings up top. And I don't often wear earrings in my lower ear, and any piercings that I get going forward are going to be more in my ears, but they're going to be like non-traditional ones, like, you know, getting something like up here. And it'll mostly just be cartilage stuff because there's some really cute cartilage piercings. I thought about maybe getting my Libre done, but honestly,
I've always
I don't
found it
know.
unattractive.
Like the eyebrow one, I've always loved the eyebrow piercing because it's like just that little pop, you know.
Okay, Purple.
Yeah.
But it's not too much, you know. Granted, like this one is too long, but it's because it's healing, so you don't know how much it's gonna swell. So once it's healed, and it takes about 2.5 months, like I could technically change the jewelry at a month and a half, but I'm gonna wait the full like 2.5, 3 months before I change it.
Sure.
And then I'll go with something that's shorter than this, because like I said, this one, it is very long.
Oh, look, there's Beck.
Yep. I've never found the Libre attractive, or whatever the hell they call the same thing on the upper lip. I've always found those
So
really icky.
basically, depending, like it's either a Monroe, or it could be
No, I mean
a
in the
snake
middle.
bite, or
I mean in the middle.
I think that might be a snake bite,
Okay.
and then the Libre,
I don't find either one of those the least bit attractive. If
and then the
anything,
Monroe
the
is
exact
the
opposite.
one that's like up here.
See, that's not so bad, but I don't know.
The mouth is like so, like mouths are gross. Like I got my tongue pierced and I don't regret it. I did it at 16. I've had it for 20 years now. But that one was the most miserable of all even my nipples. Like I got my nipples pierced twice. The first time I let it close up, and then I got it done again when I was in Vegas in my early 20s. And I kept it. I've had it since then. But, you know, while the initial piercing hurt more, you know, than pretty much any other piercing, the healing process wasn't too bad. The tongue piercing, it healed relatively quickly, but it was miserable because it limits what you can eat.
Oh.
You're having to rinse your mouth with Listerine like several times a day. Like, fun fact, like a day after I got my tongue pierced, my mom didn't know because I had my friend's brother, who was a piercer, do it in their garage, and I was trying to hide it. And my mom took us out to lunch, and she took us to a place called Fazoli's, which was basically like fast food Italian. So we get there, and I'm like, fuck, there's nothing here I can eat because you can't have anything with acid in it or it fucking burns. So I'm like, I can't have pasta with sauce or any, like there's nothing here. So I was like, all right, you know, I'll get some minestrone soup. And I took like 2 bites. My mouth is burning, and I'm like, nope, like the tomato, I can't do it. So I go to rinse my mouth in the bathroom, and my mom sends my sister after me saying, go make sure she's not making herself sick. My sister busts open the door. Mom thinks you're bulimic. And I'm like, fucking hell.
Oy vey.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You gonna get me a Happy Meal at McDonald's? That would
by
be
the
cool.
way, speaking of body mods, you convinced me of something a while ago. You see, I have this laser thingy for removing hair.
I think
right?
you mentioned this on a previous stream.
And we were both talking about the relative merits of having or not having pubes. Kind of took the laser to myself, and it's all smooth down there.
Honestly, dead ass. Like, I would do that. I am one of those people that, like, I even shave my arms. Like, I have very pale hair, so it's not super noticeable, but I don't like it. So it's like from the neck down, I don't like any body hair. So arms, underarms, legs, genitals, like I keep everything like
With
fucking
you.
hairless because I don't like it, you know.
Well, understand, of course, that there's a lot of like Italy going on in my bloodstream. So I have a lot of really dark and really coarse hair going on.
My
Not
grandmother's
to
maiden name
mention
was
the Ashkenazi
Bovenzi.
Jewish and the African. So I have very dark hair. It's very coarse. It breaks a lot. It wants to be curly. It's unmanageable. So basically, yeah, from the neck down, I remove as much as I possibly can.
Also, like, here's the thing, like, to anybody interested in you know, sex with people, like, if you want someone to go down on you, they don't want to be picking your hair from their teeth.
Yeah, you're not
Just saying.
flossing.
Like, just saying, like, at the very least, very neatly trimmed, but preferably none, just because if you want my mouth down there, I do not want to be gagging on your body hair. Thank you.
It's not the
Welcome to my TED Talk.
1970s shave.
Yeah, welcome, you know,
Yeah.
thanks for coming to my TED Talk. Nobody wants to be picking
Right.
pubes out of their
Now, also, though, to the people who are like, oh, so like you're inviting pedophilia or some shit where it's like, yeah, I want to remove that stuff because I want to be a little kid or some shit. No, that's not what it's about at all. And fuck you.
Yeah, no, because like again, like hair, it traps dirt, oils, like other things, and no hair keeps the area easier to clean. And again, if you want my mouth to be on your lower bits, I don't like, hair is gross. Nobody wants to eat hair. If you do, I'm not going to shame you for it, but that's weird, you know?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, do you, that's fine, but nobody I know wants to have hair in their mouth. Be it like when it gets caught from their own head, which everybody hates that, when you get that hair in like your mouth or the back of your throat and you're just like, trying to get, it's even worse when it's from your fucking pubic areas. So no, thank you. Like,
Yeah.
fuck that. Like, it's because I don't want to choke on hair. And I will die on this hill. It has nothing to do with wanting to look younger. It's I don't want pubic hair in my mouth.
And it does just feel nice.
Yes. Especially if you have female anatomy.
Well, I really hadn't considered. Do guys look at all? I mean, don't get me wrong, lesbian over here. I think that boy junk is just hideous to begin with, but do they actually look better without hair down there?
I would say yes.
Okay.
I mean, granted, I honestly find dicks to be ridiculous looking too. Like, but they can feel good. So, you know, it's one of those things. You just you deal with it. I mean, but like aesthetically, women are much more pleasing.
Yes. Very much
And
so.
like the porn that I consume, for the most part, you know, there aren't dicks in sight, you know. Every now and again, but I would tend to like watch the lesbian porn because I found women more like sexually attractive. Although lately, you know, I found that I'm very into like audio. So there's a vocal artist that does like like spicy ASMR stuff, and listening to that, like there's storyline and then there's like audio effects to kind of like make it feel like you're there kind of thing. And I really enjoy, even if I'm not like fapping to it, I enjoy listening to it just because it's a nice way to like let my brain just kind of like disassociate from my body for a little while, where I'm not thinking, I'm just like enjoying the feeling, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I get it. I don't know. It's just like,
But yeah, I don't tend to watch porn that has dicks in it, and I'm
yeah.
not looking at them. But they do look better, in my opinion, when you don't have all that hair everywhere.
I don't know. Somehow, just to my brain, that's creepy. I know it's a double standard. I know it's totally a double standard. But an adult male, like cis, whatever male, you know what I'm saying, with no pubes, screams to me altar boy porn. And I know it shouldn't. I know it shouldn't. But
Because
that's
you
where my-
literally just gave the opposing argument.
I mean, that's the thing, is I know it shouldn't do that. It's my automatic reaction. That's why.
That's how knee-jerk reactions work, though, before your higher
but-
brain function kicks
Yeah.
in.
Well, that's why my slogan on my YouTube channel was always "Don't run on automatic, instead think," is because having that reaction in my head is something I have to take out and examine instead of taking as, forgive the word, gospel.
Like, I found out something yesterday that it made me like physically ill, and I don't remember it, but apparently, like, because I was with family yesterday, and we did my son's, you know, little birthday get together. So my aunts were there, and they were able to give him his birthday gifts and everything, and we did cupcakes and stuff. And so like we're telling just funny like family stories, and then, you know, they were talking about this one time we went to a restaurant, and my aunt was like, and then Kitty almost got us killed. And I'm like, what? And apparently when I was 4 years old, I said a racial slur to somebody that was walking by, and my mom misheard me thinking I had said necklace, that, and agreed with me, and my aunt was like losing her shit over it at the time. And I'm like, I feel like gross. Like, granted, at 4 or 5 years old, I have no idea. Like, I am not
Yeah.
responsible for that. It's again, at that time, our neighbor across the street, their black cat was named the N-word. So it's like it was a product of that. But finding out that those words came out of my mouth made me feel physically ill, even
get
though
it.
I cannot be held responsible for something that was done
Well,
before kindergarten, you know?
I mean, nowhere near as fraught, but I had a similar experience that has weighed on my brain for decades. I was in elementary school, something, and I had just found out that sometimes people refer to other people only by their last name. You know, like, hey, Smith, how's it going? You know, that kind of thing.
Mhm.
And so I had said it to an adult, and was looked at like, how fucking disrespectful are you? Right? Because I didn't realize that that was often either really familiar or I'm your superior, so I'm calling you by your last name kind of deal.
Or a cultural
I didn't know
thing.
what the situation, like the protocol, the social expectations were. And so I had said it, and, you know, just sort of got that uncomfortable, like, awkward silence thing going on. And I've never been able to get that out of my head, even though I know it was not a big deal. I've never been able to get it out of my head. It's very frustrating.
And it's one of those things. It's like, and I had even had the conversation with my family that it's like, if my son like stubs his toe and says damn it or fuck, I don't care. I'm not going to get my knickers in a twist over it, because like I think that, you know, shit like that is petty. Like, there are bigger things to worry about in the world than, you know, somebody saying, you know, God damn it, you know. But if he ever said a racial slur, like, that's the line. And then finding out yesterday that, you know, when I was younger than him, I had said that, it really, it's bothering me even now. And I know it's not my fault, because you can't blame a 4-year-old, you know, for something like that, because it's just something that they heard. and they don't understand,
Mhm.
but it doesn't make me feel less gross.
No, I'm right there with you. I've had experiences like that where I wish I could undo them, but I was way too young to be held responsible regardless.
Diana, Purple's back, so if you want to send her the invite link.
Actually, I think Purple's here and just needs to be let in.
Okay. Oh, sorry, in the back.
Yeah.
I missed that one.
Yeah, I don't know. It's
And it's like I personally, like, I've dated people across, the racial and ethnic spectrum. Like, I've never really cared about that. Like, a person's, racial background doesn't matter to me. Like, I date people based on like vibing with them, like, and whether or not we get along, what they look like. I mean, if you've seen some of the people that I dated, hell, if you saw a picture of my ex-husband, like, I've had people be like, wait, why the hell would you marry him with the way that he looked? Because he was not conventionally attractive. He was overweight, and people are like, well, why would you marry him? And it was like, well, I mean, for one, I was gaslit into believing he was a much better person than he actually was. And for two, like, I don't really, like, appearance doesn't matter to me. Like, I can be attracted to a person like that other people might not find attractive, but it's because it's something like I very much vibe with a person on the inside, which is why, like, for the most part, like, even with, my trans friends, like, I even before I have been told some of my trans friends, I've been like gotten the vibes that it's like, no, this
Hi,
person,
Purple.
this person is actually female, but I don't say anything because obviously it's not my place to make that kind of a judgment call. But then when they tell me later on, it's like, yeah, no, that makes sense, because that was the vibe that I was getting, because I'm very in tune with the people in my orbit. And
right.
Hello.
nice
Hello.
to see you, love.
Hi,
Yeah,
honey.
Yeah.
You know how many people, when I came out, just said not surprised?
I wasn't surprised, but I was
Yeah,
happy for
I
you.
got that response from like a dozen people that they just kind of expected this to happen.
It's like
you
my
know,
friend Violet, like, when she came out recently, like, I was not surprised at all. And like, I made her a little heart thing with her name, and like, or it was it didn't have her name. It had it was a heart that I did, like, the trans pride flag, and then because she has a fursona that is kind of like tiger themed, I
Yeah.
did like a tiger over it. And actually, no, I think I might have put her name. Yeah, no, I think I did put her name on it. But regardless, like, I did like a little thing, and I'm like, here you go, happy coming out, and that made me happy, to do a little thing that took me an afternoon to put together, but it made her happy. And like, it's, ways to show support for the people that we care about.
well, I
Well,
remember
the
when
fun-
I got the autism diagnosis and I told people, and there was like only one person who was like, what? Everyone else was like, yeah,
Yeah, I had that with the autism too. When I showed my test results to like everyone who had known me more than 2 years, universal response of all my friends was, well, that explains a lot.
Yep.
I still need to
When the
get
police
my
come
official
over.
ADHD diagnosis.
Yeah. The
Like,
funny out
I
story
off
I
all
ever
of them.
had though was my ex's ex-husband. When he came out to her and to his sister, their response was, "You didn't know?" So it's like all the women he spent any time with had figured out he was gay, like, at least 4 years before he did.
It's funny, like, I wonder how at all accurate the stereotypes are that you see on TV, where like in bad sitcoms where someone doesn't know they're gay, but everyone's like, that dude's totally gay because look at all the food he makes and the way he presents it in that campy voice kind of thing. Like, how many people pick up on those social cues for real?
Oh,
I
that part of
mean,
it's bullshit.
Yeah.
Although, like, some people, like, they'll get right, like in middle school. I ended up dating somebody that, like, we were fake dating basically because he was getting a lot of shit. People were basically, calling him out for being gay, and he wasn't ready to come out yet. And, he knew I was bi, and, I knew he was not straight. And so, like, we dated in middle school to kind of throw them off. And then we get to high school and he wears a t-shirt that says, "Let's get one thing straight, I'm not." And they fucking sent him home. And I'm like, no, that's some bullshit right there. Like, fuck it. That was an awesome shirt.
I don't remember anyone actually being like openly out when I was in high school, but there was this one dude who, totally is gay, who gave off vibes like you wouldn't believe. Like, just one guy where, like, someone who doesn't come out, but they're really not hiding it either.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that was like, I was out to my friends, like, long before my family. And I was really fortunate, like, as far as, like, when I came out. And I know I've told this story before, but, like, back when I was in high school, I was much closer to my
What the fuck was
dad.
that?
Are you okay?
Sylvia just about knocked the laptop
Oh.
onto the floor.
Oh,
So that
okay.
was surprise. All right. That
Okay,
wasn't
just-
like, oh
we're
my
just
God, my
checking on
heart
you.
stopped. That's what it sounded
No,
like.
I would be happy for that.
Yes, but you know what I mean.
But
He's already done enough to this machine today.
yeah. But
Yeah.
no, like, when I came out, like, my friends knew long before my family did. And I was closer to my dad at the time. And when I came out to him, I was just like, "Dad, I'm bi." And he's like, his response, and I quote, "I like pussy. I get why you would too."
Right.
And that was the end of the conversation. Like, it was just moved on.
Yeah.
Like, it was full acceptance for my dad. Some other people in my family, it was more like kind of like a low-key homophobia where it's like they weren't like berating me. They weren't like nasty, but it was kind of like they had an ick factor about it, where, like, so I'd still take that over blatant discrimination, but it, I still was very fortunate. Like, I didn't have to worry about losing my home or my family. It was basically, even the most homophobic of them were just like, "I don't want to think about it, but I still love you."
Well, nobody
Well,
ever
but
talked to me
before-
about sex growing up, so for me, the revelation was finding out that there were people who weren't bi. Because by the
Well-
time I found that out, I'd already had a girlfriend and a boyfriend.
I was like raised with two, I guess, lesbian aunts. One of them was my dad's cousin, and the other one, I don't know, did they ever actually full on get married? I guess they must have at some point. But Donna and Judith, I was raised with them as just part of the family from the beginning, from the first of my memories. I don't remember a time when there weren't gay people in my life. So, when I was like realizing, hey, lesbian over here, it wasn't a big deal to me or my family. No one gave a shit except for Uncle Eddie, but don't get me started on him.
I mean, I just, it really sucks because, like, sometimes I feel bad about, the fact that I have, I had privileges that others didn't. It's like, I'm in a heterosexual relationship. It doesn't erase my bisexuality, but it means that, like, if someone just on the street were to see me, they wouldn't think, "Oh, there's a queer," I mean, people who know me know, because I'm not quiet about it. I'm fucking loud and proud in my queerness. But again, like, not everybody has that. Like, you would just glance over me like homophobes if they didn't know any better, and like, I didn't lose my family coming out. Like, even if it had some awkward conversations, that was the worst of it. And, like, you can have awkward conversations even if you're not LGBT. So, like, it was a non-issue.
Well, I
Like-
mean, you want to talk about privileges people have that others don't. I mean, I was raised in the Burlington area of Vermont, Bernie Sanders country. We may not have been the first state with gay marriage, but we did have those civil unions first. So I'm pretty used to a tolerant environment.
Mm-hmm.
Just saying.
Bernie was my guy. Like, I went from fucking independent to Democrat just so that I could vote for Bernie in the primary, because fucking closed primary state in Florida,
Yeah.
which I fucking hate. Closed primaries are just so fucking undemocratic. I hate it.
Wow.
Well, no, I understand why the primaries exist as they do. The closed primaries, you are in a particular organization deciding who you're going to put forward as your representative. I get that.
Well, but
Actually-
understanding it doesn't make it less shitty.
The biggest reason for the closed primary is because they don't want people from the opposing party voting in their primary and slanting the results against the candidate their party really favors.
But
I
you
mean,
could always
that
just make it
cuts
so that,
both ways, doesn't it?
and not to mention the fact that you make it so that you can only vote, in one primary. It's like, so if you vote in the Republican primary, you can't vote in the Democratic, and vice versa. That means that anybody that did want to do that, they'd have to give up on the chance of getting the candidate they want on their side. But there's so many more like people with no party affiliation or independents that don't get to vote in the primaries at all.
Mhm.
That's not good.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
that's part of the closed primary. Like here in the state of Florida, if you are not a registered Democrat, you cannot vote in the Democratic primary. So if you are an independent or have no party affiliation, you are not allowed to vote in the primaries in this state.
Yeah.
Same in Pennsylvania.
Well, I understand how that works. But what usually happened, or I shouldn't say usually, but what often happened with the open primaries is whichever party has an incumbent candidate, everybody knows their primary doesn't matter. The incumbent's going to get the nomination. So that's when they can pile on a lot of people into the opposing party's primary. I'm
We
not
might have
saying
gotten
it's
Bernie
right. I'm
Sanders
just
at that
saying that's
point.
the theory behind it.
Well, I don't think it's right that the incumbent fucking wins every time. I don't want Joe Biden again as president. I want someone
Thank
actually
you.
progressive.
Thank you.
I agree
Like-
with you, but yeah, the chance of that happening is pretty slim.
Well, yeah, but my point
don't
is
know,
that
do-
it's fucking bullshit. It's not happening. I'm like I'm not saying, oh, let's do something to make it happen. I'm saying
You're fucking
that's crap.
octogenarian or near octogenarian. Like a rematch of Trump v. Biden, like just fucking kill me now. Like
Yeah.
honestly.
You think you could?
There's no guarantee Trump can run, though.
You think you could get me elected?
No.
You don't have the money in order to win. Like you need a fuck ton of money.
Well, that
And it's like, I
seriously,
hate to
the
say it,
voters
but-
would never elect somebody who prefers Linux.
At this point, like, and I know that this is ageist, but like, as much as I love Bernie, like, I would not want him running again,
I mean-
for presidency, even though, unlike Trump and Biden, whose butter's slipping off the noodle, like, Bernie is still fucking peak. Like, he is still very sharp. But it doesn't change the fact of the matter that, old wealthy white dudes, even Bernie, like I don't want old wealthy white dudes anymore. Like I want someone younger than 70 fucking years old.
See, the problem is, though, that I want the correct politics, and I don't give a damn who they come from. That's the thing, is I really don't care who's doing the right thing, as long as it's the right thing.
And I agree. And again, like if Bernie did throw us out in the ring, I would support him, but I would hope or wish for a candidate that is younger with Bernie's policies. Like that is my ideal situation.
Yeah, it is. It's just, we never get that. It never happens. AOC was supposed to be, I know she couldn't have run yet, but she was supposed to be that, and she seems to be a little more paper tigery than I'd like.
Yeah.
Actually, AOC could run because she would be 35 before the 2024
No, I
election.
meant last time.
Yeah.
Last time she couldn't run.
Okay, yeah.
But I mean,
she's
the point
okay.
is that, well, she's
Yes,
but
Katie
that's the
Porter.
point, that she's only okay.
I
I'm
want
fucking
Katie
tired
Porter.
of voting for only okay.
No, Kate. I'm with Brian Stevens. I want Katie Porter to run. She is fucking phenomenal. She is a flaming dragon tiger with her little fucking whiteboard taking people to task. She is everything I hoped AOC would be. I fucking love Katie Porter so goddamn much, and I want her to run for president.
All right.
Well, one thing we
I
have to
think I
pay
know who that
attention to
is.
is
What?
that, yeah, there's a good chance we'll get Biden again. But who is he going to pick for his vice president? Because
I hope not.
it's not small odds that if he gets elected, he won't be able to fulfill his term and he'll have to step down at some point.
Yeah, but
I'm
how can
hoping
he
that Harris does
possibly
not get the
justify
nod.
ditching Kamala? You know, like how can he possibly justify that? I mean, number one, first female and black vice president. Are you kidding me? I mean, like that would be such bad optics to not have her as the running mate again. But at
But
the same time, her
She got
politics
yeeted
are
under the
rotten.
bus.
Her politics
got-
are awful.
And she got yeeted under the bus, giving her the border issue. You know, that was kind of tying her up to be the sacrificial lamb.
So, I mean, I don't see how. I really don't want her as president. I really, really don't want her as president.
But like, I want Katie Porter and Jamal Bowman. Like, I want that ticket.
I don't know Jamal Bowman.
Yeah, I don't know anything about him either.
All right, here, give me a second. I will pull up his site. Give me one sec.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, and Brian Stevens is saying he could justify it by her lack of performance as a VP.
All right, well,
And
fair enough, I guess. I mean, I can't remember the last time until very recently, like last couple of days, that I heard her mentioned at all.
Yeah, well, I could see him picking someone else and, pacifying her with promising her, some other position in the administration or nominating her to be a federal judge or something.
I mean, that would probably help the optics anyway. I mean, I'm not saying that he would ever dismiss her actually because of her race, but it would look like it.
Yeah, no, but that's what I mean. I could see him appointing her to be like a federal district judge or something.
Yeah, that would
Say, well,
definitely
she's not
smooth that
available, so
over.
we need someone else for VP.
That you're right. That would smooth that over.
But basically, I mean, Jamal Bowman, he's a representative for New York's 16th congressional district. And he is very solidly progressive. And like, he also is not afraid to fucking like throw hands, at least verbally. Like, there was an article the other day where he basically told Marjorie Taylor Greene to get her ass back to Washington and stop, like, basically running around being obnoxious. And so it's like, having a black man and a white woman, like, while I don't care about their identities, it's still something for those that do care about their identities. But Katie Porter and Jamal Bowman both are scrappers. They are fighters, that they care about the working class, about like the housing crisis, about rising cost of healthcare. They are very much Bernie-crats.
Good. Well, you know what? I don't ever again want to hear the fucking bullshit term bipartisanship. Not ever again.
Yeah. No, the only time we get bipartisanship is when they agree to fuck us all over.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we haven't seen any real bipartisanship for 50 years. Before that, there were cases where they actually did things that were good for the country regardless.
Probably like what, before the Southern strategy, when the parties were not quite as divided?
Well, like I say, it's been like 50 years since we've seen it. So, mid-70s. Yeah, before the Reagan era, basically.
But
Reagan
Yeah,
era
and
really
the thing
polarized
is,
things.
like, I started first grade in 1980, so I really only remember Reagan as like the first one. Now, I was around for Jimmy Carter. I don't remember.
I was
Jimmy
not even
Carter at all.
born when you started first
Hello,
grade.
I'm back.
I was not even born. My parents were married in 1980, and I was born in 1986. So
Wow,
you were in middle
okay.
school when I was born.
I was 6
Crazy
years old when
pants,
you were
huh?
born.
Yeah, I've raised kids older than all three of you.
Can you say hi?
Yeah, well, I don't know. Whatever my age may be, I'm not old.
Gotta wait for them to.
I'm not old either.
Mhm.
Old is always defined as 5 years more than my current age.
Well, I just mean state of mind. I mean, I keep like making jokes about it, saying I'm a complete child, but some part of me just totally is.
Yeah, Brian Stevens said that Kamala would be a good Secretary of State.
Not really sure what the Secretary of State even does.
Their primary role is being a diplomat to go on diplomatic visits when the president can't.
Oh, that's it?
Well, that's the most visible thing they do.
And signing passports.
Well, what about all that filing and Xeroxing that secretaries usually do? Waka
Fuck
waka.
off,
Oh,
Kate.
come on. I think that
I love
every time.
you.
You should hear what I think every time British people talk about like minister of this and minister of that. I mean, seriously, those things go through my head and there's nothing I can do about it.
So
Actually, the one I always found most interesting is that in the US, if you hire a solicitor, you can get thrown in jail for it. And in Britain, you hire a solicitor to get you out of jail.
So I was on a stream last Sunday, and afterwards I ended up talking to Noodle for a while, and they're a Brit, and we ended up talking about Massachusetts and where I'm originally from. And I was like, yeah, no, I was born in Worcester. And she was like, you're the first American I've ever met that knows how to say that. And I was like, yeah, and it's Leicester. And then we were laughing about people who say Worcester or Leicestershire. And it's like, no, there's no fucking H in it. It's Leicester, Worcester. Not
Worcester.
hard.
You have to admit, though, it does look like Worcester, at least.
Yes, but people add a random silent non-existent H though. I've heard Worcester so many times. And I'm like, where's the H?
There is a Worcester in Vermont as well, so I'm used to it, but
It's Worcester. Worcester and Leicester, because in Massachusetts, a lot of the cities are named after fucking places in the UK.
oh yeah,
So-
there was no skull sweat lost on naming places in New England. New
Yeah,
England.
no. Yeah, New York.
Yeah,
instead
New
of Yorkshire,
Jersey,
it's
yeah,
just New York.
Hampshire. Although it's weird, I seem to remember like there's a Hampshire or a Hampshire or something where like sometimes it has the P, sometimes it doesn't, like Thompson and Thompson.
Mhm.
I'm just saying.
I'm trying to remember if there was a
Yeah.
Sussex. I'm sure there is in somewhere in Massachusetts because again, they stole all of the town names.
I'm pretty sure that most of the place names in the Midwest are the result of an English map maker trying to write down a French explorer mispronouncing what a native told him it was called.
That sounds about right.
Well, I love that there's a town right nearby called Winooski, which, sounds Polish, but it's actually like, I think, Abenaki or something for red onion. Or is it red onion or purple onion? I can never remember now.
Well, I know the city and county, the Sarasota in Florida is actually just a made up name to try and sound Indian or Native American.
Yeah, and then you've got other areas like fucking Okeechobee, which, the big ass hole, the lake, the giant ass lake in south
Yeah.
of Florida is Lake Okeechobee.
Yeah, I know that one.
I've been there once.
I've been there before.
And then you go up to Georgia where there's Valdosta, Georgia, and so Valdosta onions, like they're the sweet onions, and it's kind of like how you can't call sparkling wine champagne unless it comes from like certain areas in France. Otherwise, it's just sparkling wine, even though it's the same exact thing. It just doesn't come from that one spot. It's the same thing with Valdosta onions. If they're not grown in that area and there's something in the soil that makes them extra sweet. So even sweet onions grown elsewhere will not taste the same as Valdosta onions, and they only grow in that one part of Georgia.
Hmm.
I had somebody telling me that you can't call it cheddar cheese unless it comes from Somerset, England.
Well, I
I'm
have
not sure on
this-
I
that
don't know
one.
about that one.
I had this funky honey that was made from like these. I think it might be clover on Pitcairn Island or something, and it really tastes very different. It's hard to explain. It's almost like it's got berries in it, but it's just straight up honey.
Yeah, I like clover honey. My favorite honey is peach honey, where it's basically gathered from the bees are kept basically near peach trees, and
Yep.
it has this subtle sweetness and light peachiness. Like it doesn't taste like peach, but it gives you like that feeling of the taste. Like it's really hard to describe, but peach
Yeah.
honey is one of my all-time favorite things.
I have
Well,
to be careful with the
I
honey.
gather that the damn it, I had something and lost it. Never mind.
I have to be careful with the honey because I'm allergic to clover, and I will have a reaction from clover honey. But if it's apple blossom honey, I'm fine with it.
Oh, that's right. I bet that the place with the one you were talking about, Kitty, gets a lot of like scientists going there to buy dishware. You know, the peach tree dishes.
I hate you,
Mhm.
you stupid cunt. I love you. I hate you.
I know.
You know, funny thing
And
is,
I love the fact that I can call you a stupid cunt and you know that it is with all the love in the world. And you don't get your panties in a twist over it because you know I'm just joking.
Well, I'm friends with Stool, so you know.
Fair. Like if you could put up with him, I mean, you can pretty much put up with anything.
There you
Yeah,
go.
I got used to being called a cunt when I was hanging around with the Australians too much. So
Mhm.
Yes, cunt is a term of endearment 90% of the time for me. Like there's only one person I call a cunt and actually mean it like in a derogatory like way, and that is my mother-in-law because fuck her. But other
Bush
than that,
Jr.,
why would
Bush
cunt be a
Jr.,
derogatory
Hillary Clinton.
thing? Cunts are beautiful and delicious.
I mean, you're not wrong.
Mm. Well, you know, it's weird now that I think about it, because you were talking about your mother-in-law. I don't remember ever seeing in like a sitcom or something where like the wife hates her father-in-law. It's always the mother-in-law unless it's the husband who hates his father-in-law. You never see the wife hating her father-in-law. What's that about?
Honestly, probably part of it is like, I don't know, like a low key Oedipus thing where it's like the mom is like, you know, like a little bit. Well, I mean, it's not technically Oedipus because that was a whole separate thing, but where like the mom is like hyper focused on the son and doesn't
Yeah.
like think anybody's good enough for her baby kind of thing.
I
And
think
then with the
that's
father-in-law,
exactly
it's a dominance thing because women are property, and so you know you're fighting over your property with this other male.
it. Although
So
one of the best digs I ever heard was this couple was in an argument and she was saying that, why can't you ever say anything good about my relatives? And the guy paused for a minute and said, well, okay, I will say that your in-laws are much better than my in-laws.
okay, so that reminds me of a joke my aunt told me yesterday. Where you've got a husband and wife, they're arguing and they're driving down the road and there's a big group of donkeys, jackasses off to the side of the road. And the wife turns to the husband and says, are they relatives of yours? And it's like, yeah, in-laws.
That's what they're telling bad family jokes. How you can tell you, which one likes you more, or your wife or your dog? Lock them both in a trunk for 6 hours and see which one's happy to see you when you let them out.
That's funny.
It's funny. For some reason, from the phrasing, I pictured putting them both in the back of a car together and letting them like fight it out.
I mean, fight to the
don't
death,
know.
Why
Yeah,
not?
I guess it depends on the dog, doesn't it? I mean, it could be a yap dog. It could be like an attack dog. You don't know.
But and as far as like the person that would have been my father-in-law died before Michael and I got together. So, but considering I get along well with like his family members, the people that I've met from his side of the family, I think I would have gotten along with him a lot better but I'll never know because again, not alive, can't tell for sure. But I'm pretty sure that he and I would have gotten along a lot better than I get along with the mother-in-law.
I got some
Hmm.
skis.
You got some skis.
Wilhelm,
Well, I did have that situation
Wilhelm
with a
says
woman and her kids I lived with for 3 years. That, her mother just didn't want me around at all.
People-
Mostly I was the wrong religion.
Hmm.
Of course, then again, I ran into that too, that with my late fiance, I was the wrong color. But she hated her mother anyway, so it wasn't really an issue with her.
People says, I don't like doing this. Would it be horrible of me to beg? Because I don't know that I'm going to find my glasses again.
Oh, you lost your glasses now?
Somewhere, it has to be somewhere in the apartment. And this is horrible the way these things are going. I had them in the apartment, and now I can't find them.
Well, if you know some of these things are in your apartment, then getting somebody to help you clean up might be the solution to finding a lot of these things.
Yeah,
Well,
I mean that seems the best, most
That's why
logical.
That's why I'm doing this the way I'm doing it.
On the other hand, it could be haunted.
It could be. I won't
Gremlins.
discount that.
Mm.
Gremlin's
Brownies.
favorite joke is to steal things and return them as soon as you've replaced them.
Yeah, huh?
I swore
Yeah.
back in high school that my backpack had a black hole, a white hole, and a pen stealing fairy because random things would go missing from my bag, the black hole. Pens would always go missing, the pen stealing fairy, and random things would show up like fucking trading cards and like money would just randomly appear in my bag. And I'm like, okay.
Yeah, sounds like you just had a pack rat coming into your bag and trading things.
See,
My,
I've never done this, but I kind of want to go into like a supermarket or something and, just look for carts that are unattended and surreptitiously throw random items into them, a pack of condoms, some lube, whatever, just so they get to the register and all of a sudden it's like, what the fuck? I didn't do that.
Okay, so I might need to make a little confession here.
Yeah.
I kind of did something like that. There was this woman that she was like obnoxiously evangelical, like, and went on like some little. This is before like smartphones were everywhere. She went on some like tirade against a fucking queer couple that were holding hands, and like so. While she wasn't paying attention, I did tuck condoms and lube in her basket underneath her stuff. And then I low key kind of followed behind afterwards and watched her be mortified at the register, and that made my fucking day.
In that instance, I fully approve.
Well,
Like, she didn't have to buy them; like they got put back and everything like that, And
yeah.
it was a minor inconvenience to the staff, of having to put those items
Yeah.
back. But the mortification on her face,
Totally
like
worth it.
I'm chaotic neutral, so it's like I will do not nice things, but you got to kind of earn it,
Yeah.
Well,
I would
okay,
wonder how
I
many
have to
people
admit,
would not
though-
even notice when it's being rung up and not notice it until they get home and they're unpacking things.
I'm a little jealous of some of the memes out there that people have made of like text message pranks or whatever they've pulled. Now, ordinarily, I'm very nice, but when somebody sent me a text message that was meant for somebody else, I saw an opportunity that I had to take because how often will it come up? Right. So basically it was like, oh, I look forward to seeing you at like 1:30 or whatever. We'll meet at the restaurant. That says, it'll be great. Me and Tom want to see you and all that. And I was like, oh, sorry, I forgot to tell you I have to cancel. My cat has scurvy, which I did not think anyone for a minute would take seriously. Not for a minute. But I didn't hear back and didn't think anything of it until about 3 that afternoon when I got a message saying, very funny, asshole. And I just wrote back, meaner. like they did actually respond beforehand saying, "Oh gosh, I'm so sorry. I hope your cat is okay." But I never for a second
pretty funny.
thought that anyone would take my cat has scurvy seriously.
Okay, I'm
That is
looking at
pretty funny though.
I'm looking at a maid cleaning service, Made on the Spot in Pittsburgh, and they have $85 per hour plus taxes.
How
And
much
they
an hour?
85 per hour plus
Oh.
tax. And they do have a gift card option here. So
Yeah. One of the things, if we're contacting these cleaning services, is you have to make them aware that this is going to be a fairly heavy cleaning operation.
yeah,
We're not just talking about somebody to come in and dust and vacuum, which is really basically what a lot of these cleaning services, that's all they do.
well, I think this one does. If I remember correctly, they do deep cleaning. I was looking.
I mean,
see.
we would just have to have like somebody like reach out, explain the situation,
Yeah.
and then if everybody like chipped in 20, 25
Oh yeah,
bucks,
no,
like
I'm
we
just
could
saying
easily
that
do it.
yeah, we have to make sure the situation's explained when we're booking them,
Yes,
and not that somebody shows up and it's a much bigger job than they were prepared to do.
exactly.
Yeah.
Because like with Diana's health and everything, like it's hard to keep up on the cleaning and everything, and we need
Oh,
to
here we are.
we need
Why
to
do-
get this situated.
Why do you recommend the deep cleaning for all new customers? So they actually do deep cleaning for a first-time customer.
And the hard thing with this though, I heard you say 85 an hour.
Yeah. And that's
I
what
don't
I'm
have
saying.
that kind of-
No, I didn't say you pay. I'm saying maybe we can help chip in and put the money together. Is what we were talking about.
Yeah, we know you can't afford it right now, but if we all chip in, we can get it done. Like it's it seems like a lot of money for
yeah.
one person, but if you have 5 or 10 people tossing in, $20, most people $20 is not going to make or break them.
Yep.
you
That's what
know.
that's what I'm looking.
Well, I know we can raise the money for Diana, especially if it's for a very specific thing that people know exactly what the money's going for.
and that's
Then
what I was,
people are good about that. They don't mind donating.
yeah, and that's why I was looking at the gift card, because if we can get the money together, then we can just put it into the gift card and send Diana the gift card, so she'll have the gift card to pay for it.
Yeah, that sounds
Yep.
perfect.
That's a good approach, because then she also doesn't run into any problems with reporting it to social services or that.
Yeah. Let me just give you the link to what I'm looking at here, and you can just consider what you think. Maybe we can call them up and talk to them a little bit more. There's a link to what I'm looking at. Apparently, they have 5 stars on the Google Map thing, so apparently they have good ratings. I just said they recommend the deep cleaning for first-time customers always. So that might be so there. We can also still point out places a total disaster area.
Yeah.
But you can contact them right there.
Oh.
Yeah, this is something we can do to help you, Diana.
Yeah, I wish I could drive down there and do it myself, but just between my medical and Sloth Girls, I just can't make that kind of trip now. I can't be gone for a full week.
So if anybody can contact them and see how much we'll be running cost wise. How many rooms are in your apartment there, Diana?
Well, it's living room, kitchen, and one
Officially-
bedroom.
Oh, wait.
Okay.
So it's a pretty small apartment, but yeah, it's hard to estimate how many hours it's going to be to.
Yeah, it is pretty messy, so we have to figure.
Oh God. Ow. 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 Oh, it's not muted? Oh, okay.
But even if we can only get them for an hour, like a couple hours, I'm sure that would still go a
Yes.
long way.
Now I have
Yeah.
officially I have 3 rooms. I have a bedroom, a living room, and a kitchen.
Okay.
Yep.
Oh God, I want to die. Please, I want to die. Please.
So we'd just be looking at a one-time customer thing because it would be 85 per hour plus the taxes. We don't know exactly how long it would be. We can probably assume several hours at least.
I'm
Yeah. Well,
I'm going to guess a full day.
yeah, even before we go to a paid one, though, Diane, I still think that if you bug the social services and that, there may be the possibility that with your disability, they may approve somebody to come in and help you clean. That would not be at your cost. You know, Sloth Girl's got that approved for someone to do that, to come in once a week to help her with the chores.
So it's a matter of just bugging them until they do it, huh?
Pretty much. It's making a lot of phone calls, and yeah, it's a frustrating process. I know.
Are you sure? I'm not really sure if Diana would be up to be able to do that at the moment.
Yeah. Okay. Well.
You don't understand how much I just want to give up. I want to give up.
I know.
I want it over.
I do understand.
Well, and I wish that, there was more we could do for you. Unfortunately, without like a power of attorney or something, we can't even make the phone calls for you.
No, not that kind of give up. The other kind of give up. Could you just shoot me in the
Yeah,
head?
I know.
please?
Yes,
I
we
know
know
what
what
you're
you're
saying.
talking
We know what
about.
talking about, Diana, and I've been in that place before too. I have. And it can feel like you're drowning, suffocating, that there's no hope, no way out. I understand.
I understand that you have health problems as well. I don't know how you do it. Oh.
Find something that matters to you or someone. You have people that care about you, people that have and are willing to drive across the country to be there for you, people willing to help you relocate elsewhere because you matter to them.
People willing to give you body parts.
When it comes down to it, you have found family here that care about you, that love you, and are there for you. And you need to take strength from that. What got me through and what continues to help me plug along every single day is my reason, and that's my son. Deadass, I will tell you, if anything were to happen to him, I would not exist in this world without him. So he is my sole reason, and you just need to find yours. Find something that brings you joy, something that makes you happy, something you enjoy doing, people you enjoy talking to and being around. Right now, it is worse because you are isolated and alone and hundreds or thousands of miles away from the people that care about you. Having conversations like this is great, but it is not the same as person to person in contact. And if you can just tough it out for now until we can get you relocated, be it to New York or be it to, is it Michigan or Minnesota that you're in, Perp?
I'm in Minnesota now. I was in
Minnesota.
Michigan 3 years ago.
So be it New York or Minnesota, like it doesn't matter. Like both of those places would be better for you as a trans woman with medical issues. Like I think Minnesota would be better personally, but that's a whole other thing. You just need to kind of just grin and bear it, like bite down on the leather until we can get you out of where you are. Because once you're closer to your found family, the people that care about you, it will get easier because it's, not as untenable to drive across town to help you when you need something like a doctor's appointment or help cleaning up or changing a fire alarm battery. Like when it's just across town, that's one thing. It's not having to go several states away. And as soon as you actually have people that you can sit down and share a meal with, that you can actually physically touch, even if you don't touch them, just that proximity. It's like, think of it this way. You could be sitting in a house and you have a car. The car could be sitting in the driveway and you don't touch it for weeks because there's nowhere you really want to go. But the minute that car stops working, that's when you start feeling trapped because you no longer have that freedom to just go when you want to. Even if you weren't going anywhere in the first place, having that taken away, like that sense of freedom, that sense of comfort and peace, like it can be devastating. And isolation, like as somebody who deals with chronic pain but also was in an abusive marriage that I was isolated from everybody I cared about, that fucking nearly destroyed me.
Also try and concentrate on one problem at a time. You've been focusing on everything all at once, and that's really overwhelming.
Yes, that was the next point I was going to get to. But
Yep.
Just you have to take it one day at a time, and you have people that are trying to help you get out. You have to be willing to accept the help.
Yeah, stop acting like you don't deserve it.
Yeah, that too.
Well, this is actually what I'm working on with my therapist right now, is basically with my therapist setting me up to try and break things down into manageable steps. So like after my last session, I've got a note card with 3 things I have to do before the next time I see her. And it's basic stuff to get my apartment cleaned up. Just because I'm not getting to it on my own, so, the therapist is going to help me with this.
When you get overwhelmed, your brain can kind of short circuit and you just freeze up and panic sets in.
Yeah, I've been through that.
The fact of the matter is it's not hopeless. Things can and will get better.
I know you think it is hopeless. Yes, the isolation, the loneliness, that can be fixed. It's the neck pain. There's a possibility that we can get treatment for that to make that manageable. Well, the memory loss, we don't know what's going on with it right now. That could possibly be something that could be fixed still.
And even that's not the worst thing, especially if you have people close by that are there for you. Like, it may seem overwhelming right now, but if we just take it one step at a time, we just one foot in front of the other, one day at a time, one step at a time. Lean on your friends for help. That is what we are here for. You deserve love. You deserve care and compassion, and you deserve to live in the best possible, most comfort possible way. You deserve that.
That's been taken away from me.
Take it back. It's within your power to do so.
And we're here
Lean
to
on the
help.
people that are here to help you. You're
No
not alone.
I've lost.
You're not alone. You may be isolated right now because you're hundreds or thousands of miles away from everybody, but you're not alone. You're not fighting alone. Think of it this way. When dealing with chronic illness or chronic pain, you are going into battle every single day. Your friends can be your armor, your shield, your weapon to help you fight. You just have to be willing to lean on them. And they are gleefully offering. You have a whole group of people that are like, Diana, please let us help share your burden. Let us help you carry these weights.
I just spent some time finding a way to help you fix your apartment up. No, it's not, and that might not even be the only solution we have.
That's just the first one that came to mind. With a little bit more time, clunking heads together, we will figure this out. And again, like, worst comes to worst, if I absolutely had to, like, my crippled ass would get in my car and I would drive to fucking Pittsburgh, like, and I would come and help you if you needed help packing to go, to either Minnesota or New York. Like, I will help you.
Yeah,
And I'm one of many.
I'm sure that, if Diana says she's ready to move, that we could probably get a couple of people who could each stop in there for, a couple of days each to help her pack up.
Mhm. I would leave my son at my parents' house for a couple of days. And I would do like a long weekend, and come help pack everything up. And, then somebody else could take over for driving the moving truck wherever it needs to go, but
Well,
I
I
could
have
help load up
already
the
said
U-Haul.
that I would show up there with a U-Haul, even if I have to put it on my own credit card.
Yeah, no. And like,
What
again,
I really don't have any anymore. They've disappeared.
Yeah, but I'm sure that's not going to be necessary because I know that this community would come together and cover your moving expenses.
yes. And warm bodies to help you. Like, again, Diana, you have a support network. I think the biggest issue is you feel guilty leaning on said support network, and you need to cut that shit out right now.
You do. I mean, honestly, I've been doing this probably more than most of you, trying to convince Diana that she's worthy of help, and it's getting old. Just saying.
No. Can't have the candy.
But I mean, here's the thing. Like, it is very easy to fall into a negative mindset of feeling undeserving of love and support. Like, that is what happened with my ex-husband. The cage I built in my own mind was stronger than, my abuser's cage. And I did get into that mindset of like, I don't deserve better. Like, this is all things will ever be. Like, I'm not worth it. I should just fade away, and stop being a burden on others because that's all I'll ever be.
I was in the same situation with my ex.
What you don't understand, I do believe that I am worth better. I do believe.
Yeah, I do get.
Okay.
I do get
But
this.
it's not available.
Well, that's why we're trying to present
you
some options to help
relocate.
you improve your situation.
My
Yeah,
kidneys are dead, for example. I mean, I deserve kidney function so I could
Yes.
do
And that's
things
another-
without bleeding into a machine every other day.
And that's another thing that
But
can
that's
be fixed.
impossible.
That's another thing that can be fixed, though, especially if we
We can
get
get
you
you-
to New York or Minnesota, where the healthcare is better, and you'll have better protections as a trans woman, especially in Minnesota.
We have the possibility of getting you a new kidney someday.
unfortunately-
And we're getting you
Minnesota-
closer to the border if we need to get you refugee status to flee the country and go to Canada.
Okay. Minnesota is not an immediate option because it would require her to be put on a waiting list of unknown time. So, that's at some point in the future. It's not something that can be done on short notice.
Well,
So it's-
at the very
so-
least, the process should be started
Right.
now.
Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, we should start the process as soon as we can. But, maybe going and staying with Amiga Nuts, until something opens up here, until an apartment's available here for you.
They'll give you the time and at least some company in the meantime.
And trust me, not being isolated, like actually being physically able to sit in a room with a person will do amazing things for your mental health. Like, again,
Okay, wait a
this
minute.
is better than nothing, but it is not the same. We are social creatures.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, even at Stool, how much better he's doing nowadays with Math Pig than when he was living alone.
Okay, no, I don't want to say the wrong thing. But the way you just been talking, honey, does that mean that living donor has been ruled out.
The problem for me at this point is that they want to do everything in Pittsburgh, and I don't think I can commit
Okay.
to being away that much time.
Okay, I understand.
You know, yeah, if they could let me do all the testing stuff here, then I could do it.
Okay, I got it.
But it's sounding like there would be multiple trips that I would have to be in Pittsburgh for several weeks at a time.
Yeah, and
Yeah, so I had been hoping that somebody else was going to step up for that because with my own issues and with taking care of Sloth Girl, I really can't be gone that much.
What's your blood type, Diana?
A+.
Well, one of the things though with the donor program is that you don't necessarily have to be a match for Diana. That if you're willing to donate a kidney to a stranger, then that will put her on the top of the list for when no compatible donor becomes available for her. It's what they call an exchange program.
Purple, can you send me the link for that? I'll look into it. I don't know if they'd be willing to take my kidneys, but you know, I'm willing to at least look into it and see. And fingers crossed, you know?
Yeah, I'll have to dig through my old email. I'm sure I can find the link.
If you can't, I'll see if I can't find it on my own. But I figured if you already started that process, you might have, you know, the information.
Well, I know I've got some emails from them from trying to set it up. You know, I had basically been putting it off trying to find a way to arrange it. And it's just, I feel really bad about backing out of this, but I just, when I volunteered for it was before I started transitioning and before Sloth Girl got her diagnosis.
But it's still not 100% not possible. Like, we might be able to, like, you know, move some stuff around and see.
Yeah.
Like, again, as a community, we will all come together and figure this out one way or another.
And we don't know how long else will take. So maybe in another couple of years, you will be available again.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not even sure anymore that I'm able to receive a kidney.
But right now, we focus on the immediate issues of getting where you're at to be safer and healthier, and then getting you to New York. But, you know, before we focus on, you know, getting safer and healthier, starting the process for getting you on the list for Minnesota for their programs. Because, you know, once you're there, then, you know, that would mean that Purple would be there. So, you know, that could then open up the donor thing again if it's happening in the same state. So we get you your apartment cleaned up first, get you on the list for Minnesota, then get you to Amiga Nuts and wait there until things go through and you get to Minnesota and then you get the kidney. Boom.
Yep.
Broken down into bite-sized
definitely
pieces.
a realistic
There's
scenario.
a timeline.
Yeah, that is definitely a realistic scenario. It's just a question of how long it would take.
But I mean, it'll never happen if we don't actually start taking those steps.
Well-
So the immediate thing would be applying for those programs. That should be done as soon as possible.
I already know. I've already come to the conclusion that I'm going to die waiting for a kidney. I mean, it's just the way it works. It's just the way it works.
And if that happens, that happens. However, even like if you follow the timeline I just laid out, even if that happens, you're not going to end up alone.
Yeah.
You're not going to
and-
be isolated. You will at least have people there, and that will help your mental health. Like, as someone who has been there, who has been physically and emotionally isolated and dealing with chronic health issues. For fuck's sake, my ex-husband used to take my opiate medications from me and watch me go through withdrawal because he thought it was fun. Okay? Like, I have been through some shit. And getting out of that, like actually getting around people that cared about me, that did so much more for my mental health than anything else. And if we followed the basic timeline I laid out of getting the apartment cleaned up and immediately, same time getting you started on that list for the programs in Minnesota, then we get you to New York to Amiga Nuts. And then once things become clear in Minnesota and you get bumped on that list, then you go to Minnesota and that's where you will be able to get your kidney. Even if you don't get the kidney, you're still going to be with Amiga Nuts and you're going to be with Purple and Sloth
Amiga
Girl.
Nuts is in New York.
Yep. Yes.
Yes.
Amiga Nuts is a more immediate place you can go to.
Yes. And you stay there waiting for things to open up in Minnesota. Yep. Minnesota is endgame.
And
Minnesota
Amiga Nuts
is where you
in
end
the
up.
side chat commenting on this.
Yeah. See, we have a plan. We just need you to stick to it. And it'll
the
work.
Other thing I'd like to point out, Sloth Girl's diagnosis. The odds are way against her that only 1 in 6 people survive 5 years with this. But, rather than just wallowing and giving up on it, if she's only got 5 years left, we're going to try to make that the best time she can have with that.
In the end, while it would be great to have a longer quantity of life, quality of life is the most important thing. And following this timeline improves your quality of life. And it has the bonus of getting you in a position where you have a higher likelihood of also improving your quantity of life. Because if we get you to Minnesota, then you're right there with Purple. So anything that could have prevented her from donating because of the distance and the testing and everything, all of that goes out the window. And she's then right there able to donate.
And also think about it this way: we follow this thing that Kitty laid out. We get you to Minnesota. The worst case scenario with Sloth Girl happens, and Purple's alone. Now she has you to be company.
It's a win.
Yeah, I have been telling Diana that this is not completely altruistic on my part. I have some selfish elements in this. For one thing, I sure as hell need somebody here for tech support.
And also, it has you both closer to the border. Like, Minnesota is a very pro-trans state, which is good. And if the fucking jackbooted turfs, get control and start coming, you guys, it's a hop, skip, and a jump to cross the border, as refugees. So, that is worst case end game is getting you to Canada. Best case end game is getting you to Minnesota to be neighbors with Purple, because she needs you there just as much as you need her. It is a very symbiotic thing.
And realistically, I think Minnesota will, no matter how bad things go downhill with all the anti-trans stuff, Minnesota is going to at least hold out a few years longer for having a chance for this to turn around again.
Oh, and I point out the whole thing about Purple needing you there, because I wanted to make sure you understand you are needed.
Yes.
There's nothing I have that I can supply.
That's not
yes,
true.
there is.
I mean, at the very bare minimum, it is you, your company, your companionship. That's bare minimum. But add to that tech support because you're a fucking nerdy bitch and you know all kinds of shit when it comes to computers. That's a more tangible thing that you can point to. But just your company is enough.
Yeah, you're
Purple
one
is
of the
a social
few people,
creature too.
You're one of the few people I've met who appreciates the same music I do. We've talked about some games we could be playing together. I've talked about doing some of your cooking shows with you. There's a lot of activities we could do together.
And when you do finally get to Minnesota, as a celebratory thing, I will come and visit. Deadass. I have always wanted to go to Minnesota because there's a town there named after one of my ancestors that I want to visit. And so it'd be two birds with one stone. I can knock something off my bucket list while hanging out with two of my favorite bitches online. So, we'll have a girls' day and it'll be great. Like, I would absolutely love that. So, see, like, there's a point to it all,
The thing is
Well,
here.
and
The thing
go ahead,
is,
Diana.
it's more involved than that now, because it's obvious that I need somebody around full time.
right? Which is,
And
to
I
get
would
you-
not dare to impose on any of you.
But if people are
I
offering,
don't even
Diana,
want to impose on Amiga nuts.
but they're offering. Like, you're not asking, they're offering. Okay, here's the thing. I struggle with having people do things for me. Like, it's just something like, be it pride or feeling guilty or like feeling like a burden. Like, I struggle with that, but I also realize that when somebody gives me a gift, even if like internally, like it makes me feel like all like squirmy and uncomfortable, I realize that, I didn't ask for it. And if I were to turn down that gift, it would be rude because they're doing something of their own volition, something that they want. And like, I should respect their wishes of wanting to give me something. So I accept it gracefully. The same basic principle. You're not asking Amiga Nuts for this. They are offering. And it would be rude to turn it down.
Because it's not going to take very long to find out what it means to be saddled with me full time.
Could you stop trying to find reasons why we shouldn't do this?
Yeah, it's getting old. Very old.
I understand where you're coming from.
It's a very prescient fear.
And it is very hard to shake the feeling that you are a burden to those around you. Trust me, I know. However, you are going to end up being your own worst enemy here, and you are going to lead yourself to a lot more misery and suffering by having that mindset. I know it is a very hard one to break, and there are times that I even slip in to that mentality of feeling that way, and I will spiral at times. Like, there's no fully escaping it, but there is mitigation and managing and realizing that these are irrational thoughts that you're having, and you need to set them aside and focus on listen to the words that people are telling you. If they're telling you you're not a burden, then you're not a fucking burden. Like, people are not going to lie to your face about this kind of thing.
They have already. And then when you point it out, you're wrong for it.
People want to help you. You should let them.
I mean,
Hell, you know what?
I
Think
will
of it
let
this
you-
way. Think of it this way, Diana. You could think of it like as them being selfish, like kind of like, the thoughts and prayers thing. When someone says thoughts and prayers, like it's basically something they're doing, or I'll pray for you is something they're doing to make themselves feel better. You know what? The people that want to help you, even if you want to be the most cynical about it, that they're doing it just because they want to make themselves feel better. Fuck it. Let them make themselves feel better. Like, don't think of it as something on you. Like, if you want to paint it in a negative light, think of it in that respect. It's not true, but it's better than, your current alternative.
Well, and people have been willing to help. When I took that trip down there at Thanksgiving, that wasn't just me doing that. That was people in the community donated the money for my expenses.
Why we're going to help you even if we have to do it while you're kicking and screaming.
Do I need to like fucking Google like how to make homemade chloroform? I'm kidding. It's a joke. Sort of.
Oh, God.
You don't need to Google it. I've got the formula here.
Okay,
See,
it
and
saves
this
me
is
the
why I
time.
love you. This is
Chloroform
why you're one of my
that-
ride or die bitches.
Ethanol.
Well, my sleep is so bad, I have actually considered having Sloth Girl chloroform me just so I could fall asleep some nights.
Honestly,
It
I
does a
don't
job
blame
in your
you.
liver, honey.
Yeah, that's why I haven't actually done it, but the thought has been there.
Oh, I mean, it's really
Intrusive
easy
I
thoughts,
to
can
make.
man.
understand that thought.
Well, not necessarily easy to make because the ethanol is hard to get.
Yeah, and besides that, I already got investigated when I lived in New York and was buying industrial ammonia.
I mean, yeah, kind of makes sense that they'd investigate you for that. Just saying.
Well, it was buying industrial ammonia and buying a lot of pseudoephedrine at the same time that tripped my name on a watch
They
list.
thought
so-
you were going Breaking Bad and making meth.
Exactly. So the investigator came to my door, and I had to show him in my shop that I had actually gotten a contract to build an ammonia refrigeration system.
It's just too damn bad that everybody's so afraid of everything that they have to send investigators everywhere. But
Yeah.
To be fair, a block away from the same apartment that we had lived in at first had been a house that had been busted for making meth 3 times.
I mean, yeah, then like proximity to that kind of makes sense.
Well, also when you're, farming communities, it's an easy place for them to open up meth labs. So was kind
Yeah.
of a problem in the area.
No, that makes sense. Like for me, like whenever I get a sinus thing, like I always have to like go to the pharmacy and like give them my ID because like I need the pseudoephedrine like
Yep.
when I get sinus pressure because the other shit does not work. Like I end up like fucking poisoning myself because I have to take it so often just to try to loosen up some of the pain in my head. But pseudoephedrine works like a fucking charm. Like that
Yeah,
shit's
well, that's-
magic.
Yeah, I need the pseudoephedrine because it works. And the most common one they substitute it with is the phenylphedrine, which triggers my migraines.
Yeah, phenylphedrine, like it works for like maybe an hour for me or less before like everything like comes back, and it doesn't even knock it out all the way. It just makes it more bearable. But Diana, if you look in the comments, even Amiga Nuts is dead ass saying, listen to us. They want to help. Sorry, Kate.
I should probably just turn my speakers down.
That might help.
Unfortunately for me, the only thing I found that works is Allegra. I can't remember what the actual name for it. Fexofenadine. That was it.
when I leave this apartment, I lose Section 8.
Yep.
And
you
when
need
that
to reapply
happens,
to be somewhere else.
say what?
And you would need to reapply and be on a waiting list to get Section 8 somewhere else.
Yes, and that's the problem. Is that
That's why we get you on the waiting
housing
list
would
now.
be unaffordable while I'm on that waiting list.
But if you're staying with Amiga Nuts while you're on the waiting list, you're mint. You're golden.
Right.
You're
Yeah.
good.
I don't feel right with him supporting me like that.
Whoa, who the
Two?
hell cares how you feel? Jeez, people are trying to help you. Take yes for an answer.
We were just going over this. You got to get out. You have to just accept that we're gonna be helping you, whether you like it or not.
I mean, I can think of tracks I could take that would benefit me additionally, but again, that's just using somebody.
You're not. You can't
not.
use somebody who says I'm offering this to you.
Yeah, if somebody is offering and you accept, you're not using them.
Yeah. I
Like
mean,
that-
even
that-
if you feel like you don't deserve whatever it is they're offering, fucking take it. Gift horse, mouth, don't look.
Yeah.
What happened to the sausage gravy? Where the hell did it go?
Diana, I'm going to assume that your apartment has more than one smoke detector. Now, there's probably one in the living room and one in the bedroom.
That is correct.
If they are hardwired together, did you check if the other one has a battery backup?
No, I didn't.
That's a possibility. Although it is possible the smoke detector itself is dying because they do only have a life expectancy of 7 to 10 years, and there's no way to know when that one was put in unless they put a date on it.
Well, this place was completely redone just before I moved in.
Okay.
That
How
was
long?
5 years ago.
Considering the quality of their maintenance, I want to put it past them to put in some used parts.
I remember the smoke detectors I had before the new ones I got in here were very kind of crappy, and they would start going off even without any smoke. Apparently, there's a problem with that particular brand too. I was looking up new smoke detectors, and apparently, a lot of people were having that same problem with that particular brand of smoke detector.
Yeah. Well, Sloth Girl's apartment in Michigan, she had to call me in to disable the smoke detector anytime she turned the oven on. The oven would always set it off. It didn't need any smoke.
Yeah, I often have to take the one in the living room and bring it into the back bedroom when I cook. I'm so glad I have it out there. It's just one place I did. They didn't put a smoke detector, and it kind of needed one, so I just got a regular one you stick in the wall or whatever, and I just kind of put it up on like a shelf.
That's been another improvement with this apartment. In 3 years, I've only had one false alarm from the smoke detector, and that actually was when there was something scorched on the bottom of the oven.
There were a couple of idiots in my building a little while ago who tried to deep fry chicken in their apartment and set off the fire alarm in the middle of December at night in Vermont. Not happy with those two.
Yeah,
Just saying.
I have had a few false alarms with ones I currently in, but I think it's because dust got into one of them from the bird room, and it was setting it off.
Mine was when a pizza had dripped cheese directly onto the heating element.
I like my air fryer.
Once I took a air can of air and just kind of sprayed it a little bit, it stopped.
Yeah, Kate, I've tried fried air, and it's just not very satisfying, not filling at all.
Purple beat me to it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Yeah,
what about
see, the
fried
problem
butter?
is you all think you're funny.
They're the same caliber jokes you tell.
My mom was so good at
my jokes are quality bad. No, but you want to talk about air?
Okay, so that's a thing I didn't know existed.
Yeah.
One bag, free Trump air.
Yeah, I took a picture of that at my parents' place. It's a real thing. It's not Photoshop.
That makes me wonder if we should start, packaging air now since the climate is going to hell. Maybe in 10 years we can be selling breathable air.
Yeah.
Well, it wouldn't be a terrible idea.
It would be like that Spaceballs, the canned air.
Yep.
Or the Lorax.
Oh, Diana, are you watching the side chat?
Not closely. I lost my
Amiga Nuts is
glasses.
being
I
darling.
can't see very well.
Amiga Nuts said, I want my sister Diana here. Stop being stubborn.
There, you see that? We will help you whether I have to do it while you're kicking and screaming.
Yeah, people have just decided they're going to give a damn, like it or not.
I don't have enough friends to allow any of them to die.
Yeah.
I wish that chirping would stop.
I understand how totally annoying and infuriating that gets, especially when it goes on for days.
Mm-hmm.
I'm guessing that it's going to go on for at least a week.
I've nearly busted up a smoke detector for that.
Well,
As you said, honey, the maintenance around here isn't all that great.
okay, even with that being hardwired, there's probably a little clip on the cord. You could probably unplug it.
Yeah, but I don't know what else it would do to the circuit.
Oh, it wouldn't do anything to it. It's just disconnecting the smoke alarm. It's like unplugging any other appliance. I mean, if it's chirping like that, it probably wouldn't work anyway, so.
I want.
Gesundheit.
Danke. I want warmth, sunshine.
Well, we're coming into that season.
I mean, it's already in the fucking 80s plus here. But you don't want to come to Florida. It is a very anti-trans state.
Yeah, especially while DeSantis is in
Well,
charge.
even here, we've been flirting with 70 all week.
Yeah,
We've
not
gotten up
here
to
in
70 a
Vermont.
couple of days.
You're in Vermont. I mean, don't get me wrong. The last couple of days have been pretty nice. Like it's 69 degrees out there right now. But prior to that, like days before that, it was like, in the 30s and 40s still.
Hey, in Upper Michigan last week, my mom got another 5 inches of snow.
Looking up the why does hardwire and smoke detectors chirp? A dead backup battery, dust inside the detector, or malfunctioning old detector.
Yep.
I can't
Well, that's
find
what I
a
was-
backup battery.
Well, that's why I was saying that if it
Yes.
doesn't have a backup battery, it's probably just that the element in it is going out.
Yeah. Also, you also check the other one, like Purple said. So there might be the battery might be in that one.
Yeah. If they're hardwired together and only one of them has a battery backup, it would make either of them beep if the battery's going low.
Yeah, I know mine. I mean, if one goes off, they'll all go off.
Like the opposite of Christmas lights.
Yeah, kind of the opposite of Christmas is. Yeah.
Yep. Hey, kiddo.
Which also makes it really pain in the ass. That's
Okay.
why I need to find the problem with one of them.
He says he can't hear the people that are talking, so he wants to say hello. So
Sure.
Hello.
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 How are you?
Good.
Only good. I expect better than that.
Hey.
You got any new
Alright.
Legos to show off?
he say, "Hi, Miss Diana."
Hi, Miss Diana.
Hello.
All right, you done? You ready to go back to playing with your Legos?
Yep.
I want.
And he's
want-
ready to go back to Lego.
I
really-
finally found. Oh, go ahead, Diana.
I want an early 1960s spring.
Okay.
Spring was better back in 1962.
Yeah.
I wouldn't know.
I
Nor
wasn't
would
around.
I.
Well, that's why I said 62. It was before I was born.
Oh.
My tongue is pink.
1962. I was 4 to 5 years old.
In 1962, my mom was like 3. So
Well, I was born in 64, so 62, my sister right before me was born.
it's just a certain feeling I have when I think back to them. When I think about the temperature,
Yep.
the tiny bit of snow that was still on the ground, melting away. While I sat on the swing.
Sounds way too cold.
And doing the math, it looks like my mom would have been 10 years old in 1962.
Hmm. Gosh, it's like 4:45 already. It feels like it's still morning.
Yeah, it does. I almost feel like I should get another coffee.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, well, I don't function on the schedule any of you have. Well, I don't function on a schedule at all, but so I've only been up for about 2.5 hours.
I have not been sleeping well. Like, I've been waking up like every hour or two at night.
Yeah, well, today I just realized that I didn't have any appointments. Nobody was expecting anything of me. So for once, it didn't really matter how long I laid in bed. And I purposely do not have a clock in my bedroom, so I never know what time it is or whether or not I'm supposed to get up if I don't set an alarm.
Well, I don't even I work from home. I'm my own boss. I'm not on any kind of set schedule, which makes it really easy to get displaced in time, like misplace entire days, where it's like, I could have sworn it was Thursday. Why is it Saturday kind of thing,
Oh, yeah. I often lose track of what day of the week it is.
Well, I keep myself of routine with I do something different on Saturday than I do on any other day, so that kind of helps me figure out what day it is. And of course, I have if Purple will sing on Wednesday, I watch a live stream on Friday in the afternoon at night, so it kind of helps me keep track of what day it is that way.
Yeah, the live streams are about the only thing that makes me aware of what day it is.
Back when I had a board game night in San Diego, that helped mark time, and in Seattle, it was going clubbing.
Yep.
I'm afraid to lose Section 8.
Okay, Diana. The losing Section 8 is a temporary thing. It's not hard to get it back. It just keeps you on a waiting list for a while.
And you'll have a place to be in the meantime.
Yep.
That's the whole point with the timeline. You get the apartment clean so that you are safe where you are for the moment. You apply for everything in Minnesota, and then you relocate to New York and wait for things to go through in Minnesota. Like that's the plan. Like that. It's right there. Little bites.
Yeah, you don't look at the entire marathon. You just look at that next marker in front of you.
Somebody please hold my hand while I go through this, please.
And that's the point.
That's what
We're
they're
getting you
doing.
close to people that can. Like that's the whole point of this.
Yeah, you can't do it alone, so you can't do it in bloody Pittsburgh.
Yep. Well, and you're saying somebody hold your hand, and that's why we're trying to set up a cleaning service for you. We'll set up a group of people to come and help you pack. I'll be there to load the truck and move you to wherever you're going. What we can have people there to help you. We just need to schedule it because people can't, nobody can drop what they're doing and be there tomorrow. But if we can schedule it ahead of time, we can work this out.
Although I certainly can drop what I'm doing. It's the be there tomorrow part where, that's the sticking point.
Yeah, it would take me at least a day to get there, or if I would leave like right now.
Well, my best time driving straight through was 19 hours.
People who make memes should be more careful about their phrasing.
Or spelling.
Well, no, see, like someone posted a picture of a baked potato, And the caption said, you can only add 2 things. So I said gravy and a fucking spaceship. You know, because they didn't say it had to be a food item. They just said things. I mean, what am I going to do? I'm
The
just
ones
saying.
I find interesting are when right-wing people try to make memes about left-wing people. And usually left-wing people are like, yeah, that's what we want.
Or it's like, how can you possibly think that? Because that one comes up a lot. You know, like the people who insist that all gay folks are pedophiles, no matter, like, the word
Yeah.
doesn't mean anything anymore the way they use
Or
it. They throw it around
communist.
for everything.
That's another one that has lost all meaning. Like, because
What
they
is?
call everybody a fucking communist if
Oh,
they
well,
are
That had
fucking
lost its meaning back in the fucking 80s when, like, the USSR was still a thing.
fair. But it's made a resurgence. Like, Jacobin posted a thing about Karl Marx the other day, and watching the fucking right wingers lose their shit about, like, how Karl Marx led to so many people dying, you know, and how capitalism is so much better. And I'm like, you realize that capitalism leads to just as many, if not more, deaths than the ones they attribute to Karl Marx.
Okay, Diana, in
Yeah.
the side chat, Amiga Nuts left you a link for some pictures for you to look at.
I'm trying to figure out how to use the link. I can get one picture, and then to get to the next one, I haven't figured that out yet.
And Bloggity brings up another good point, that if you go and stay with Amiga, at least if you wind up in the hospital for a week, there will be somebody there with Sylvia.
That's
Yeah,
true.
so if you don't do
too.
it for yourself, do it for your cat.
Because you've been talking about how, like, you are worried about her, what happens. So now
No, wait
you
a
can
minute.
relax. Now you can relax about that part.
To get to the
Amiga, I thought you said that I had to set stuff up. This looks all set up already.
Anyway, when it comes to Marx, I'm really more of a Groucho girl, but you know,
I knew you had to do some type of country. I was waiting for it.
country.
I was waiting for it, Kate.
What do you mean country?
And
Oh,
everybody.
that. That.
Cunt.
T-E-R-Y. I got you. I got you.
C-U-N-T-E-R-Y.
I got it. I was picturing country like,
Yep.
you know, United States, Canada, Mexico, that kind of country.
My son will start
Everybody
singing
always
that
forgets
song.
about Zeppo. He's always left out.
But no, my
And-
son will literally start singing that Animaniacs country song.
Yeah. Can he do it from memory like I can?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Because he can tell you all the countries and their capitals, and he can describe what their flags look like.
Hmm.
The Animaniacs also had one of all the states in their capitals.
Yeah, he listens to
Yeah.
that one too.
Baton Rouge, Louisiana, Indianapolis, Indiana, and Columbus is the capital of Ohio. Yeah. Been there, done that. I never did memorize that one. Like, I tried to, but I kept getting the verses out of order. Like, I could remember the names of the states and the capitals, but I kept putting verses in the wrong places.
Yeah, I have that problem too with that sort of song.
Yeah, but you have more of an excuse than I do,
I do.
don't you?
I don't know what's my excuse, other
I
than
don't
being
know.
tone deaf
I'm
and
sure
not
that,
remembering.
like, because you got all like what's the I mean, I'm sure it's not a thing of Tourette's syndrome, but still, you have more of an excuse than I do.
Of course, there's always the Warner Brothers song Lake Titicaca.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
I don't remember that one. Although I do have the box set of the entire Animaniacs series. I should go through and watch that again.
It's like in one of the first episodes too.
Lake Titicaca, Lake
Lake
Titicaca.
Titicaca. It's
why
between
do we
Bolivia
think-
and Peru.
Yeah. Why
Lake
do-
Titicaca, yes, Lake Titicaca, with waters tranquil and blue.
Yeah.
Lake Titicaca, oh Lake Titicaca, why do we sing of its fame? Lake Titicaca, oh Lake Titicaca, 'cause we really like saying its name, Titicaca. Yeah,
That's one I'm kind of
that
surprised they got.
show is so dirty.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised they got away with that one.
Well, I'm surprised they got away with fingerprints.
Yeah.
Well, that's why that show managed to be popular, because parents could watch it with their kids, and there were some jokes for the parents in there.
Yeah, but still, that one's so filthy. I'm just saying.
Yeah, but the parents watching it weren't boomers, so they
Well,
were okay with it for the most part.
I suppose you have a point there. I mean, like I would come home and eagerly watch it after high school. I mean, granted, I'm like kind of just never grew up. So, I mean,
Oh,
it
yeah.
makes sense, but still, I loved watching that show.
I was 20-something when it premiered, and I watched it.
I had Animaniacs 10-pin bowling for PlayStation. I fucking loved that game. And I always played as the nurse because I kind of thought she was hot.
Wow.
Hello, nurse.
Yeah, well, she was
Not
drawn
really
that
my
way.
type, a little too bimbo-ish.
She basically she was what my father would have called a hit and quit. You enjoy them for the night, but then you're done.
I mean,
That's how I feel about men in general, but
I'm just saying, is not really my type. I don't
Yeah.
know. I'm not sure I can accurately describe my type.
Tank
Maybe
girl.
because I have more than one.
yeah, I definitely do not have a type. I find different people attractive for completely different reasons.
Well, and
I'm the same way, Purple.
when I say my type, I do mean purely physically. I have a completely different set of criteria for someone who's more my type, like, on an emotional level.
Yeah, but even just for somebody just to play for the night, especially with women, I like all types. I mean,
Well, I never just play for the night, so
You got to at least go into the next morning and then have breakfast.
yeah, I mean, it's just not my thing. But
well, yeah, I have had that happen too. Actually, the woman I lived with for 3 years, that was how it started. That I was just taking her out for dinner, and she didn't go home for 3 days.
Yeah, I can't really grok that at all, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'll never actually understand the people who like go out specifically to get laid. It's just I don't get it.
I mean, I've done it, but then I have like no attachment of emotions to sex, like
Yeah.
at all. Like I very like dead ass. I could have done porn and it would not have phased me.
Oh, I
Because
would have
to me,
done porn
sex-
if anybody would have paid me for it.
Almost
I almost
exactly
did. I
the
actually
opposite.
almost did. I almost did, but
Yeah.
then other shit happened. But yeah, so it's one of those things. Like sex didn't really matter to me. Like I could fuck pretty much anybody. I
Yeah,
just need a
sex is
shower
just
after.
one of my hobbies.
God, I'm so completely the opposite. It's like I don't give a damn about sex until there's attraction, like not just attraction, but actual like I don't want to say love exactly, but
I'm the opposite of a demisexual, basically.
yeah.
I think I'm pretty close to the demisexual spectrum.
I might even
Somewhere-
be ace, but I'm
so-
not sure.
Somewhere
Well-
in there.
Aside from my late fiance, the most emotionally intense relationship I ever had, we never did have sex, just because we were both too afraid of screwing up the friendship.
I had this really intense relationship, but I won't tell the story again. Most of you know who the fuck I mean. Where it burned hot and fast, and then it was over. And I mean, but it
A
was one of the
supernova
most
relationship?
what?
A supernova style relationship?
Well, gosh. How do I say this without going through the whole story? Let's just say junkie whose life I had to save and she dumped me after I stood by
Yeah.
her when she had
Yeah.
the brain tumor out. That sort.
That is brutal.
Yeah, I got stories. I'm not going to go into the whole thing. I've told it many times on this channel, but the point is that it's been there, kinda.
I find it very frustrating to be in other people's chats and remember that I can't highlight things in the side chat. Blogadish Moo said someone who wants me for me is my type.
Well,
Yeah.
see, I'm in a position where that's difficult.
Well, Diana's left this comment up on the screen for quite a while.
Yep.
Which one?
The one that's been up on the screen from EMC
Oh,
here.
that. Oh, yeah. Sorry, I thought you meant a message from Diana.
No, that comment was up when I came in.
Yeah. No, it's been up there like almost the entire time I've been here.
No, but I'm always doing that. If
Actually,
I'm
I
on the panel
wonder-
in somebody else's channel, I keep trying to
Oh.
click on messages in the side chat to show them to everybody, and it doesn't work.
I think I see what happened. Wait a minute now. Is this no? That's over there. What I don't know is
Okay, you need to be in the StreamYards, and you need to be not in the private chat, but in the comments.
Yeah.
And then when you click on something in the comments, then that will change.
yeah. What
the
I
one that
don't
it
know
goes to.
this. I should have run out of time already. But
Actually, I don't
think I
think it'll
have.
cut you off midstream. I think as long as you stay connected, it'll let you keep going. It just won't let you start a new stream.
Hmm.
is that it?
I-
Okay.
I've
Amiga.
seen streams just end abruptly.
Yes, Diana.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey,
Oh.
Amiga.
Hello.
Hey,
Hello.
Amiga.
Hello.
Not
How
sure
are
we've
things
ever
at the ice
actually
wall?
been in a
We're
stream together.
gonna have to talk, honey, and I need to be able to figure out how to start StreamYards on a new email.
Did that other one, that other service work out for you? That EVMUX?
Not
I'm even
well.
No,
Not
well.
well.
Oh, well.
Okay, Diana, if you've got a second email set up, it's easy to get another StreamYard account, and I can help you with that if you need.
Thank you. It's I don't have another email set up yet, but I can do it.
Hey,
Okay.
Amiga. How are you at tech support? I mean, the reason I ask is because Diana hasn't been able to use OBS in like months, and if someone can look at it, because I'd love to get my hands on her system and see what the hell's going on, but until
What
that
I've got to
happens,
do, honey, what I've got to do is repair and rebuild my tower, and
I'm
then
just saying.
yeah.
Well,
so it's
if
not
you
gonna
need
happen
help,
tomorrow.
if you need help with the hardware or the software, I would ask GeoSam. He can probably help you with that stuff.
Yeah.
Gosh, that's a name I haven't heard in at least a year.
Oh, he's still around.
I'm just saying
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, he's on Danish's channel regularly.
Hmm.
Well, not really.
Oh, not so much anymore.
Well, we had a kerfuffle,
Okay.
and
Mhm.
Linda kind of put it on hiatus for a while.
Well, yeah, I know she hasn't been doing her weekly show for a while.
Right. But she's here, so.
Yeah.
So
And-
yeah, honey, those pictures,
And she's
hell
got
was
a
that?
StreamYards account that's like
those
all
It
paid
sounded
for.
like a motorcycle farting. What was that?
Motorcycle
pictures.
Oh.
farting.
Sometimes they use Lakeland Avenue as a drag strip.
Oh, okay.
Maybe I should close the window.
You know, in Seattle, drag racing means something completely different. Like, I am not kidding around. They literally have drag queens racing each other like it's track and field. I'm not kidding. There's pictures.
That sounds fabulous. Like,
Okay.
honestly, I saw a meme on Twitter the other day that it was like every time someone says woke, I think a drag queen like gets their wings or something like that. Or
I've got
an
that-
angel
I've got
creates a
that
new drag
meme.
queen. I was like, I'm gonna start saying woke more. Like, let's have some more drag queens, please.
Well,
okay, amiga. Those
Yes.
pictures you were showing me, that's not where you would be putting me, right?
Well,
That's where you are.
yeah, but there's room where I am. Or you could go down
oh boy.
and go outside and hang a right and turn right back into the same building. And that's where the old hairdresser shop was. And we could sit you up there if you want.
I see what you're saying. Okay.
See, this is why you need to get the paperwork started for Minnesota, and then we get your girly butt to New York, and you just hang tight while things get processed in Minnesota so that everything's ready, and we get you to Minnesota, and then we get you your kidney. It's a straight shot. We got a plan. You just got to stick to it.
We have a plan.
So which came first, naming the bean or naming the organ?
I'm sure that the bean was named for looking shaped like the organ.
I mean, not necessarily. It could be one of those deals where it's like, oh yeah, we call that the kidney. Oh wait, the explorer came back from like across the ocean with these new beans.
And here you said bean and organ, and I'm thinking the devil's doorbell, but that just shows you where my fucking degenerate ass mind is.
Well, you know, I still think that the Devil's Doorbell would make a great name for a lesbian band.
It really fucking would. I would fucking go to their concert.
I was thinking of it as a name for a lesbian nightclub, actually, but yeah.
Ooh,
Fair
that'll
enough.
work. That'll work.
I got a question. Would I be able to set up a broadcast studio?
Yes.
See?
Okay,
Quality
Diana, you
of
keep
life
looking for a
improvement.
reason why this can't work. Knock it off.
I'm feeling like I'm asking too much because what I'd really like to be able to do is set up a broadcast studio and a kitchen. You know, a kitchen studio.
You can do that.
Yeah, and you got to remember how much of this is being offered, and you didn't bloody ask.
Well, it seems to me that you just need to chat with Amiga Nuts more to be clear on exactly what's available there.
Oh,
Darn Skippy.
How about a lesbian bar named Liquor?
Well, it's a little on the nose, and I don't mean that literally.
I mean, like, you could call it Lesbos, which is like where the term came from.
Yeah.
Actually, Lesbos was the name for the lesbian bar in South Park.
I haven't watched
makes
South Park
sense.
since like the 90s.
But it was the Isle of Lesbos where there was lots of sapphic glory happening.
Yes.
And that's another thing. There is not enough sapphic shit, like, in media. Like, we need more lesbians.
We do, but the problem is that Hollywood doesn't know how to do lesbians right. I mean, because like if you watch,
Yeah.
a lot of lesbians are lipstick lesbians, and when they're not lipstick lesbians, they're usually like
The sporty
really-
spice type, or like the really butch type.
No, I'm thinking more like the burly gym instructor type.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
the mama bears, those.
Well, Hollywood doesn't really know how to do minorities for most part. They usually come out like
mean, but-
stereotypes.
Like
Yeah.
butch lesbians and lipstick lesbians is still better than like the bisexual erasure that, we fucking suffer through, where it's like, yeah, no, like when they made Willow a lesbian in Buffy, it really pissed me off. I was like, no, she was fucking bisexual. Like, fuck you.
Well, no. Because plenty of lesbians go through that stage of trying like hell to be straight and then realizing, no, this isn't for me.
But she fucking loved him, though. Like,
What?
I will die on this hill that Willow was bisexual and not a lesbian.
Well, maybe, but I gotta say, like, regardless, I prefer Lily Aldrin to Willow. In fact, it's hard to watch Willow now, knowing like Lily as a character and going, she is capable of so much more.
I did like Willow's relationship with Tara, though. Like,
Well,
that
yes.
was a great, healthy, wonderful relationship.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
it
The
was a
one
great
with
relationship.
Cassidy
good.
seemed forced, or whatever her name was. Was it Cassidy? I forget. The one that she got with the whole like potentials thing.
Fuck,
she
I don't
just
remember.
seemed so forced. I
Yeah,
don't
but
know.
her with Tara, like, fucking mint. That was lesbianic,
Well-
like, relationship goal.
Well, I
You know
just
what's
finished
really
watching-
weird about Tara, though, is she looks almost exactly like Kylie, the girl I moved to Seattle for. It's crazy how close they are.
I just finished watching the Disney series Owl House because I'd heard a lot of queer people talking about it. Has anyone else seen that?
Owl House?
Yeah,
Nope.
it's a Disney animated
Mm.
series. It's worth watching.
Didn't
What's
it
it
have really
about?
good like
I don't want to
LGBT
give too much away,
representation?
but it presents a good solid thing of teenage queers.
Okay, but is it literally about a house of owls?
It's one of those otherworld things that a girl from our world gets transported
Oh.
into this world of witches and demons.
It's
One of
Disney's
those.
isekai.
Okay.
Mm,
Yeah, I couldn't remember the term for it.
But yeah, it's an isekai. You get transported to another world.
Yeah,
But
so
it's
it's
got some
just
like Harry
about this-
Potter-y fight vibes too.
Yeah. Oh, it definitely stole some from Harry Potter. There's no question about it.
Hey, stealing from Joanne is okay on my book, because fuck her.
yeah, well, as I understand it, there are some books and series and franchises and shit out there where it came out before Harry Potter, but people
Yeah.
are like, "Wow, you ripped off Harry Potter," and it's like, dude, no.
Well,
yeah,
then
that
there's-
always happens when one thing becomes mega popular and you find out there's places that the author stole it from.
Yeah, like what was it? I think it was True Blood. So True Blood came out before Twilight. So like the idea of like psychic and vampires and like not being able to read thoughts of a person, like that was in True Blood, and it came out a few years before the first Twilight novel.
And then you have the movie Troll, which had the main protagonist named Harry Potter.
Well, one thing that's kind of weird, and I asked the developers about this, the game Star Control Origins by Stardock, when you start out, it lets you enter a name for the captain, but it also has a default name, which is Alan Bradley, which is the name of the guy who programmed Tron in Tron. Bruce Boxleitner's character is Alan Bradley. And I asked the developers about that, and they were all, what? So I guess it was a coincidence, but what a coincidence,
Yeah.
It's kind of like, okay, this cannot possibly be a coincidence, but there's that one episode of Black Mirror where there's a character named Roxette. And I was like, that has to be a reference to the band.
Yeah, and a lot of times an author will do that just to give a nod to somebody they appreciated.
Well, there are a few things like that in Quinn Redshift. I got the term float palette from Lois McMaster Bujold, her Vorkosigan series. There's the up and down buttons for the elevator are actually the up and down vote buttons on those badges that they have in that one episode of the Orville, that creepy ass popularity episode of the Orville. Like there's little things like that. At one point, I actually did have Roxette walk by, like Pear and Marie walk by in the coffee shop scene. It's very brief, but if you're looking for it, it's there.
Yeah, I've been doing that with my novel too, and it's like not quite having the main character break the fourth wall, but still reference, other books and movies.
Yeah, and inadvertently, you ended up putting the time machine from Dragon Ball Z into there.
Who did?
You did.
What are you talking about?
In Quinn Redshift, one of the ships, it's I think docked at the space bar, or it looked like one of the ship from the time machine from Dragon Ball Z.
I have no idea. I've never, I saw one episode of Dragon Ball Z and found it completely incomprehensible.
Well, Dragon Ball Z is when you can't come in.
It wasn't the first episode is the thing. It was just on, and I was like, I've been hearing so much about this. Let's see what it is. And the whole episode was two guys clearly about to fight each other, standing on these flat top floating asteroid-looking things, screaming at each other for the whole episode and never actually fighting.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. You inadvertently did it. It wasn't intentional.
It was just so bad, and I never went back and watched again. So,
yeah. Well, that was kind of my reaction. I've seen maybe 4 episodes of Dragon Ball Z, but without having a storyline, I couldn't understand what was going on.
Yeah, it was, again, and I've mentioned this before, kind of like when I was trying to watch The Flash and they did those crossover episodes with shows I wasn't watching. So it's like, Who are all these people? Why? What the hell's going on kind of thing.
Well, and that's kind of why I gave up watching the Marvel Cinematic Universe after the second Avengers movie. because it seemed like if I hadn't watched every Marvel movie made, I couldn't really follow it.
That's basically my feeling too. In fact, there's very little I watch that's superhero-y at all. I don't even know why I watched The Flash. But the hero stuff I like, the superhero stuff I like, is usually the really offbeat stuff like Mystery Men, the Incredibles, Deadpool,
Yeah,
that kind of
well,
thing.
and
The Boys.
I like when movies have tie-ins like that to other movies, but they can't really be things that directly affect the plot. You know, it's nice to have crossovers that you see the characters pop up, but it shouldn't be something that you can't follow the main plot if you haven't seen the other movie.
When I watched Guardians of the Galaxy for the first time, I had no idea it was a Marvel movie. Well, I mean, I got to the theater and saw the logo, but I was like, this just seems like a cool space movie. And then I watched it and I was just boggled by who the hell some of these characters were. Like, it took me forever to figure out who Thanos was. I mean, don't get me wrong, I still enjoyed the movie, but I understood maybe 2/3 of it.
Yeah, they should have explained who Thanos was a little bit better in the movies.
Yeah. And okay, here's something I'm really sick of in movies these days is fight scenes just for the sake of fighting. Like, it doesn't matter how many times each character gets like hit. They don't seem to lose any hit points. You know, like the only time a fight comes to a conclusion is when someone's backed into a corner and the only thing they can do is let go of the cliff or whatever it is, you know? And so it's like I'm bored the way I'm bored waiting for the musical number to end so the plot can start back up again when these jackasses are just beating on each other to no effect. You know, I'm tired of that in movies and TV shows. I really am. But like, if you're gonna beat someone up, at least make it mean something. That's actually something I did in Quinn Redshift. Nearly every shot fired advances the plot at least a little bit. I mean, there's a few shots and some establishing, shots of it, but for the most part, like, the violence is meant to lead to another plot point every time.
Well, that's like Michael Bay killed my interest in the Transformers.
Ugh.
Because all it was a series of explosions with a little bit of dialogue trying to tie them together.
Well, that, and it wasn't my Transformers, the Transformers I grew up with. I mean, that's why I love Bumblebee, is like right at the beginning, they have this big battle scene on Cybertron, and everything looked like the cartoon, for fuck's sake. It looked like Gen 1 Transformers. And I was like, oh, hello, childhood. So that's where I put you. Like, I was actually tearing up at how much I loved it. Right? So, I mean, and that was the one movie not directed by Michael Bay or written by him. He didn't even touch that movie. And it watched like, imagine if E.T. was a robot. That's what it watched like. It's even set in the 80s.
E.T. is a robot?
What? Yeah. Like basically he makes friends with this teenage girl.
Oh,
who's
yeah.
looking for a car. And yeah.
And Bumblebee wasn't
and she
even
has
a
to hide
Volkswagen.
that she now has an alien friend, you know.
Oh, and
Ow!
Man, you shed too much.
And just to show you what I'm talking about with the whole Quinn Redshift and the time machine scene from Dragon Ball Z.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
I see what you mean. Yeah, not being familiar with Dragon Ball Z, I didn't know either.
There's the
No.
Quinn Redshift doc. There's the Dragon Ball Z.
No, I did kind of
Coincidence.
base that off of some other art I had, some concept art. Not that, but I see what you mean. It was unintentional.
Yeah, like I said, it was not intentional. It was just just happened to be that way.
Off the bed. Come on, off the bed. Get 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 off. Get off. Off. I'm not playing. Get off the bed.
What are you struggling with?
I'm guessing
assuming
it's a dog, but
Yeah, it's a dog.
eh,
Get off the bed. Off the bed. I'm not playing with you.
So you wouldn't think it, but choosing a font is really difficult sometimes. Mostly because the fonts I'm looking for are not like available, and I'd have to make them myself probably.
Well,
But like I'm just trying to find a font for a title for a project I'm working on, and it's really hard to find anything. I saw something actually on a building. It was like not a slogan, like the name of a company on the side of a building in Better Call Saul, and I want that damn font, but I can't find it, and I only have like there's it's Oasis, so there's like 4 letters. So it's really hard to find that font. It may have been made specifically for that logo, but I don't know.
Well, for the dog, take a treat and you say off, and you lead the dog away from where you want him to be. So you lead him off the bed with the treat, and don't give it to him until he's off the bed.
Yeah. Often when I come home, I have to bribe Sammy to get out of my chair.
So it'd be off, and you lead them away off of the bed with the treat. So once they're on the floor, you give them the treat.
Yeah, that's why I often have to do it, Sammy, to get my chair back when I've been gone for a couple hours.
Cats are so much easier. I just pick them up.
Yes, they are.
Well, my dog I can pick up too. So.
Oh,
Well,
hello,
yeah, but
Xander. Speaking of the devil.
Okay, cats are even easier if instead of just using your size, you communicate with them.
Well,
Because some cats will get very vindictive about that.
Well, I mean, my cats don't tend to like get up on command. They at least have to have a hand on them giving a gentle push in the right direction. I mean Xander gets the hint, but asking him doesn't work.
You ask him?
Well, I'm not going to order my kitty around.
Well, cats don't take orders. They give orders.
Well,
Dogs have owners, cats have staff.
Cats have slaves.
Cats give the orders.
Well, men fart, women effervesce.
I am not
I have
Sammy's son's
3
owner.
cats.
We are just roommates.
I had
So we
4,
have to-
but one passed away last year.
Ah!
Yeah.
God damn
I
it.
had her since, before my abusive ex. Like, I had her for fucking almost 17 years. But she had a good life. And when she went, it was quick, like basically for a day, like it was about a day and a half. She just seemed a little off. And I was planning on taking her to the vet the day that she actually died, or well, technically she died in the night, but I was going to take her to the vet. But when I found her, she was already gone. But she didn't want to snuggle, which was weird because she would sit on my lap and she'd just be happy to stay there until she needed to eat or go to the bathroom. And she just did not want to snuggle. She kept going off and hiding in her own way. And she just seemed a little tired, a little out of it, and then, I, snuggled with her and then I went to bed. And when I got up in the morning, she was gone.
Columbia is at an age where I'm a little worried every time I see her lying on the floor with her eyes closed.
Yeah, my bird, she ended up having a stroke, and she lost all movement in one of her wings, and that's why I knew I was gonna have to do something with her. But she ended up dying a few hours later.
Sorry.
And what really bothered me is I wanted to hold her when she went, but I put her back just so I could water the garden. I came back and she was already gone. It was only 10-15 minutes.
Yeah.
I mean, at least it was quick. Like, you can't really ask for much more than that. Like, with my cat, the way that she was, found, it almost looked like she had been lying down, and then she went to get up, and she just kind of collapsed right back down, because one of her legs was out, and then the rest were kind of under her. And, there was, no look of pain or anything on her. She just looked like her heart just gave out, and it was quick.
Well,
you know.
I did get
Well-
to hold her for a few hours before that. So I had her on my shoulder, and she was just kind of snuggled into my neck. So she got to be able to be in her safe spot and her comfortable spot with me. So at least it was that she had that before she died.
I actually can ask for more than, just going quickly and comfortably, but immortality is a bit of an ask. So,
Mm.
you know,
For me, the only way I would want immortality is if like my health issues were healed.
well, yeah. Man,
Yeah.
immortality isn't enough. It would have to be a kind of eternal youth as well. Because
And
imagine
health
continuing to,
regeneration.
well, imagine continuing to age, like forever,
Yeah.
and you're immortal.
Yeah, that would suck.
In
Whoa.
the
Right.
story that I'm writing, my main character actually has a bloodline curse. She was essentially cursed by like magic, but it's in her bloodline and it's immortality, and it's not the good kind where there's an off ramp where it's like, an elf or vampire could still be killed, but barring being murdered, you're good.
Right.
For her, nothing, she could hug a nuclear bomb while it went off and she would still regenerate from that Dr. Manhattan style because it's a curse on her soul. And so there is no way to kill her other than essentially someone of her own bloodline killing her Highlander style and absorbing her soul, but then she's still existing in a consciousness like inside of that family member that fucking murked her. So like there's no off ramp for her immortality.
I mean, I would
She will be there
definitely
till the
want
heat
it.
death of the universe.
I would definitely want at least, heat death of the universe clause in there somewhere.
Oh,
No, she'll just be chilling, sitting there, unable
Like
to
a
eat
villain?
or breathe. Yeah, chilling like a villain, like fucking Mal style. But no, like she will just literally be. She's gonna go crazy. Like she's already starting to lose her
Yeah.
mind a little bit. But she will eventually lose her mind and go absolutely insane because again, when it's just you in utter isolation and you cannot die,
Is it just my imagination, or is that beeping getting louder?
it does sound
is.
louder.
And it hurts. And if I turn the speakers down enough that I don't hear it, I can't hear you guys, or at least that it doesn't hurt.
But there is actually a DC character. I think he's actually a villain who is immortal, but he ages.
Now, for the hell of it, just to see what the big deal really was, the other night I decided to watch League of Extraordinary Gentlemen. You know, the movie that got Sean Connery to stop making movies,
Yeah.
right? And it's like, I have a hard time calling it a bad movie. It was just deeply unremarkable. You know, it's like, oh, let's put together an ensemble cast and have a quirky gimmick and see if, and throw a lot of like special effects at it. And let's hope that's enough.
It's a decent idea.
It was a garbage movie. It really was garbage. Like
Well,
I
like I
worked in a movie
say-
theater when it came out.
They ruined the Nautilus.
It was a decent concept.
I
don't
like the
I don't
concept.
agree,
The
though. I
execution
mean,
was kind of weak.
you get people like Alan Moore and Neil Gaiman, and all they seem to do is like, okay, you know that like famous character from history or some shit? Well, imagine if they were in this completely other scenario. You know, and that's like their whole shtick. It's kind of the way M. Night Shyamalan has to have a plot twist, or Quentin Tarantino has to do his thing. You know, it's
No,
like there are just certain. You know what I'm saying?
I've had my own concept of famous movie monster type characters forming a superhero type team.
Well, okay, to be
Sammy,
fair, I
no,
really
you
want to
don't
do
do that.
something where it's like Who Framed Roger Rabbit, but with 80s style adventure cartoons instead of Looney Tunes. You know, so it's like, but
Yeah,
I
I've
mean,
had-
it would
I've had
have to
that
be my
idea.
own reworkings of them. Like, you know,
No,
you'd have
we
the
cannot
middle-aged
have
microwave
that.
samurai salamanders kind of thing, you know?
Yeah.
Just so I'm not getting sued, but everyone knows what the hell I'm doing. But it would just be a lot of fun to have those kinds of characters instead of the comedy ones.
So I hear the Who Framed Roger Rabbit, the book that was based on, and the cartoon characters were actually from comic strips, and they actually talked in word balloons.
Huh. Okay. Well, regardless, point being is I would like to see it done in more of my childhood style. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
I mean, and they just made Mina Harker so obnoxious in League of Extraordinary Gentlemen. Like that was another thing. I like the character, and it's like they wasted the whole she's a vampire thing. Like they could have saved that for the reveal. They just kind of made it like, eh.
I really had no investment in the character. I'm pretty sure this was the first time I'd heard her name. So
Well, she's from Dracula. Mina Harker
Yeah,
was
but I've only ever seen bad adaptations.
okay. Fine.
Did you read the book?
No, I don't really have any interest in like old literature. It's always written in some sort of foo-foo style that I can't connect with. And it's not about spaceships.
Ah, no spaceships.
Well, I mean, well, you know the whole I mean, Calvin had that one thing where his dad is like, you read every book about dinosaurs there is. Why can't you do well in school? And Calvin's like, we don't read about dinosaurs. That's basically me. Is like, I'm just not interested in your shit. Give me stuff I like, and I'm down. But if you want me to endure crap, no.
Okay, so
That is so stereotype autistic.
Is
I
it? All
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
It kind of is. So I made mention of a game that I'm playing earlier, Genshin Impact. Well, the company that made it, Hoyoverse, like they actually, or MiHoYo, they have different games, and they actually just came out with a new one like 2 weeks ago. It's called Honkai Star Rail, and it is basically Genshin in space. So there's like a spaceship, and you're traveling around the universe, solving problems on different planets, and it's free to play. And since it just started, they're giving a lot of like welcome to the game rewards, so you can like get some of the characters and everything and work on it. So it might be something to check out because again, it's a free to play game.
Okay.
Let me write down the thing in this chat.
Wait a minute. Did I or didn't I do that? No, I didn't. Okay, good.
And you can play it on mobile or PC. So like,
well, I don't play games on mobile.
No, but it's an option, and since it has turn-based combat, kind of like an old like Final Fantasy game.
Sure.
Like if you're basically like if you need to farm out like level up materials or whatever, you could do that quickly on your phone if you're not at home, like, on the PC. Like you don't have to worry about clunky controls on mobile because it's turn-based. So
all right, well, I'll tell you what. I DM'd you the song that we talked about. You DM me that back.
Oh, okay.
Because I'll never remember the name unless you do.
No worries. I put it in the side chat, but I'll just DM you the website for the game.
Okay, cool. Thanks. I'll look. Although I have to admit, every time someone recommends a game to me, I'm like, okay. Because, I mean, it's usually not my thing. But every now and then, there's that gem. So we'll see.
Yeah, and like I said, it's free to play. So, like you're not out anything other than a little bit of time, which is, whatever.
Well, I also just bought the the remastered version of the Mass Effect games. So I'm going through Mass Effect right now. And I'm only on number 1, which I did complete. I never did get all the way through number 2. So, and as far as I know, there's only 3 of them. So by the time I get through all of those, then I'll be ready to play a new game.
So Mass Effect, is that a game about what happens to people in church?
Nope. You expected a different reaction, didn't you?
Well, I expected some reaction from other people, but
I don't know. I've sort of started.
I'm listening to the song she shared.
I sort of started responding to things like that, where, especially if I'm in a debate or an argument online where, someone tries to straw man me, like, oh, you mean blah, 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 blah. And I just go, nope. Like, I
Yep.
don't even try to correct them. I just go, nope.
In a lot of situations, that's probably the best way to respond. Yeah.
Mm,
So I recently learned that apparently my penchant to wanting to eat a salt lick is part of my heritage.
really?
Apparently, Finnish people are noted for liking extremely salty snacks.
Crazy pants. Okay.
And we get to watch Kitty here just jamming out to what we can't hear.
I can totally tell where she is, though.
Yeah.
So I take it she
Nope.
likes it.
I don't think you'll have any problem finding people who like to watch a pretty woman dance. So
Hmm. Part of the problem of finding a font, like a good font, is that if you don't find a free one, you're kind of screwed.
yeah,
Because like if you have to pay for it, it's usually really expensive, and sometimes it's like a month-to-month plan. And if I want to put out something that's out there all the time, I'm not paying constant rent just because I use their font in a title.
It's not
I
hard.
can't stand the subscription model. It's just
It's not hard to find free fonts.
Oh no, it's not. But the problem is that the fonts that I like are always not free.
yeah. I hate that everything's going to a subscription model, and like you say, you've just got to be paying a monthly fee into eternity.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Well, that's the
Right.
whole idea. You get to collect money without doing new work.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that's the part that especially pisses me off. If you sign up for one of those and then the company never even does updates.
It's kind of like when early access games become abandonware before, they're released officially.
Yeah.
I mean, it's okay if it's free, but
Do you remember that episode of Stargate where they were doing the Groundhog's Day thing and Teal kept getting smashed in the face with that door every time they reset?
Yep.
no.
I love that episode.
That's kind of what it was like listening to that beeping.
Yeah,
It-
but we know Diana can't help it. so.
Yeah, I know, we can't help it.
But it seriously
Not
goes
bla- not-
straight up
not-
my spine.
Not blame you at all, Diana. We know you can't do anything about it right now.
I'm guessing it's not going to be cured until tomorrow at the earliest.
Yeah, like I say, I would get up there on the step ladder and see if you can't unplug the thing.
And then some of these fonts are very pretty, but they don't have like uppercase and lowercase. Like, I love the concept by which they're made,
Mhm.
but they're not good enough because I definitely need lowercase as well.
Okay, that was fabulous. Like I was
Dynamite.
literally jamming out, singing along.
Yes, we
Mhm.
saw.
I love it. That
I
was
thought you
amazing.
might dig it.
That
I
was
had
amazing.
a feeling.
That is literally that song. Like I, as a kid, loved indulging in the escapist fantasy that one day Falcor was gonna show up and I was gonna get to ride the luck dragon and chase some fucking bullies into a fucking garbage bin. So like that was like childhood fantasy for me. I have always absolutely loved that movie and that song. So like anytime there's a remix of that song, I am all for it. Thank you
So-
for that.
Sure, and swap in like spaceships, and it's the same for me. I always had that fantasy of like, greetings, Starfighter. You have been recruited by the Star League to defend the frontier against Sur and the Kodan Armada.
Oh fuck!
You
What was
know.
the name of that movie? The one where he played the video game and got
The Last
sucked up into
Yeah,
Starfighter.
the last Starfighter.
That's the
Well-
one. I fucking loved that movie as a
Well,
kid.
Well,
Yep.
I've got the Last Starfighter uniform tat on the wrong side because I already had something on that shoulder. But yeah,
That's
Yeah,
fucking
I
amazing.
have
You're such
heard-
a nerd, and I fucking love you for
I
it.
am a geek, not a nerd.
You know,
Nerds
actually-
are academics, geeks are pop culture.
No,
Fine.
I actually have heard that the Neverending Story book is actually more of a warning about being too wrapped up into fantasy.
It probably is.
Well, actually, and the original book, like Michael, my partner, my son's father, like he actually has like the book, and he's got it in German and in English, and there's actually different colored text depending, because things are happening in the real world and in, you know, Fantasia at the same time, so you can tell by like different colored text in the book what's happening where. And it was one of his favorite stories. It's something like we bonded over.
Well, it's funny because, like, I actually always took it for granted that the book changed itself based on who was reading it. Right?
That's
like,
what I thought too.
And I didn't realize there were people out there who didn't believe that. You know, like
To me, the book was kind of like parasitic in that way. Like it latched on, and it's like obviously the kid that got bullied would want, you know, to follow a warrior and like the power fantasy of I'm the savior of the world, like I'm the one that can fix this, you know.
Well, that's not really the impression I necessarily got. I got the impression that it just showed him the fantasy that he had, you know, like in his head, kind of like it would probably have shown me Quinn Redshift.
Yeah, probably.
But that's what I'm saying. It
Yeah.
filled that power fantasy that he had for himself, like making him the protagonist of the story, basically. And again, as a kid who is awkward and being bullied, you know, having the you can save a whole world, like that is most definitely a self-insert power fantasy.
Well,
Diana, I need you
okay.
to share an image for these people.
I don't know if
Wait a minute. Purple, are you addressing me?
Yes,
What would you like?
I need you to share an image. This cartoon is relevant to what Kitty and Kate were just talking about.
Okay.
Well, I don't know if any of you have been watching The Orville or care about spoilers, but in season 3, there's a character who lives on
Okay,
a
I'd
planet
like to
that's
see it so I can
basically
share it.
that's basically like 20th century or 21st century Earth, who basically gets picked up by the Orville and given the chance to
Oh, I see.
like live the rest of her life off her homeworld and following them exploring. And I'm sitting here going, I am so fucking jealous.
Okay, what does it say here? Oh, this. Okay.
Magic the Gathering. Wow, you're really letting your nerd flag fly. Actually, it's a geek flag. Nerds are more academically inclined, while we geeks are just super passionate about our hobbies. And the people who know and care about this difference are called, I believe dork is the preferred name in literature.
That's perfect.
Although,
fucking perfect.
Well, I could go on about, you know, what dork actually means, but I'd only be proving the meme's point.
Yeah, kind of like you can't win that one, Kate.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it always bothers me when someone says, oh, you just like to argue. Like, there's no way you can deny that. Even if they're completely wrong, there is no way you can tell them they're wrong without them going, aha, see?
But
It's
that's
just
okay.
kind of frustrating, that's all.
Доброжнее.
You're our dork.
I wish that we could put that idea of yours, Purple, into practice. I wish that we could set up a commune.
Yeah, that's my idea if I win the lottery. I'm just going to buy an apartment complex so everybody can move in and we can have a community kitchen and a community dining area.
Well, we would need a big backyard so I can garden.
Well,
You
yeah.
would definitely need a big
Well,
room
yeah.
for VR.
Definitely need a broadcast studio.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. That everybody could have a small apartment, but then we'd have a lot of just spaces
Communal
everybody
space.
can use for entertainment and getting together.
I don't know if I want a small apartment, but
Yeah, I mean, I like my apartment right now. It's just about the perfect size for one person, possibly two, plus two small furry people of the feline persuasion.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind the slightly larger
Lesbians
house.
and their cats, man.
Well, in
But,
my
I mean, they do like
experience, it's
pussy,
actually
so-
lesbians and their dogs. Like seriously, I'm when it comes to a relationship, I'm looking for a damn unicorn because, the dog restriction really gets in the way. And given that I am not like nature walk people, I'm not camping and hiking people. I am bike path and beach people. But even so, there's just so many deal breakers. I'm never finding a lesbian who works for me.
I mean, it's one of those things like I understand like another way that I'm fortunate and honestly there was a time when I did a little tiny bit buy into the you could choose like who you're attracted to, but that was only because as a bisexual I'm attracted to both. So it was like only bisexuals really have that choice, and even then you can't really. But I was like, well, maybe. But in my head, I was like, so everybody's bi, right? And then you just pick and choose, I guess. But no, unfortunately. Although I do believe that there are a lot more people that are further along the scale. I think bisexuality is much more common than people tend to give it credit for.
Yeah.
I think the puritanical outlook of society and Christianity and, the Abrahamic religions in general and their frowning on homosexuality leads to a lot of people just suppressing that. I'd be willing to bet that more people are at least somewhat bisexual than not. But that's just my vibe.
I admit I have been completely spoiled. That I don't know if I could have a serious relationship again because my late fiance spoiled me. And once you have had that feeling that somebody truly cherishes you, it's awfully hard to settle for anything else.
Yeah.
Well,
I don't know. The thing I think is that it would be extremely difficult for me to have another relationship, but I think it could be done. One thing the other person would have to understand is that I am extremely demi.
Extremely what?
Demi.
Oh.
Yep. You need time for the emotions to build first.
And it's for me, it's possible that.
Yeah, well, I'm not ruling out the possibility. I'm just saying it would require a rather extraordinary person at this point.
Yeah, and I'm saying too that it's possible that I could find myself considering a relationship with someone with sex never entering my mind.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there is such a thing as lesbian bed death, if you're familiar with that one.
I think I can put the concept together, although I don't think I've ever heard the term before.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's not difficult. There is a tendency for lesbians in committed relationships to just not give a damn anymore about sex. It happens. It's kind of like the other side of the U-Haul lesbian coin.
Yeah. That was
okay. Diana, do you have any more questions about
a million of them? I just can't think of them at the moment.
Well,
well, that's what DMs are for. You can leave each other notes at any time of the day, and you'll see them later.
I've got Amika's phone number.
Speaking of DMs in that commune, we're definitely going to need a D&D room.
Oh,
okay.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I mean,
that's one of the things. Someone pointed this out, and it amuses the fuck out of me that at some point my generation's going to be elderly. But instead of playing bridge, we're all going to have D&D night. I mean, imagine that, like a bunch of old, basically a bunch of geezers hucking dice. That's going to be awesome.
Well, I have to go cook some pasta, I think.
I should probably head out myself, seeing as I've got chickens to feed and The dog probably needs to be walked again.
And I don't want to dislodge Xander. He's been quite comfy on my lap for at least an hour, but I am hungry. And not just hungry, but I mean, I don't know if you can tell I've been baked this whole time, but yeah, I got the munchies.
Yeah, I also probably need to go to the grocery store so I can get some soy sauce so I can actually make some rice tonight.
Oh, hey, Clockwork.
Because you gotta have soy sauce with rice.
Yeah,
Not
well,
necessarily. I've had teriyaki rice before.
this
I
is
don't-
the hour that I usually go upstairs to check on the girls.
Also, curry goes really well with rice. I mean, if you have some basmati, totally throw like an Indian curry at it.
The only thing I've got is A1 sauce. I don't think that's gonna work.
No.
Yeah, you know, now I'm going to need to make a pot of rice tonight so that tomorrow I can make fried rice.
rice, baby.
Yeah, you can't do fried rice with fresh rice. It's got to sit in the fridge at least overnight and dry out a little bit.
I've been finding more and more that if I'm going to make, say, a noodle stir fry, frying the noodles really helps.
Yeah, of course.
I'm not a fan of pasta, so I just don't do noodles.
I was raised by a Sicilian father. Do the math.
Yeah, well, the Sloth Girl's half Italian, so when she was cooking all the time, I wound up eating a lot of pasta. But and it was much better with her making it. I think part of my problem with pasta is that my mother tended to always cook it to mush.
Oh well, yeah, that'll do it.
Oh, it's like my sister-in-law.
I like
She
my
didn't know what rice was. She always
Well,
thought it was mush.
I think
I
that's
like
why
my
growing up.
pasta al dente.
Yeah. Well, I think that's why I never had a big opinion of food in general that was substance. Is my mother was really a terrible cook. So any place that advertises just like mother used to make, I avoid.
Well, my parents, I was raised by hippies, and they tried to feed me all kinds of rabbit food, and here I am, all the other kids get bologna, mom, that kind of thing. So, showing up at school with home ground peanut butter on whole wheat bread, that doesn't exactly do wonders for your social life.
Yeah, it's not good trade fodder in the lunchroom.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
trade or not, the kids point and laugh at you, while you're trying to eat your freaking cardboard bread.
That's why my daughters really demanded that I pack their lunches, because I understood the value of trade fodder.
Yeah. I always found jelly way too, it's the wrong kind of sweet. It's the same kind of sweet that makes me hate raisins.
I also didn't like peanut butter and jelly because the jelly would always leave the bread soggy by the time you got to it.
Now, peanut butter and marshmallow fluff I'm down with, but my
All right.
hippie-ass parents would not buy it.
All right, dang it, people. Now my mouth is starting to water.
I'm with you, Mage, on the
Just
soggy
people.
bread. That
Ugh.
the jelly's much better if you're, have it on toast, like a toasted English muffin.
What I found helps is what you do is you put the peanut butter on both sides of the bread and have the jelly thinly in the middle. That way you don't get the soggy bread.
It's kind of the way I use mustard, I guess. I used to hate mustard, but the problem was that the people who were handing it to me would slather it all over the damn thing, whatever it was. And I just need a light dusting.
Yeah, it's
of-
like with a Reuben. I want a Reuben sandwich, but I don't want a sauerkraut sandwich. It's like
Ugh.
you need the sauerkraut for a good Reuben, but you don't want it to be so much sauerkraut that it just overpowers everything else, and now it's just the sauerkraut sandwich.
Yeah.
I've
My
had-
fiance would be specific. She would say she wanted a ham sandwich with 5 dots of mustard.
Yeah, that's basically what I do. Yeah.
Ah, I remember that.
Hey, Mage, is that a new artwork? Up there?
Yes, that's Juni's. That was from the that's from the title card of.
Yeah, the 5th anniversary stream.
I mean,
Okay.
I know
show it
I
to you.
recognize
Because I've
one
seen
on
the mage
left.
one, with your OC in the mage costume, but
There.
yeah, that's cool. I
Yep.
like that with the rose.
Yeah, that's Junie's interpretation of his character.
I love it.
Mm.
I need
I
to get
love
with
that
Junie
title
and have
card
her
she
do
did.
my
That
OC.
was just so awesome.
Also, yeah, I like that it has a little leaf on the head.
Yeah, he's got
Yeah.
one leaf growing out from between his ears.
I hate to say it, but a lot of the fan art I've gotten has been iffy. I mean, most of it, like rarely did someone try to draw me. It was usually Sandra, but
Mhm.
still, you know. I do have a few I like, though.
I've been practicing for 5 years, and I think I'm almost ready to do fan art for Professor Stick.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm out of here, people.
All right. I
It's
tried
nice
to
chatting
play
with
too.
you.
Amiga.
Talk to you later.
Yeah,
Can't
I should
forget
get.
to
I'll
play.
be here.
Yeah, I should get going
Thank
too.
you so much for offering to help Diana out.
It's
Yes.
not a
Yes.
problem. She's
Yeah,
like
Very much.
I consider her like a sister. You know,
Yes. See,
only a better sister than my actual sister.
Hmm.
you're even
Yeah.
better than real thing. You know
Yeah.
that Diana.
Well, I don't tend to say sister or brother to anyone because my experience with such has not been real positive.
Well, speaking as the only child in the room, you know, screw all of you for not appreciating your siblings. Growing up alone sucks.
Hey, you want a couple? I've got 8. You can have half of them.
I was an only child as well. So
I mean, I have 4 siblings. 2 are older half siblings that I have not seen. Well, my older sister I haven't seen in over 20 years or heard from her. My older brother, it's been like I think 5 years since the last email and 15 years since the last time I saw him in person. And then my 2 younger siblings, one of them's a cunt. And the other one's my best friend, like my ride or die bitch. Like, so out of the 4 siblings I have, only one of them is actually like, you know, one that I actually love and trust. Like, I mean, I love my other sister, my younger sister, too, but she's the kind of person that she values people based on what's in it for her, and like that doesn't vibe with me.
Well, like I've got 3 brothers, and one of them is the one in the family I'm closest to, who, you know, is about the only one that I really care about and really try to keep in contact with. The younger one, okay, I know he'll help me out if I'm in a pinch, but we just don't talk much. The eldest one is somewhere between zealot and fanatic on the religious spectrum, so I would be happy to get rid of him.
Ah, son of a bitch! I hate
You hurt
that
yourself?
so much.
No, it's the
that-
beeping.
That beep
Oh.
goes straight. It's a fucking ice
Right
pick.
to your teeth.
Yep.
Ugh.
yeah, I'm right there with I'm right there with you, Kate.
Okay, well, Diana, it sounds like it's about time for us to shut down the stream because
Yeah.
pretty much everybody's got somewhere else they need to go.
If you don't mind, I'll call you later. Maybe not today, maybe, but I do want to figure out how to start up StreamYard on another.
Yeah, I had been thinking of calling you last night, but it was late and I didn't know whether or not you were asleep.
Off.
Well, I was on the phone with Amiga and Linda anyway.
Okay, it was around midnight when I was thinking of calling you.
Yeah.
I guess I'm gonna have to move these.
All right.
Clunking yourself with
Okay,
those.
I'm hungry and tired of the beeping. I'll catch you evil geniuses later. Have fun.
Okay.
Love you all.
Bye bye.
Yeah,
Bye-bye.
later.
Leave.
Okay, Diana, you might as well hit the button and disconnect us from the YouTubes.
Daju Gorostu. Yeah, because it's
So
one of
thanks
the
to
other things I
everybody
have
for-
to do is I have to repair and rebuild or rebuild and repair my towers, and that way I won't have to worry about StreamYard. I can just go back. Well, hopefully, can go back to.
It's one
Google.
of the things I loved about StreamYards is that it doesn't take much computer power. So that even when I was going to the conventions, I was live streaming from my laptop in the hotel room.
Okay.
You know, and I was live streaming from a 10-year-old laptop and it had no trouble handling it.
I don't know.
Yeah, whereas like OBS is kind of resource heavy.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Like I need to get OBS set up. Like right now, like I will occasionally do streams on Twitch. But like I just use Twitch. Like they have an app that works, and it's basically Twitch's version of StreamYards. Like
Yep.
it's pared down. It's very like simplistic, but I mean it gets the job done. And but I do want to get OBS like set up and working because my system can handle it, and then I would be able to do nicer things.
Yeah, well, StreamYard keeps adding more stuff to it, which is good. But the one thing that they really need to add is some kind of a raised hand feature so the moderator can know who's waiting to talk and we're not all talking over each other.
Yes. Sort of like Zoom has.
Yeah, well, pretty much all the other chat software has something like that you can, set some little indicator to let them know that you're waiting to make a comment. So I keep encouraging people that every time you log off StreamYards, leave them that comment. And, maybe if they get 50,000 comments for the same feature, they may get around to adding it.
I'd like to. I'd really like to set something good up, but I'd have to present something good. I mean, multiple formats, StreamYard for panels like this, or OBS for stuff that's dedicated to, say, a host and co-host, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
But I'd have to have the stuff to present. And I don't know that I'm that good at coming up with stuff to present. I need help.
Well, that's been kind of my problem, and I just keep my streams freeform, that I'm not really good at coming up with topics.
I mean, maybe I could help every now and again, like I'm an opinionated cunt. Like I'm sure I can come up with something for us to rant about. Channel my inner old man to scream at clouds.
Well, and I have such a wide but pointless background that I can usually come up with some weird facts about most any subject. I just can't keep going on it for too long.
Yeah. But Diana, I put my cell phone number in the private chat. If you ever need to talk, shoot me a text, send me a call, and
Thank you. I won't do it yet because I hope, be receiving the new phone that I bought tomorrow.
that's fine.
Yep.
And I'll give you that number instead of this
That's
number.
fine. Just make sure you write it down, like because you're not alone. Like that's
Diana,
what you need to remember.
You're not just transferring the number.
Say again?
You're going to get a new phone number. You're not just transferring the number.
Well, there are some phone numbers I don't have.
No, but your phone number is going to change.
No, I am going to keep the old phone number.
I think we're
Okay.
still live, by the way.
Yes, we are.
We are.
We're still on YouTube.
Okay. I just wanted to let everybody know if we were going to be talking about phone numbers,
I'm not gonna recite it yet. No.
I'm just looking out,
Yeah,
Yeah,
we're
I know,
still
I
on
know.
YouTube, and we
I've
still
screwed
got
up
some
a couple
people in the
times
side
this
chat.
week. I've screwed up a couple times this week already.
Hello.
Dayu Korostu?
Oh, my phone just beeped at me, so I'm wondering what it is.
Moo.
This is the phone number that I give my family. So
Yeah, I wish I could keep all those phone numbers I had on the phone I lost. But I guess the phone is lost, those numbers are lost.
I try to keep important numbers like written down somewhere.
Yeah. That's why I don't know. That's why I'm thinking about keeping this phone here in service. I don't know. I don't know if I could afford that.
well, I was telling you about track phones, very affordable solutions for that.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
like I could help get you like a minute card for a track phone if need be.
Yeah. Yeah, TrackPhone, they've got plans that are like as cheap as $10 a month, and you add minutes as you need to. Or the one that I'm on, I just pay like $50 for the full year and add minutes as I need to. That's another one of those deals they don't really advertise, but if you know where to look for it on the website, you can get it.
Yeah, because right now
There's also setting up like basically like a fake phone number. Like, well, it's not really fake, but it's like you can set it up through Google where it's like it will forward your stuff, so you don't have to worry about giving out like your real number. Like it's like a call forwarding type thing. I had
Oh.
it before.
I didn't know about that. That sounds useful.
Yeah, like I haven't had it set up in a while, but it just forwards it to your phone so that you can, not have to give out your actual phone number. You're giving out like a spoof number, but it still goes to your actual number through Google.
Yeah. Well, that sounds very useful for when I need to talk to people who are, online contacts.
But I have to look in to see if they even still have it. Like, I don't see why they would have gotten rid of something like that, but you never know.
well, I see what is that. Okay. I don't know. I was hating the idea for the longest time, but I'm starting to change my mind now that my health is really fucked up. I'm getting to the point where I'm wanting to move in with somebody. And
Well, it sounds like Amiga Nuts is offering plenty of space for you to, live there and at least have somebody who's going to check on you every day.
Yeah, and it gives you somewhere to settle down until everything goes through for Michigan, which is the end goal of where we need to get you.
I hope this doesn't sound bad. I hope I don't scare anybody. But as time was going on, I was wanting more and more that perhaps Purple and I could set up shop together. But I've heard you already say you don't want to do that.
Yeah, I don't think that I could actually, have a human roommate or live with another person at this point. That's why Sloth Girl and I had to wait until we could find 2 apartments in the same building to move, because we knew we couldn't really live together in the same apartment.
Because those times that you've been over have been pretty nice.
Yeah, well, that's why I just wanted to get you into the same city with me so that, at least we could get together at least a couple times a week, if not every day. I mean, ideally, if we could have gotten you into the same building here so that I could just, walk upstairs anytime like I do with Sloth Girl. Which is still a possibility for the future. We just have to wait for them to open up the waiting list again.
Well, I don't think that'll ever happen.
Well, it's going to happen eventually because, they're going to wind up with vacancies at some point. And like I say, a couple of times instead of actually had a waiting list, they just opened up and said that they had a lottery. That basically they were only taking applications for like 1 week, but at that point they just, drew as many names as they had vacancies, and those people got it regardless of when they had signed up.
I mean, as I look back on it, I could call myself stupid, but
not stupid, just stubborn.
Well, that too. And
Very stubborn.
I didn't know the stuff hadn't happened yet. I mean, you have to understand my health fell off an edge recently. I mean, were I like were I today like I was even a month ago, I wouldn't be all worried about living alone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I get it. You had some scary episodes recently. Ox is bringing up the SafeLink phones again, which you had one of those Obama phones before.
Yeah, and it was abominable, by the way. The phone itself did not work well at all.
Okay. I wonder if there's a possibility of there being more than one company that provides them in Pennsylvania. If maybe you could go to another company. The one we've got here in Minnesota is Q-Link, so I think you should try to get on the website and see whether or not you can get one in your zip code.
I suppose I could try that.
Yeah, because, well, I had one that was through another company when I was in Michigan. And when we came here, we found out about the Q-Link.
You're lucky, Ox.
So we kept the same phone numbers, and I did have to buy a phone for that, but they had reconditioned phones on their website, so I bought a phone for $20 for that.
Ox, 2 companies here in Pennsylvania I had nothing but trouble with.
Yeah, the Q-Link comes with a bit of advertising, which is, just slightly annoying, but it's easy to overlook. From time to time, they send me text messages trying to get me to buy a better phone, that's all. Actually, for most people, it gives advertising like every time they do things on their phone, but I found out how to shut that off. So I've managed to shut off 99% of their ads.
Okay.
It's really not that difficult. It's just playing around with the settings in the phone. Just they're assuming most people won't figure out how to do it.
Okay, it looks like this rice is done.
And of course, they're constantly trying to get me to buy more data plans, but I don't let my phone do the internet, so I don't need data. Basically, they give you unlimited text and calls and figure that they'll make money off of you selling the data.
Yeah.
But yeah, I very rarely have any need to have my phone do anything on the internet, so for me, the data just accumulates.
But yeah, if you need like a minutes card, let me know, Diana. Like I don't mind helping you where I can. I'm happy to do it, honestly. And I'm limited in what I can do, but I'm damn sure going to offer, and follow through with what I can.
I don't know. I'm lost right now.
I understand.
I'm lost. I'm lonely.
I understand. But you're not alone. That's the thing. You are lonely and you are isolated right now, but you are not alone. You have a community of people that care, that are here holding out their hands to you, just saying, come with us. We've got you. Let us help carry this burden. Let us help you in this fight. Let us lessen your load. You have people here ready and willing and wanting to do that. All you got to do is accept. And you don't have to feel bad because you're not asking. People are offering. I know it's hard to get out of that mindset. I get it. I've been there.
But I'm afraid. Okay, look, I'm afraid even now
I understand
that I'm leaning too hard.
I understand.
I'm very needy. I know I am.
And there's nothing wrong with that. Considering everything you're going through and your current situation, You would be a sociopath if you weren't a little bit needy.
And Diana, it's not like you're putting all this on one person. We
It's
have
a community.
of people that we can each give a little bit without any of us feeling overtaxed by it.
Think of it as a bed of nails, for a nice gothy thing. Like if you were to lay down on a single nail, it's gonna fucking hurt. But you can lay down on a bed of nails because it's distributed across everybody and it helps to support you. And it's actually not as uncomfortable as you would think. I've done it. I've laid on a bed of nails before. So just think of it like that, or even, threads, like a single thread, you can break it easily. But if you weave that thread with others into a small rope, then now it's got even more tensile strength and it's not going to snap as easily. Same basic principle, but with people. Like we're all giving a little and it's not overtaxing any of us by doing so. And by giving a little, we're getting back too. Like I get pleasure and joy out of helping people. I always have. So, Purple was saying earlier that, she has some selfish motives of she wants you close by because she wants her friend there, so she can have, face-to-face interactions and everything. But that's not really a truly selfish thing because it's good for you too. It's a symbiotic thing. And for me, my selfish motivation is I get a boost of dopamine when I help people. And so I like trying to help people. No one would say that it's selfish of me to do that in earnesty, because helping people like the net positive. But again, I get enjoyment out of helping people. And
yep,
I'm not the only one.
It's that question that theists always throw out, of how can your life have any purpose? And for most of us, our life has purpose when we help improve someone else's life.
Because I can hear it in some people's voices. I can hear them getting really tired of putting up with me.
Here's the thing. All right. And like I would say this with Kate still here. Yeah, Kate was getting annoyed, but for two reasons. One, the chirping. Like it really is very much like a drill in your teeth, and like the noise was bothering her. No, I know. It's not your fault. Like, but that had her a little irritated, so she was a little more testy. But the thing that was annoying her, and she is free to correct me if I'm wrong, is you refusing the help that's being offered. And, she even said it as much of, don't look a gift horse in the mouth. It's be grateful that you have a community here that cares about you and wants to help you, and don't like snub it. Don't turn your nose up at it.
Well, she was saying that we've been offering help for a long time and you keep finding excuses not to take it. And that was what was annoying her.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I was a little annoyed too, but Kate, I love you.
Diana, look at the YouTube chat and the comment that Ox just posted.
Kate, I love you, but sometimes you can lack a little bit of tact. So, I'm better at schooling my features when I get annoyed. But I'm not annoyed with you. I'm annoyed with you not wanting to accept the help of people that want to help you, because I know how bad that goes.
I'm afraid.
I know, it's terrifying.
Yeah.
Do you know how scary it was to leave my ex-husband when my health insurance was tied to him and I needed my medications to be able to function? That was the scariest fucking thing I've ever done in my life.
But what's so scary with me is I accept, let's say I accept your help, just hypothetically.
Okay.
And you throw your help into it and everything else. And then you find out that you do resent what you're doing for me. And you resent me. And
I live with that every single day with my partner because he's the one who helped me escape. He's the
And-
one who got me out of that abusive relationship, and I have those niggling little like fears in the back of my head sometimes when, the depression decides that it wants to fucking gut me. But it doesn't change the fact of the matter that, it's not true. Like, you can't let your self-doubts keep you trapped in that cage, because if I did, I would be dead. I would absolutely be dead. I was 82 pounds when I got out of that relationship. I am 5'6". I was 82 pounds when I got out. And I was wasting away, and I did not have much time left. And it was the scariest thing I've ever done in my entire life. But I trusted Michael when he reached his hand out to me, even though I felt like a burden, even though I felt like I was making a huge mistake. I was terrified because it's easier to just, make excuses for the devil and keep the situation status quo than to take that leap of faith into the unknown, because the unknown is fucking terrifying, and having to rely on people is fucking terrifying. But I did it. I swallowed my pride. I pushed down those wriggling doubts that felt like worms in my brain and the claw ripping at my throat and constricting my lungs. I fought through all of that, and I took his hand, and he got me out of there. And now I have a comfortable life, I mean, we're not rich, but it's comfortable. He gave me a beautiful child. He gave me my whole reason to continue going, no matter how bad the pain gets, by giving me that beautiful little boy over there. But when it comes down to it, I understand how fucking terrifying it is to take that first step, because it is a leap of faith, relying on other people that you feel like you're going to let down, that you feel like are going to decide to wash their hands of you and get bored of you or feel like you're a burden. All of those thoughts went through my head.
Every time I've if you want to call it given myself to someone else, I've been kicked to the curb every time.
Yeah. But again, that's why it's a community. You're not depending on one person. If something goes sour with one person, or if one person feels too overloaded to handle it this week, then there's someone else you can call.
It takes a village, and we have our village here.
I wish, I really, 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 really wish that we could have
A village.
that commune.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wish we could. Unfortunately, none of us have the capital to do that.
If I win the lottery, I'll do it.
Yep.
Same with Purple. Even if I personally don't live in it, I would make sure to set it up for everybody else, because I can't be away from my family, and I wouldn't want to move trans people to Florida. So but I would bankroll it, and I would come visit.
And Diana, you need to keep up with reading the side chat. Ox and Bloggerty have been throwing a lot in here.
Yeah.
Well,
And,
let me.
Diana, I know you're scared. Trust me. It's not the exact same situation. My situation and yours are not the exact same, but there are enough similarities that you can draw a parallel to it, that I am probably one of the few people in this group that actually knows the fear that you're feeling right now, that has actually gone through it, pushed through it, and was very happy with the result.
Yeah. Well, and I can say that when people in this community say they're going to help, it actually happens. We wouldn't have been able to move from Michigan without this community, donating to our moving fund. I wouldn't have a vehicle now if people had not donated to our
I
fund
wouldn't
for
have
the
my
van.
sewing machine,
Yeah.
I mean, granted, that's lower on the priorities, but it is something that
But
I'm
that's the
passionate
point.
about.
If people in this community say they're going to help, the help will be there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm trying.
Shit, there was one person that donated 66% of what it costs for my sewing machine in one thing.
And I've helped run so many fundraisers, and there's been so many times I've seen that we were getting close to the end and we were way short of the goal, and somebody just made a donation for a couple $100 right in the last few hours.
We have a good community here. We have a strong community. And while, we may not agree on everything with each other, and we might have little spats here and there. When it comes down to it, we come together as a community to get shit done for people, especially when it is a life and death type situation. I understand the fear of being let down by other people. I do. I understand the fear of feeling like you are letting them down
Yeah.
and that you're not enough and that
I
you're a
always feel
burden.
that.
I understand. And I'm telling you,
Yeah.
sister, like I do. I see you as like a sister. I have been in a similar situation as far as the feelings go, with the
Oh.
fear and the
Yeah.
anxiety, and like, you cannot let the fear cage your mind, because you will stagnate and die, and not in a pleasant way. Like, just
Well,
take the help that's being offered.
and this community has really changed my attitude on that, because, for 50 years, I had that kind of thing, that people offered to help, but when the time came, no one ever showed up.
But we show up.
So I
It's
had
all I've
stopped
dealt
believing
with from
that.
the-
But in this community, when I've asked for help, there have been people there.
I won't say it's all I've dealt with. You people have been so kind to me, kinder than I've ever deserved. I can tell you that right now.
Yeah.
Shut
Well,
the
the
fuck
other
up with
part of
that.
it, I've
You
had the-
deserve kindness.
The other part of it that I have not, I've stopped asking my family for any help, was because it always came with strings attached that they didn't tell me about until later. And sometimes it was like years later that they came back at me with, well, I helped you that time.
Whereas this community, there's no strings attached, just the hope that if you are able to, you'll pay it forward if somebody else needs help. Like, you're not required to help, but it's kind of an unwritten rule in this community that it's like, you do what you can to pay it forward and help
Yeah.
when and where
Well,
you can.
And Diana, you helped build this community. A number of us would not know each other if it wasn't for your streams.
You and Purple are both linchpins of this community.
Well,
And
I've-
like, you
I've
really
told
need to be
Diana
reading
that-
Ox's messages, Di.
Yeah.
Like, seriously, you need to read what Ox is writing in the side chat, because he's putting it incredibly eloquently. And I wish that he was in here to fucking help me gang up on you a little
Yeah.
bit, to knock some sense into you.
Well, and I have told Diana many times that I would not be transitioning if it wasn't for her example. That I would have gone through the rest of my life trying to play a part I never understood. I wouldn't be able to be me.
Well, here's where it goes. This is where I'm setting a bad example for you.
No.
Smile, will you? I don't
Now,
understand.
even my mom's willing to accept this, so it can't be all that bad. So
This is what I don't get. You're not the only person who's told me that I was instrumental in you coming out.
I've
Yeah.
noticed it has a domino effect, that since I came out, I've lost track of how many other people I know online that have come out.
I mean, Jenny tells me that she owes a lot to me, and I don't see that. She was transitioned for years before she knew me.
Yeah, but you were very public about it. You were able to talk about it in front of everyone, and that makes a big difference.
Plus, there's a shared life experience there of, an older trans woman and what they've been through, where there's a camaraderie because you both went through shit,
Well, and that was the thing for me, that, people had convinced me I was too old to do it anymore. So I actually had to, meet some trans women who were over 50 to believe that it was still possible at this stage in my life.
And here I feel boring, being the fucking bisexual cis girl over here, when like a lot of my online friends are fucking NB or trans, and I'm just like, yeah, cis here. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but That one was for Kate, going back to earlier when
remember.
I was like, and they're straight. Not that there's anything wrong with it. She's like, I love that we're saying that about straight people. I'm like, I'm going to say it about the cisses too. Like the cisgenders. There's nothing wrong with being cisgender. There's nothing wrong. But hey, anyways, like a little
A
levity
community
aside.
needs a wide variety of people to thrive. I was laughing at something Ox wrote in the side chat there.
Oh, the bovine?
Yeah.
That was good.
Oh,
Well, she does tend to moo a lot.
moo.
This is true.
Oh, I have been called that word, bullheaded.
You are pretty stubborn, my dear. But that's okay because I am very stubborn too. And I can be incredibly spiteful, and I am absolutely of the opinion that spite can be channeled for good. Like, I live my life with caffeine, curse words, nicotine, and spite because I have a condition that is disabling, but I'm still living my best life in spite of it. My ex-husband nearly killed me, but I'm living my best life in spite of him. Like, fuck anyone or anything that wants to bring me down and drag me low and make me feel miserable. I'm going to, with a smile on my face, kindly tell it to fuck off and live, the best life I can in spite of all of that. Because spite can be channeled for good. Yeah, see, Ox is with me on this one. Spite is a wonderful fucking weapon. I can be incredibly spiteful, but again, I use it for good. Because I can also be very vindictive. So like that is a less positive thing. So I channel my stuff towards positive things because I know my character flaws and I know that, I'm not perfect. I'm not all rainbows and sunshine, but that doesn't change the fact of the matter that I can make the conscious effort to do as much good in the world as possible. And one of the things that I have decided is going to be one of my good deeds is fucking talking some sense into your stubborn ass, Diana.
I don't know.
Well,
I don't know if there's any room in my stubborn ass for any sense.
well,
Well,
maybe we got to
just-
kick it a few times to knock something out then.
Yeah, or, just, shove you with some fucking cheese and carbs and, make a little bit of room.
Well,
there's a lot of moves in there.
Amiga Nuts is offering you an immediate situation that he has said, you can be there as long as you need to.
And that
So
gets
that would
you
give you
somewhere
a place-
safer for now.
Yeah, that would give you a place right away. And if nothing else, give you a chance to just reorganize your life and, wait until something better opens up.
Because again, end goal is to get you to Minnesota, where you're a hop, skip, and a jump from the border in case you need refugee status, where they have better trans protections, to protect you from fucking hate crimes committed against you by jackbooted fucking fascists in other states. And, like you will have members of the community closer to you. Like the issue is you just happen to be really piss poor located where you're really far from everybody. But we get you with Amiga Nuts for the immediate while you wait on your waiting list to get your Section 8 in Minnesota. And then we relocate you to Minnesota. And again, if I have to, my crippled ass will come and I will help you pack everything up from Pennsylvania to get to New York. And then if I need to, I will come back and I will help you pack everything up from New York to get to Minnesota. Like, I don't care. Like, my son's old enough now that he can do sleepovers. I can leave him for a couple of days at my parents' house and I can come and help. I mean, obviously, I'd have to plan it and schedule it, but I can still do it. Like, and I'm not the only one that is, and we can do this like a relay where,
Yep.
everybody chips in, everybody helps out.
Yeah, we'll get a couple of people there, each there for, a day or two to help you pack stuff up. On the last weekend, I'll come there to dismantle all the furniture, load the truck, and drive you where you need to go.
So we get you from Pennsylvania to New York, and you apply for everything you need in Minnesota. You hang out with your brother from another mother in New York, where you will be safe and where your mental health will be able to recover because you won't be alone. And then you go to Michigan or Minnesota. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And Ox mentioned that in New York, you'll be allowed to smoke weed now.
Yeah, that too. Which, get some edibles that will help with your neck pain.
I'm afraid to smoke grass because, first off, I might cough my lungs out. Second,
Well, that's why I said
Might be
edibles.
I might be tempted to go back to tobacco.
Yeah,
And
no,
third-
don't smoke. Don't smoke it. Just edibles. Like you can get gummies, you can get cookies, you can get lollipops, like where you take it, and you eat it, and it gives you the same effect because you're still getting the THC and the other cannabinoids, but you're not trashing your lungs. Like I am a former asthmatic. Quitting smoking and switching to vaping helped clear up my asthma where I don't really need to rely on my rescue inhaler anymore. However, like if I try to smoke weed, it fucks me up like bad. So like if I do ever imbibe marijuana, I have to do it through the edible route. Yeah, see, you've got a community, you've got people here, and we're all going to come together and we're going to help. You just got to let us, okay? And I'm sure that, offline, if you, and I'm like here fucking volunteering Purple, but like, I'm sure that if you need help, like figuring out what forms to fill out, and someone to just kind of talk you through it a bit for getting on the waiting list for the programs you'll need in Minnesota. I mean, Purple has had to fill those forms out before, I believe. So
Yeah,
he
well,
could help
I mean,
you.
she's gone through the process in Pennsylvania, and from what I get, it's the same thing here. It's just fewer forms.
Oh, see, so it's even better.
There's more of the agencies talking to each other, so you don't have to fill out the same form 5 times.
See, there you go.
Did you have to file a form to disengage from Section 8 in Michigan?
No. All I had to do was apply for it here, and they immediately canceled it in Michigan at the end of that lease.
So there you go. You don't have to worry. We've got this. We are making a net to hold you. You have a safety net.
Yeah, that as far as Social Security or the Section 8 went, the only thing I had to do was give them a change of address.
And you won't have to worry about losing Section 8, in Pennsylvania because you'll be living in New York with Amiga until your Section 8 goes through in Minnesota.
Yeah, the only problem with Section 8 is if you try to have 2 leases that overlap. The starting date of the new one can't overlap the ending date of the previous one. That's all.
Yeah, right.
But if you're not using Section 8 for living with Amiga, it's a moot point.
Right. Yep.
And
completely.
so you would just be waiting for a place to open up in Minnesota. And then once it does, all you got to do is let us know and people will get you all packed up and on your way to Minnesota where you will be safe as a trans woman and where you will be with Purple. So not only can she help you, but she can do the whole kidney thing, because it's the distance that is making it hard for the kidney thing. But if you are in Minnesota, your fucking kidney's in Minnesota. So we got to get you to Minnesota to get you to the kidney.
Well, and also just other things here that I've found, like the trans support group I'm in,
That's
so
another thing.
Immediately a way for you to meet other people.
And I actually have a friend on TikTok who is a political activist in Minnesota. And if you wanted to get involved in local politics, I could get you in touch with her. So you could continue to fight the good fight and stick it to the man.
Yeah, maybe we can't make you president, but we could probably get you on the city council.
Exactly. That's why we got to get you to Minnesota.
It's Just so
You just got a few
cold.
steps in the way. It is, but you don't have to go outside when it's super cold. Like delivery things are a thing, and fucking purple's fucking Elsa. The cold doesn't bother her anyway. So like, just make her go to the store for you if you're gonna freeze your tits off stepping outside.
Well, and like I say, for your medical appointments, the medical transport is included with our Medicaid insurance here. So Sloth Girl had no problem getting to all of her medical appointments while I was there visiting you. The only thing was that, she had to call them and schedule the appointments, I think, like 3 days ahead. That was the only requirement for those. But they pick her up at the door, they drop her off at the clinic. If she was too weak coming out of chemo, they literally had somebody who, stood with her in a wheelchair, stood there with her until the van showed up for her to get in.
See, that's amazing. And that's what you need. So we just got to get you there.
Do you have to take a road test to get a driver's license transferred over?
No, if you've got a valid license, you only need to take the written test, which you can even take online now.
Speaking of that, I need to renew my driver's license this year. It's going to expire on my birthday.
Yeah, well, mine is going to expire on my birthday too, and that's why I've been trying to get my legal name change done, but unfortunately, that's gotten kind of dragged out.
Oof.
So I wanted to get my name changed before my birthday so I could change my driver's license and not have to pay to do the driver's license twice.
Well, worst case scenario, if it doesn't, then I'll PayPal you the thing as a birthday gift, the fee for changing your license, so it won't come out of your pocket. I'll PayPal you that as a birthday gift.
Well, I appreciate that. I've got 2 months left to get the paperwork straightened out.
But again, and if I don't end up having to PayPal you the money for that, then I'll get you a Lego set for your birthday.
There's a couple of them on my Amazon wish list.
See, so there we go. Either way, you'll get, it's like $35, I think, for a driver's license thing like that. It's not much. So either way, you'll get something out of it. Either the driver's license can not pay for it, or
my immediate one is going to be a bit more expensive, just because I've been putting it off. So I am still driving on my Michigan license, so I still need to do the transfer of an out-of-state license.
Ah.
But Sloth Girl did hers 2 years ago, and like I say, all she had to do was do the written test online, and they mailed everything out. She did have to go in person once just to have her picture taken. That was all.
I just don't know.
I know you're scared, Diana, but I mean, you're also incredibly brave.
I want it all done now, and I'm scared all at the same time.
Yes, humans are complicated creatures, but here's the thing. It's okay to be scared. Like, you are an incredibly brave woman. I mean, for fuck's sake, any trans woman over 30 is incredibly fucking brave, like, in my opinion, or just trans person in general. But you are very brave. Bravery is not the absence of fear. You can be terrified and still be brave. It just means you fucking check that shit and push forward anyway, even though you're afraid.
Bravery is not the absence of fear. Bravery is acknowledging there's something legitimate to be afraid of and pushing through anyway because the outcome is more important.
Thank you. We have a plan, Diana. We're not going to let you fall.
Change is scary.
It is terrifying.
Our instincts are to avoid change.
Well, and fear, just not only change, but the unknown, because there's unknown variables. Those are terrifying. Like, people who are afraid of clowns, like, it's believed that it's not really the clowns. It's more a fear of the unknown, because you don't know what's under that fucking makeup. And it ties into that primordial like fear that we have of the unknown. But it's okay, because we can't determine exactly how everything's going to play out, how long things are going to take. But what we can say is we have a plan. It's a good, solid plan. And there are contingencies. And it's not going to fall on any one person. And that's why, I mean, we're making a net out of everybody working together, because that is stronger than just trying to do it on your own. It'll be okay. And you'll have a better quality of life, which is the most important. Because right now you're suffering. And wouldn't you want to, like, harm reduction? Wouldn't you want to lessen your burden and your suffering even a little bit so that you have a better quality of life? Going through with this plan will do that. Just by having a person that you can reach out and touch will do that. Trust me, as someone who went through isolation and, really, really, really bad shit, like, not having people around made it so much worse. But once people were around, it made it a lot easier to start healing and to start getting stronger. Thank you, Ox. Yes.
I'm so
Never
fucking-
fear change. Being afraid may cause you to miss out on the best move of your life. And it's not like you're walking this path alone. That is exactly it. You are not alone. It's okay to be afraid, but don't let that fear paralyze you, because we need you to take those steps to move forward and know that we are walking beside you and we are there ready to catch you if you fall. We will not let you fall.
Again, whole group of people, we make a net.
And who knows, like, in a month or two, me or Purple, one of us could win the fucking lottery, and then it's all a moot point because I start the fucking, hippie commune, and then everybody wins. But barring that, this plan will at least ensure a better quality of life for you. Because you don't know how much time you have left. And when it comes down to it, minimizing suffering, minimizing the struggle, the pain, the uncertainty, and the isolation and loneliness, all of those things are going to eat away at your soul. Like, I mean, I don't believe in like a soul in the sense of like a religious thing, but like a soul is in the core of your being, like who you are. Like everybody has that. And when you're isolated and in pain, it festers like a wound, and it just eats away more and more of you, and you become a shell of the person you once were.
Mhm.
And I wouldn't wish that fate on anybody. And I'm just worried that that's what's going to happen, because you are in pain and you are isolated. While you have us on these video calls, that's something. But again, it's not the same as having a flesh and blood person in the room with you.
Yeah, well, I think that's a big part of why I let my apartment go so bad, is because I know nobody's ever going to come to visit me, so it doesn't seem to matter. If I
One of
had
these
somebody
days I
who was
will.
going to come in once in a while, I might keep the place presentable.
That's, I suppose, why I wish I were closer, is that
Yep.
there'd be too much of me and you'd get tired of me.
Well, no, Sloth Girl and I have discussed that. Yeah, it wouldn't be every day, but if you were in the same city, we could have dinner together at least once or twice a week.
And even seeing somebody once a week, you'd be surprised how big of an impact that would make on your mental health.
And I expect if you were here that we would be doing things more often. Like I said, I'm aware that we have more things in common.
And once, the three of you girls are together, it'll make my visit even better, because I can go and I can visit Sloth Girl, you, and you two. And so, like, it'd just be the four of us girls just chilling. And, like, we can fucking watch movies and dig into some Ben and Jerry's and just, like, have a fucking girls' night. I think it would be fabulous. I'd probably go with fish food. That's one of my favorite Ben and Jerry's.
I think Sloth Girl's favorite is the Tonight Dough. I've got to have the Cherries Garcia.
See, like the tonight dough is good. Like I love cookie dough. So like that's a good one. And then there's another one. I forget the name of it, but it's got like brownies in it. Like chunks of brownie. It's so good.
I think they've got two different ones that have brownies, but yeah.
Um
They've got one that's like brownie fudge sundae. That's one of my favorites.
yeah, I think that might be the other one. And the fish food, it's like got the caramel and it's got the little
Yep.
chocolate fishes that I love. Another ice cream that I'm a fan of that's not Ben and Jerry's is Moose Tracks. Moose Tracks is
Yep.
fucking goat. Moose Tracks, Rocky Road are my two favorite and Spumoni. Spumoni is amazing. Like fucking pistachio, cherry ice cream, chocolate and cherry ice cream all together. It's like, you know, so good. Like
Yeah, I don't know if you get the Kemp's brand down in Florida.
I don't know.
Okay. It's a regional brand that's made here in Minnesota. And
Ooh, I'll have to try it.
you know, it's a budget priced ice cream, but it's just about at the same level as the Ben and Jerry's.
Ooh. Sounds
And I think
fantastic.
they may be the ones who invented the Moose Tracks. I think they may have been the ones who started that flavor.
That's amazing. And I would definitely be trying that. Like I'll probably gain 5 pounds when I come to visit you girls. But that's fine.
Yeah. They've got a similar one called Turtle Tracks.
Oh yeah, Turtle Tracks is good because it's like caramel instead of like the peanut butter.
Yep. And I absolutely love caramel. That's
Yeah, no. Like I mean, I love like 2 of my favorite candies are Rolos and peanut butter cups. So like I mean, and almond joys, but that's a whole other thing. I love coconut. But like as far as ice cream goes, like anything that has caramel and chocolate and peanut butter, I'm all about it. And like I also marshmallow, like I love Rocky Road, like so like, you know, bits of marshmallow in there. It's so good. But see, that's the thing. We'll all just sit around and veg out and eat ice cream together and it will be fabulous. Damn it,
Well-
Purple. You're stepping in for Kate, aren't you?
I was doing that stuff before I met Kate.
Yeah, but you're taking her place on the stream doing that because that's a Kate thing to say.
Well, it's one of the things that, you know, we were talking to Diana about is that, you know, to get her transgender chef channel going again, you know, that the cooking videos are something that Sloth Girl and I would like to participate in. Sloth Girl had volunteered to be her sous chef.
And I would totally want you guys to record an episode while I was visiting so that I could be a guest appearance. It would be amazing.
Yep.
Maybe I could make my Wiccan chicken.
That sounds good.
Oh, it's really, I only called it that because I used 13 herbs and spices because like I was angsty like that. And it's just fucking crock pot chicken, like a whole chicken done in the crock pot so it's tender and like fall off the bone, juicy, and it's got a slew of herbs and spices like rosemary and garlic and thyme, sage, like all the good shit. But it was delicious. And I love chicken when it's nice and soft and moist. Like that's one thing. I hate dry chicken. It is the worst. That's why I always like go with thigh meat. Like chicken thighs are my go-to for any chicken dish. I very rarely will actually use chicken breast because it dries out too easily and I fucking hate dry chicken.
I don't know where YouTube is showing this. It looks like one hell of a gap.
Oh, is the
Wait.
stream behind? I've only been knowing it's live because I still see people typing in the side chat. I have the side chat just as a pop-out window over the StreamYard.
Okay, wait a sec. There's somebody that they have like an offshoot of Amiga Nuts' name. Is that like an alt account of theirs, or is it some rando?
Yeah, I just saw that. I don't know who that is.
That's a new person.
I don't know why they would steal Amiga's name, but obviously they like changed it.
I don't know either, but they're asking Danish to bring her show back, so.
Well, whatevs. I mean, they're not doing anything wrong, so.
Yeah. Ox says Amiga knows who that is, so.
Okay, well, whatever. Like I said, I just happened to notice it, figured I'd draw attention to it in case it was an issue, but it's fine by me.
I would say Tons of Mice, but I don't think he gets over to this channel that often. He has a tendency to do that in Neil's streams, to make up a lot of parody names. Okay, Ox is saying that was him.
Okay.
Oh. Oh, the kitty finally moved, which means I get to move my leg and get rid of this cramp.
Oh, you might appreciate this. It is Mexican street corn popcorn. It is fucking delicious.
I have never seen that, but I'm sure that soft girl would like that.
And it does. It tastes just like Mexican street corn.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't do popcorn because I don't have teeth anymore.
But I got this bag at Sam's, I think. But I'm sure they have it elsewhere because it's not like a Sam's brand.
Well, if they have it at Sam's, it's probably at Walmart because they're all the same company. They get from the same warehouse.
But like it's like seasoned and it's delicious.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and she does like different seasoned popcorns and even doing a lot of her own.
I'll take a picture of the bag and send it to you in DM so that next time you go shopping, if you stop by a Walmart, you happen to see it, you can grab some for her.
Yeah, I'll have to remember to look for it. I'll put it on my grocery list here. Ow. I keep forgetting it does that. I keep my phone in night mode because I don't deal with bright lights. But when I go to load up the list app, it always comes on with the full blank white screen for a couple of seconds before the app starts. That always hurts.
Yeah, I always have dark mode on.
I guess what I've got to do is start to decide what I'm keeping and what I'm throwing away.
That unfortunately is the hardest part of moving, yes. Deciding what you can actually part with. Although, I know from our move in Michigan that I can fit 2 apartments your size in a 27-foot U-Haul. So that means there should be no problem fitting everything you own in a 20-foot U-Haul.
And like I said, we'll make it work. We are one big dysfunctional family. We got you. Also, hey Danish, haven't seen you in a hot minute. Then again, I haven't been around a lot of streams lately. The most recent one that I was on was One Ring with Noodle and Godless Scummer last weekend. They were talking about the U.S. Civil War, and as a bit of a history buff myself, and it was the four of us on the stream, and I had an absolute blast. It was great.
Oh, I missed that one.
Yeah, it was last Sunday's media musings. So
Yeah, I was up for the one on Saturday, but usually they're too early in the morning for me.
yeah, it started at 9 a.m. I think, and like I happened to pop in because Jeff had told me about it ahead of time. I was like, yeah, I'll try to be there, and I showed up like I was like 10 minutes late or something like that. But we were talking about it was like referencing a video where someone was basically talking like they were playing two characters. One was a northerner, one was a southerner, or so Union and Confederacy, and they're like talking back and forth and like presenting facts and logic, and it was a really, really well done video. And then we had like hours long conversation about a like 28-minute video. We stretched it out to like 5 hours of content. It was crazy.
Well, that is one area I could go on about. That I could ramble on for 5 hours about just the Civil War navies.
Yeah, but you like boats, but you like vehicles just in general.
Well, I'm always fascinated by the rapid advance of technology. And unfortunately, that always happens the fastest during wars. So the U.S. Civil War in particular, because it was really where you saw the changeover from the wooden sailing ships to the steel ships. John Erickson was awarded 56 separate patents for the construction of the Monitor.
Huh. Are you feeling a little bit better, Diana?
I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know how to feel.
That's okay.
Well, I need to go upstairs. I need to go upstairs and check on the girls, but you can call me in a couple hours. I'll probably be up there 2 to 3 hours.
So I might give you a phone call to figure out how to set up StreamYard on another phone, on another email.
Yeah, just call me after 10 o'clock your time.
And Diana, you and I are in the same time zone. And like I said, in the private chat, I tossed in my cell phone number. Feel free to call or text me if you need to talk. Like I said, while our situation's not the same, I'm probably one of the closest people that can relate to like that existential fear and dread that you're dealing with right now. And I'm here for you.
Yeah. Let me look over here. Oh, I think I see. Oh yeah, okay. You said my cell number in case any of you need to reach me. That's the one you're talking about.
Purple already has my cell phone number. She can text me at any time. Like she knows that. She's actually checked in on me sometimes because sometimes I'm not around for a while and she'll just be like, hey, you doing okay? And I'm like, yeah, I'm good.
When nobody's heard from you in more than a week, people start asking in the Twitter DMs.
Yeah, and it's I appreciate it. It lets me know you guys care, but you and Kelly, Godless Granny, are both like the ones that always reach out if I've been kind of MIA for a bit to message and check in on me, see how I'm doing. And I appreciate you both for it. It warms my heart to know that you guys care,
Well, and I know what a difference that makes. And I understand Diana's thing about living alone and being, disconnected from everything. It's that I've had that, just feeling isolated and trying to get out of a place.
We're stronger together as a community, as a dysfunctional found family. And we all have our strengths and weaknesses. We all have things that we can contribute. But the one thing that we can all contribute is a feeling of belonging with each other, because we all care about each other and we have our community, our found family.
Well, and that's, I stumbled into this community by accident entirely, and this is just, I've had a stronger sense of family here than any place I've been.
Yeah, I stumbled in on accident. Honestly, I don't even fully remember how I ended up here. Like, I know I met Kelly through Godless Engineer because he was actually the first like atheist YouTuber that I followed, and I'm actually friends with him. When he and his wife were in town, like we met up for lunch, and like they have my cell phone number, and like I'll chat with them, you know,
Mhm.
from time to time in private. And so like they're actual friends and they're wonderful people. And like that's how I came across Kelly, and like she is a dear friend, and you know I absolutely adore that woman. Like I would move mountains for her, you know. um and I think I know like I met Jeff through you, Purple, but I'm trying to remember how I met you first, but it was a couple years ago now, and
Yeah.
it feels like I've always known
I
you
don't quite
though.
remember, who it
Yeah,
was we first met through.
but it feels like you've been friends with me forever, you know? Like it's just like yeah, just Purple, like she's just there, you know? Like
I
it,
feel I feel bad because I don't exactly remember how I met Purple. I know that you were one of the first people. Was I one of the first people you knew here?
Um, Fairly early on, just a couple of months after I got active on YouTube. But, I remember, knowing just at the point of knowing when we were going to be friends, that we were in somebody else's chat. I don't remember who it was. And somebody started arguing in the background with their spouse. And you started trying to sing Gordon Lightfoot just to get over their arguments, so nobody would hear them arguing because they forgot to mute their mic.
that's sweet and kind of funny.
But actually, it's all Kate's fault that I'm here.
Yeah, I do know that you have said that.
Yeah, after my hernia operation, I was kind of stuck in my chair, so I was actually looking for old episodes of the Transformers, so I searched YouTube for 80s animation. And that ran me into Kate's channel. And once I started watching her channel, it started suggesting all of these atheist YouTubers.
Yeah, I think first for me was Godless Engineer, and then Godless Cranium and Professor Stick and Jimmy Snow. Like those were Genetically Modified Skeptic, Holy Kool-Aid. Like
Yeah.
I went down the atheist rabbit hole.
Well, same with me. I know that Paula Vice Rhino, and Professor Stick were in the first 5.
Yeah, and I did watch Paul and a little bit of Shannon, and Vice
Shannon
Rhino.
didn't even have a channel when I started.
Yeah, I don't think she had a channel when I first started, but she was just part of that whole collective atheist
Paula
YouTube.
were on his channel quite a few times.
And I remember like crossover episodes where like Godless Cranium and Godless Engineer, like where it was like they couldn't be there, so like he was holding up like a mask or whatever, like to pretend to be the other one, where they were like filling in like just funny little skits like that. I remember those videos.
Oh yeah, Bloggerty's mentioning Dark Matter.
Man, like this is going back to like 2016, 2017.
Yeah, well, my channel, I've just this month I went past my 5 years since I created my channel. But I had been like watching other people on YouTube for about 6 months before that under a different handle.
But when I first started watching YouTube, it was like baking and cooking stuff, like How to Cake It and Rosanna Pansino. And then I found an atheist video, like somehow I was shown Godless Engineer, and that just sent me down that whole rabbit hole.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm going to say it again, and I'm going to get boring when I say this over and over and over. I wish we could have the commune.
Yeah, one of the things that struck me when I found YouTube was until I started seeing all the rebuttal videos, I did not realize there was anyone who took Flat Earth seriously. I thought it was just a running joke.
Yeah, I guess.
That was kind of scary to find out that there were people who were serious about it.
Yeah, I guess there are people that fucked up.
I'm just sad that now we have so many more anti-vaxxers. Like that just
Yeah.
I went on a rant against anti-vax people on one of Godless Engineers streams. Like this was years ago. It was like
Yeah.
a patron stream or whatever. And it was kind of a group chat. I just went off on a fucking rant about it.
Well, yeah, if you know anything about autism, and that's where the whole anti-vaxxer thing started, was about vaccines cause autism, which not only was the original study discredited and the guy had his license revoked.
Andrew Wakefield.
Yeah, but that wasn't even what he was trying to prove in his study. He wasn't trying to say all vaccines. He was trying to discredit one particular vaccine because he was heavily invested in a company that made an alternate vaccine.
Yeah.
The MMR vaccine. He basically stood to financially benefit if he discredited the MMR vaccine. And, because you're right, like he had a financial interest in it.
Yeah.
And his name was Andrew Wakefield. And not only was his stuff disproven, but he also lost his medical license. Like
Yeah.
he is no longer a doctor because
Well,
he
he
fucking
lost his
lied.
medical license because when they examined his study, they found out that he had tweaked the data to prove his point. So he
Yeah.
had fraudulent research, and that's why they pulled his license. But yeah,
And
that's
so
where the
many
whole
people suffer
anti-vax
now
thing
because of
started,
it.
and unfortunately, the fact that the anti-vax thing was pretty much going in full gear when the pandemic started was a disaster. Well, actually still is a disaster. While they're claiming the pandemic's over, we're still having thousands of people die from it.
Right.
It's fucking depressing.
Well, it's for political reasons that they're saying the pandemic is over.
They're saying it's over because everybody's tired of hearing about it.
And the Republicans are tired of funding support programs.
Well, yeah,
Like
they don't want to
the
pay
food
for anything
stamps
that
and
helps
everything.
poor people.
Say again?
The Republicans don't want to pay for anything that might help poor people.
Oh, right. Can we get some heads together to come up with something that might achieve some general popularity that would help some poor people? I'm kind of thinking of this poor person over here, but let's get some other poor people's in on it too. That we can get some stuff going, and maybe some people can be doing better than they are now.
Yeah, unfortunately, general popularity isn't enough. The problem is the Republicans get people fired up emotionally about a single issue.
Yeah, that's
Because,
the
like,
biggest
gun
thing.
control, polls indicate that 75 to 80% of the population supports gun control. So we've got popular opinion on that. We just can't get legislation on it. And the Republicans don't care as long as they don't think it's going to target their family.
Yeah. I mean, and like the thing with the pandemic and the anti-vax thing, like part of me is just like, and it sucks, but like I can be cynical, I can be jaded, like where it's like, the Republicans are fucking themselves over a little bit because like mostly it's their base that are going to be dying. Sure, there's going to be innocents and immunocompromised people that aren't,
Yeah.
but when it comes down to it, they're weeding out their own. So, I mean, kind of like whatever, you know, like if you want to fucking be the lemming that walks off the cliff, I'm not gonna waste any energy on you, you know. I
Yeah, well,
tried. I did what I could. I sewed 500 fucking masks
Yep.
during the pandemic. Like, I tried. And at this point, I'm just tired. Like, I fucking from 2015 up until a few months ago, I was checking the news every single day. I was staying completely up to date on all current events. And every morning, I'm like grabbing the edge of my chair like fucking Picard, going, damage report, you know? And I just got so fucking burnt out that I was just like, I
Yeah.
need a break. So, like, I'll listen to, like, you know, a video here or there of like Rational National or like Vosh, because he's problematic, but I like Vosh. Like, he makes me laugh, you know. And like, so I'll watch stuff from time to time, but for the most part, I've had to check out for my own mental health.
The same with me. It's like, you know, I follow, like, you know, Ring of Fire is a YouTube channel that
I love Ring
condenses
of Fire.
political
Farron
things in
is great.
5-minute clips. Yeah. But for the most part, you know,
Philip DeFranco is the one that I watch the most now because, again, it's 20 minutes. It covers several stories. So I'm keeping a finger to the pulse slightly, but I'm not like hyper focused on it like I was before.
Yeah. Well, that's what I feel. Just, you know, with my general anxiety, I just don't have the energy to watch news every day.
And
You know,
Farron Cousins is a Florida person. Like, he lives in my state.
Well, and he's fair about it. You know, he's willing to criticize people on both sides.
He follows the facts. And that's something like Philip DeFranco, he's not partisan, where he's not like, you know, I'm a Democrat, you know, vote for the Democrats. He's more like, all right, the Democrats did this, the Republicans did this, but he calls out the bullshit, you know,
Right.
and he doesn't really pick a side. The only thing that he's very like opinionated on is like if something does something to fucking hurt kids, then he's like, you know, fuck that, like, you know, let them rot kind of thing. Like, and he feels very strongly about vaccinations because they help protect people, you know, and so like we vibe, and he's funny, which I like. You know, I need that bit of levity, you know, when I'm consuming the news. Otherwise, I just want to cry.
Yeah. I also have to say that a lot of my news I get from Cirrus, especially on the trans issues.
Yeah, Cirrus really keeps up to date on those.
Yeah, he's great for so many things on the queer community.
The most recent Vosh video I watched was him going over the video of Ethan Klein from H3, where he was talking to Ollie London, and he was just fucking obliterating Ollie. It was fucking hilarious. And like Vosh's color commentary just made it that much funnier because fuck Ollie London, stupid grifting cunt.
I don't know who Ollie London is.
Ollie London was the person that was trans Korean and had $250,000 of plastic surgery to look like a K-pop star. And then when the medical bills come due, all of a sudden now he's a detransitioner, like right-wing grifter, going and doing the circuit of how he was preyed upon by the transness and trans agenda bullshit. He's fucking creepy.
Yeah, now I know who you mean. I just didn't recognize the name.
Yeah, no, Ollie London is just a garbage person.
Does
and
anybody,
has been.
Does anybody know when the people started pouring on? There were 9 people watching this just a few minutes ago. Does anybody know what? Now there are 8. Because I may decide that I want to change the time for the show if more people come by at a different time.
Yeah, I think bumping it like an hour or two later might work, you know.
Well,
it-
before I changed the time for my show, I basically just kept asking on Twitter for several weeks to see people's responses.
I mean, if I'm available on Sundays, you know, I try to pop in.
Yeah, well, you know, for me, anything that says AM or morning, no, I'm not going to be there.
Mhm.
You know, most days I don't get out of bed before noon because too often I don't get to bed before sunrise.
Whereas me lately, I've just not been sleeping well. Like I've been getting up at like 6 or 7 like every single day and like waking up like every hour at night. So like I'm like in full-blown insomnia mode where it's like I'll sleep for an hour and then I'll be up for an
Mhm.
hour and then I'll sleep for an hour and rinse and repeat
Can't
until
get
I get up
anything
out of
done that
bed.
way.
Because what I want, a couple things I want. If I'm going to stay alive for a while,
Which we hope.
I want to air this show when people will want to be around to watch it and who want to throw me some nickels and dimes because I need all the money I can get at this point.
Mhm.
Mhm. Well, there's not much going on Sundays. So, yeah, I think maybe, you know, putting it a little later in the day and maybe you get people from all across the country who are in later time zones.
Yeah, because you got to figure it's like 9 a.m. when you start streaming on the West Coast if you start at noon.
Right.
So if
Actually,
you,
I think there's 3 hours between you and California.
That's what you said.
Okay, yeah, you're right.
I have dyscalculia, so I might have messed that up.
No, you were right.
No, you got it
You were
right,
right.
Kitty.
Okay.
I have been getting so little sleep that I'm having trouble doing math.
Kate used to bitch about that, I remember.
Yeah.
Good-naturedly, of course. But oh man, you should have heard her when I was starting at what was it, 10 a.m.?
Yeah.
Yeah, she would have had to have been up at 7 a.m. Like, yeesh. But yeah, so I mean, if you maybe plan it for like 2
Yeah,
o'clock.
maybe if you push it back 2-3 hours later than you had been starting, you might get more people watching.
Yeah, like if you do it at like 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock, then you're looking at 11 or 12 West Coast time, which, you know, is not as early, obviously. So
Yep.
maybe more people will pop in.
Well, and it's Sunday. You have to wait till people get out of church.
I mean, not in this group, but you know.
I know.
Well, there's
unless
there's-
church is
actually,
burying
that-
yourself between the thighs of your significant other. I mean, I'll go to that church any Sunday.
Well, that's what I used to bitch at Diana for when she was starting it at 9 a.m. Was what was the point of being atheist if I had to get up on a Sunday morning?
there you go.
Exactly.
There you go. All right, a couple things. One thing I'll put out to you kids. Would we like to get together off air and hash out the kind of show we could do?
Sure.
Fuck it. I'm in.
Yep.
Th-
Yeah.
Thank
I'll
you,
I'll
but
help you plan things out more for whatever future show you want to do.
because I'd like something more official. I'd like something more
Scheduled, like, or structured.
polished.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know, you could set it up to do a multi-hour live stream, you know, but have it be a series of shorter segments, you know, 15 to 30-minute segments within a 2-hour live stream. You know, if you wanted to
Yeah.
cover some news or cover some important subjects.
Yeah, I'd like that. I really need some help because I'm not all that good at it at this.
Yeah.
You know.
If you're concerned about the YouTube analytics, there is a lot to be said about keeping a stream down to 2 hours. And even if you do a 2-hour stream and you stop that one and you immediately start and do another 2-hour stream, so you're effectively having a 4-hour stream, but for the YouTube analytics, it's better to keep it to under 2 hours.
This one's been going 7.5.
Yeah, well, Diana and I used to do 8 and 9 hour streams all the time.
Oh yeah, I remember Jeff joking with me. Was I trying to displace him? Because on movie night we used to go. Oh my God, we could go 10 hours.
Yep.
God.
Yeah, I remember hanging out in a couple of the movie night streams that it was starting to get to be daylight.
Yeah. I wish I could lean on Jeff.
Yeah. He
I
was,
miss him so much.
that was a big loss to our whole community.
You tell me I'm a linchpin of the community. Jeff.
Yeah, I don't
There
know
it
if
is,
Kitty ever got to know him. I don't know if Kitty was really involved in the community when Jeff was still around.
I don't know.
Size Strike.
I've heard of him and I've seen like some of his videos, but he passed away, right?
Yeah, about 3 years ago now.
Yep.
I remember when that happened. Like I had just come to know of who he was like right before, like within a couple of months before he passed away. So like I didn't have any like big feelings about it because I didn't know him, you know.
Yeah.
But I do vaguely remember watching some of his videos before he passed away.
He came out here. You talk about people doing things for people. That was when I had to have a test done for diagnosing the kidney problem. I had to have what do you want to call it? They stuck a needle into my kidney, a biopsy.
Oh yeah.
They took a biopsy of the kidney, and then that's how they came up with, yeah, your kidney's dying, and you're going to need dialysis soon. He came out here and took me to that appointment, and it turned out that had he not done that, I wouldn't have got there, because the medical transportation that was set up for me fell on its arse.
Mm-hmm.
He said, "Oh, we're not going to make it. Sorry." That sort of bullshit. But he came out here from Asbury Park. He canceled that date. He canceled that skee ball date with God. Who can name that reference?
Which God?
Dogma.
There you go.
I fucking love Kevin Smith. Like, he's amazing.
But no, he came out here. We had a day of it. It was a beautiful, beautiful day. We tried out one of those Impossible Burgers.
Yep.
And we never did get it. We never did get it filmed. We were going to film that Impossible Burger date, and we were going to put it on the air. But once he got home, I think it was the next day that I saw the chicken sandwich that KFC was test marketing, or whatever you want to call it. It consisted of a piece of chicken between two glazed donuts.
Oh yeah.
Oh fucking hell! Like,
I remember when they were
high cholesterol and diabetes. Like, I'm thinking back to the actor from Cocoon and his diabetes.
Oh, Wilford Brimley?
I think so.
The mustache?
Yeah, and the only thing I remember him being in was Cocoon.
But yeah, I jumped on the phone immediately. Hey, Jeff, I saw this earlier today. So we started making plans. He was going to come back out, and we were going to test the chicken sandwich.
You're braver
Next-
than I.
Say again.
You're braver than I.
The next day, he was dead. That morning, I got a call from Karis.
Yeah.
We
Yeah,
spent
that
the entire
was
day in
just such a
shock.
shock to everyone because it was so sudden.
Yeah, I remember like it nobody saw it coming. Like it I do remember just like the shock everybody had on Twitter of it's like just you
Yeah.
never know how quickly things can change. That's why it's important to not put things off and to you know do what you can to live the best
Well,
life you can.
It's why I wish. That's why I want to make a show, a channel that's popular enough that could fund the sorts of things that Jeff used to do.
Yeah.
That I could fill that role in some small way.
Well, and if you start getting your show together, I'm sure if you talk to Jess, she'd have no problem with you using a lot of the stuff from his channel.
I've got to repair and rebuild everything.
Yeah.
And
You know,
it'll be
but-
okay. You can do it. Like
You know,
you've got people to help.
That could be an ongoing segment for you of just revisiting some of his videos. You know, just to get people who didn't know him aware of all the stuff he did on his own channel. I love the one when he did the ARC tour.
Oh my God, yes.
They made stuff up.
I think, yeah, I even contributed a little bit to that.
Yeah, that was one of his last things that he did.
Yes, that's true. There's still some bad blood.
Oh, Mage is back.
Mage, do
Yeah,
you want to come in?
I know there was a lot of drama going on within his family. A lot of it being over control of his channel and that, but you know, I didn't really understand the drama.
Well, there was, and I guess still is, drama involving Sean and Jess. So a lot of people didn't like Sean and Jess getting together.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and again, I didn't know anything about their relationship beyond what was online. So I felt I didn't know the background of it, and I just kind of pushed it aside. I didn't pay much attention to it because I just felt it wasn't my place to get involved.
I'm going to be extremely honest, and I'm going to say that I don't know what to think about any of it.
Yep. Eyes.
Hey, cutie.
Hello. Oh, you haven't hit your record yet.
What's that?
You haven't hit your record yet.
Erector jet?
Record, like for
Record.
length of stream.
Oh, no, we're nowhere near it.
I'll be muting myself quite a bit since I'm sitting here eating dinner.
Yeah, I
I
already
know-
had mine. Teriyaki chicken and rice.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
know the
I've-
record was something exceeding 10 hours.
Yeah. I think I've actually come close to 12.
You might have. I can't quite remember.
But yeah, Mage, would you like to join in? It's not exactly now, but I would like to set up something where we could get people together, say even on a regular basis, to like a brain trust, and hash out how to put the show on. Show ideas, format ideas, you name it.
Yeah, sure, I can help out.
Yeah, just a brainstorming session to help Diana organize her new show.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's because what I'd like is something more polished, something that would, honestly, something that would garner a few dollars to where, number one, we could pay for some things for the show. Have somebody, commission some theme or artwork or something. And honestly, I will be extremely honest. I'll be upfront with some of it for me because I need some money.
Well-
you guys want some, you can have some too.
Well, you're well enough known that if you get a show set up with some topics, you won't have any problem, getting some guest stars, some experts on the various subjects.
Okay, I'd like that because I'll tell you the truth. I miss that interview format I used to do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, see, I'm no good at interviews myself, but yeah, if you can do that.
Well, let's see. I can talk about my garden. I have evolution's a bit of a hobby of mine, so that's something I could talk about.
Could we get something queer oriented going?
I mean,
Would it be worth trying to do that?
Oh yeah. Well, no, that's why
I'm
I was
fine.
meaning about, doing segments that I could see, you doing kind of a spotlight on queer news as one of your segments. Because, there's a huge overlap for the atheist and queer community.
I mean, I would need some stuff ahead. I suppose I'd have to do stuff, if you want to call it on credit or something at first. I don't have anything where I could pay for anything right away, but
Yeah. Well, I know that. That's why my channels hasn't really gotten to the level people want it to, because it's like I can't afford to pay anybody for their artwork. It's just that Junie does it for me.
Well, I'm a free resource, so.
Yep.
Yeah,
I don't
my
know.
time is free.
Do you know? Huh?
Well, Diana's well enough known that she can get some fairly big names in the community, to come on her show for half an hour.
I don't give myself that much credit, but
If you ask, I know people who would do it. I know some fairly well-known people in the community who would definitely do it for you. I mean, I'm sure you can get Aaron Raw if he can fit it into his schedule.
oh God, I'd love it. I'd love to have a show worthy of Aaron Raw.
Well, I think
would-
if you pick a topic that he's good at, and you got to, with him, I'm sure you got to plan it like 3 months in advance. But
I would like
But
to build
Aaron's really good. Like he will go he does go on a lot of people like small channels and like
well, he showed up in one of my chats just because he happened to have a night that something got canceled.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind having a chance to talk to him.
I've gotten to chat with him a couple of times on streams and he's good people.
I love that man. When Purple and I went to Kentucky for the ARC protest, we walked on the green, and there was this mountain of a human being
Yeah.
with a whole bunch of people around him talking and everything else. And I walk up. I had already been on another show with him, so each of us knew who the other was. I called out and pointed. I said, "Do I know this person?" And he greeted me as if we had been friends for 100
Yeah.
years.
Well, he did that with me, and it's, I had this dinky little channel with less than 50 subscribers, and he's with me like I've someone that he just hasn't seen in years. And it's like he had no clue who I was.
And that was Aaron Ra. That was who he was.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, Aaron is a good person. Like, he is definitely someone that, like, even though I don't drink, I would love to go out and buy him a beer.
Yeah.
you know, and just, like,
Well, and that's we got to hang out with him on the patio of an after party after the
Yes.
protest.
Yes.
And he was asking Diana about being trans, and he's like, "Okay, you know more about the subject than I do, so I'm going to shut up and listen." He doesn't think he knows everything, and he's interested in learning anything he doesn't know.
Yeah, I'm sure him and I could talk about evolution and atheism.
I'd love to have him on the show again. Especially where I could get him started. And he could go on for an hour or whatever.
Well, by the way, edit your description, because if you just put in the hashtags there that we mentioned Aaron Ra on the stream, it will instantly get you more views. I'm serious, it works.
Where do I do that?
My stream that he popped into under the YouTube. I can walk you through it later.
If I change the title, will it show up in the YouTube, or do I have to change it there too?
Since the stream's always running, you'll have to change it on YouTube for it to show up there. If you change it before the stream starts, it would automatically change it on YouTube, but not after the stream has started.
Okay, I got you.
Okay,
Yeah,
Ox has
well,
had
we'll
to
do
head off
that.
and do chores.
What's that?
Ox is having to head off and do his chores.
We'll have fun with chores, Ox, and stuff.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, 'cause I was doing this for a while. What I'd really like is if somebody could be watching the show and make notes about when various things come up.
Yeah.
And then we can split them out into clips.
Yeah, well, I have a tab open for editing the description as my streams run. So at least I can put in the list of topics as they come up, but I never get the timestamps in there. So
Yeah, and what I would want would be to
have the
timestamps.
timestamps so you could clip bits out.
Yes.
Yep, that would be an excellent way to develop your channel. If you do the 2-hour stream and then you cut it up into the 15, 20-minute segments and post those as individual videos.
But what I'll have to do is repair and rebuild the machines.
Well,
I have the video editing software and stuff. I cannot run on what I've got now. It is not possible. I've tried.
Well, I've done most of that stuff, and I've done it all on a 10-year-old computer.
No, the
I
video
can't-
software that I've used,
Yeah.
which is pretty low level stuff,
Yeah.
I cannot run on this laptop, and this laptop is all I've got right now.
Okay, maybe not the laptop, but yeah, that was why I wound up building a new computer. Was because my old one would do the video editing, but then it was really slow, and like for it to now I lost the term. What's that? You know, when you're done editing and you're trying to rendering.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, for it to render a 7 or 8 minute video, it was taking it an hour and a half.
Oh, this couldn't even do that. No. Um.
Yep.
And that's what I'd have to. One of the things I would have to do, and I've got to go through my stuff, and I've lost a lot of my financial plastic and everything. I'd have to get it redone, but one of the things I would have to do, I would have to beg for money.
Yeah. Well,
So-
Diana, explain what you need the money for and ask the community rather than getting yourself into debt. Because basically, with this community, that's what I found. As long as they know up front what the money is going for, they'll be very generous. You just need to be transparent about telling them what the money's for in advance and telling them what it went for after it's spent.
Well, as you said, don't go don't go into debt. I can't go any further into debt than I already am.
Yeah, but you know, I mean, even if you need some money to rebuild your computer, I'll bet you can find people willing to help you with that. You know, if you need to be buying components for your computer, I'll bet there are people who will send you money for it.
Or just send you the components.
Yeah, we've been doing that too.
Well, I'm pretty
And
particular.
it's a lot easier since you live in the US.
It's pretty I'm pretty particular when it comes to the components themselves. It would be a lot easier for me to receive money from people and then buy the components.
I get that, but you know, there
But
are a lot of people that
I'm
bounce around.
not going to think about doing that yet.
Yeah.
I
Yeah, you can
have to-
start doing your show through StreamYards, and you know, after people start seeing the format of the show, I'm sure that'll help and you'll get more viewers.
And I mean, I can
Well,
talk
the format of
to
the show, I want a couple formats. One format would be like this, with some of us sitting around and talking about stuff. And another one would be a very formal, very polished, to the point where I would need somebody at a video board running things.
Talk to Mikey Famine.
Yeah, he has come to my mind. He offered some stuff. What he was offering at the time was I had asked him for ideas on the sort of thing to do for a show where he was talking about completed stuff going out the door already.
Yeah.
So he was about 3 steps ahead of where I was.
Yeah, I had that conversation with him at one time too, and just what he was offering was completely over my head, and I didn't know how to do the steps in between.
Yeah. And he wasn't getting it. But yeah, what I could really use.
Okay, there are a couple other people out there. If you just, you know, again, just start talking on Twitter about what it is you need, and people may come forward. People will volunteer.
I'm hanging on by a thread right now. I'm taking everything you say and I'm hanging it on hope. And I should not be doing this because hope is a horrible thing.
Hey,
Diana.
I can talk to John and KC and see about getting them to come on, and they're friends with Matt and Seth and Aaron, and I know Aaron goes on smaller channels, and like I can't obviously promise anything, but I can at least reach out to John and KC, and if you get this started, seeing if we can't, their schedules permitting, let you have the Unholy Trinity show up
Yeah.
on channel.
Well, that's it. You know, I don't want to be dropping names while we're still public because I don't want to like seeming to commit anybody.
Yeah.
But Diana, what you need to realize is while you're hanging by a thread, people are dropping a bunch of other threads down. All you got to do is twist them together and make a solid rope.
I'm
Yeah.
so frightened. I'm afraid
I
the
know,
threads
it's
are going to
scary.
snap.
I know it's scary, but like that's okay. Like because
And
there's
I'm
enough
telling you
threads.
that a couple of threads will snap, but there's so many of them that losing a couple is not going to hurt you.
That's what I was gonna
I
get
don't
to.
know anything. I'm not worth anything. I'm not worth going on anybody's show.
If that were the case, why are we all here now?
Yeah. I mean,
Okay. Let me rephrase. I'm not worth going on the shows of any people who are known well throughout YouTube.
Well, you've been out of the game for a while. You just need to get back into it. Because there was
Yeah.
a time that you were doing interviews with people who were well known. And you can get back to that point. You just need to get organized again.
and that's another thing. I told you earlier, you need to find something to focus on and to channel your energy into. And if that is this, then there you go. That's your reason. You want to carry on Psy Strike's legacy. That gives you a goal. And you have people here that are willing to help you better your personal situation so that you can achieve your goal. Think of it this way. You were friends with that man. Do you think he would want you to turn away the help of people that want to help you? Or do you think he would want you to accept the help of your friends, better your situation so that you could continue on his work?
I know it's scary, but you know, we're
It's
all
about
trying to help you.
perspective.
Like I say,
It's this downturn. Everything has gone to hell. I don't know what I have left.
Got
You
us.
have the people that are reaching out to help you.
we get that. You've fallen in a hole. We're trying to pull you out. You know, and if we don't have enough people to pull you out, just hang on and we'll find a few more.
Exactly.
Like what Ox said at about 10 minutes ago.
Yep.
Reach out and accept the hands that reach for you.
Exactly.
You know,
It's
nobody here's
scary.
giving up on you. Even if you're making it difficult, we're not giving up.
I mean, some people might get a little bit snippy, but that's only because they care.
Yep.
They haven't stopped. Like, I mean, even Kate, she seemed annoyed earlier, but she didn't say,
Yeah.
you know, fuck you, I'm done with you. She's just like, hey, come on, accept the help.
You sure got me grumbling at times.
Yeah, there's been times that I get frustrated because I think that, you know, we've had this conversation before. You just got to follow up.
But even frustrated, your friends don't turn their backs on you. They don't discard you. They just say, hey, Die, you're being ridiculous. Come on now. Like, you're better than this. Like, suck it up. Or anything, you know, that runs the gamut of that. But they're still there. They're still pushing you to accept the help
Okay.
to better your situation.
I have to go because it's almost 7 and Petunia is going to scream at me for being late.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get going here soon too because it's almost 8.
Could you have Sloth Girl DM me her phone number? I know I had it on the other phone, but it's not on this one.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. I will catch you later. Bye bye.
Bye bye, dear.
Later.
I don't
But
know, I just-
it's almost 8, so I will have to go here soon. But I can stick around for a little bit longer.
Yeah, I'll head out when
please,
Kitty,
thank you.
yeah, I'll head out when Kitty leaves since also gotta play with my bird there. It's almost birdie. It's actually past birdie playtime, so he's probably wondering what I'm doing.
Because at this point, I'm hanging on by a thread. I don't know how much longer I can continue to hold on. I don't know how much time. I don't know how tight I can hold. I don't know.
And it's okay because the threads are reaching to wrap around you. You don't have to hold the grip yourself. That's the thing. Like,
It comes down when it comes down to the end, I'm the one who has to hold on, and I don't know if I can.
but again, we will help you. You don't have to hold on alone. You're not alone.
Because how much, oh my word, how much I would love to be back on the air on a regular basis, to have a really good production going, to where all of us who were part of it would be appreciated by a large sector of the YouTube audience.
Mm-hmm.
We have the technology. We can fix her.
Yes.
What I really wish was we could all have that commune.
And like I said, if I win the lottery, I will be setting up the commune. Like I said, even if I can't personally live there, I mean, I'll make sure to have a place for me there so I can visit. But like with my son, I can't take him away from my family here in Florida. And I am not setting up a commune in Florida because it is not safe for trans people or queer people. So not doing that, but I will come and visit.
I noticed the tail end of California looked pretty promising for things.
Yeah.
There was a building not far from here that looked pretty good, but nobody wants to come up here. I know none of you guys want to come here.
I mean, there are worse places than Pennsylvania, but it is not my first choice. I am happy that Maryland just passed laws to protect LGBT people. It's a start, but you know, as far as safety goes, Minnesota is probably one of the safest places.
I'm just, well, one of the things that scares me is that Minnesota is so cold.
Yeah, but
I don't do well in the cold.
Well,
no, but you wouldn't really have to go out much. Like there are delivery services, and Purple doesn't mind the cold. She could do your grocery shopping in the winter.
I've actually looked it up. The averages is in Minnesota are only about a 10 degrees difference between in Pittsburgh, and it only lasts about a month longer.
10 degrees is a lot.
It is, but it's not untenable. And like accommodations can be made. You
And-
know, like you can work around it. It's not a deal breaker.
There's my fear of the cost of heating, because the apartment thermometer registers 75 degrees, and I'm still running the damn furnace.
Right,
And the
but
only way I'm able to do that is that, what do they call it, lie heap or whatever it is. The low
but
income
there are
heater.
accommodations there. Like you'll be okay. Like stop trying to talk yourself out of it. Stop trying
No,
to like
I'm not. I'm telling you what I'm afraid of.
okay. Okay, if that's all it is, like then we can work around that. We can make sure that everything works out. Like we can make sure that accommodations are made for that. And in, states like, I am sure that they have, programs to help with things like that for people that are disabled.
I mean, this is how was I going to phrase it? Okay, well, this is why I need the income from YouTube, for example, well, Patreon or whatever, as well as the others who are on the shows with me. I need money out of it, and because what you get from government funded things is not enough for anyone.
Yeah, I wouldn't know anything about that. Living on disability.
Yeah, but again, like we can make it work. We've got you. Okay? It'll be all right. You have a safety net.
I'm so frightened. I'm frightened.
It's okay to be scared. It's normal. If you weren't scared, then I'd be worried something was wrong with you.
I'm
For
paralyzed
something
with
so for such a big change, if you weren't scared, it would be cause for concern. But it doesn't matter just because you're scared. Like we can work with that. Like we'll make it work. It'll be fine. You got to try to think positively a little bit. I know it's hard. Trust me. Been there. I understand how terrifying turning your life upside down is. And it is terrifying. But you got to do it.
You're so lucky. I'm looking at you on the screen right now, and the area around you just looks so comfortable.
It's a hot mess. Like it's a hot mess.
I'm talking about comfort. I'm talking about that looks like a home.
Yeah, it's my crafting area behind me, which is in front of the master bedroom, and then my son's guinea pig cage, and then the front door. So like the front door's there, the guinea pigs are right there, and that door behind me is to the master bedroom, and then my crafting area is right here. So it's a hot mess, like of shit that needs to be organized because I don't really have enough space for all of my fabrics and crafting stuff. So it's just kind of piled up over here.
Yeah, I've got a big pile of crap right behind me.
Like it makes me look a bit like a hoarder, but like the rest of the house doesn't look like that. It's just my crafting area because I don't have space for all this stuff because fabric takes up a lot of space. Like but also I've been, I haven't been sewing. I took a little break from sewing because I was sewing like, every day, making new things, but I had to take a little break from it. So I've been writing and playing some games and just kind of working on de-stressing. And while sewing is fun for me, Like I needed to change things up for my mental health, because I was just like, after sewing all those masks and sewing a bunch of other stuff, I was like, all right, I need to do something different because I didn't want to get burnt out and then want to stop sewing completely.
And at my feet, I got a bunch of bottles. You hear them? Those bottles? Yeah, they're all covered all over my floor or behind me here.
I recognize that sound. I used to hate that sound. The slimy bastards had me working 16-hour days at their beverage store, and part of of what I had to do was sort the empty bottles to be taken back by the drivers.
Yeah, I'm actually been saving these bottles up so I can make a border for my garden.
Oh, that'd be cool.
But right now they're just a huge mess.
I know somebody who made a wall from the bottles. They set them into mortar.
I've seen that.
Yeah, where it's an outside wall where one end of the bottles is outside and the other end is inside.
Yeah.
One thing I would like to do is like make myself like a giant rock tumbler and then take bottles and break them up into chunks and then toss them in with like the polishing solution, so you get like that smooth like glass like stones, like polished glass.
Sea glass?
Yeah.
You see that? I have a tumbler. I'm not even sure if it still works, but I've made sea glass in it before.
Yeah, that because I think it looks so cool, and then like make like a mosaic or something out of it. Because I can't help but be a crafty bitch.
It's like a frosted glass. And it's like smooth.
It's so freaking pretty.
God, I once found the bottom of a champagne glass is like almost perfectly intact, but it had been worn down naturally by the ocean, and so it was a sea glass of this bottom piece. It was really neat.
Oh, that does sound cool.
I don't know what happened to it though.
Oh my. I've been doing a good bit of thinking and a good bit of talking with people about how to resurrect my channel.
And we'll do what we can to help. Like, even if I took and made, like I could do like a sewing tutorial video and like of how to make a certain thing and like, give it to you and you can toss it up there so someone can learn how to make something like a tote bag or something. I don't know. Like, I mean, or I could talk about like history and politics and shit. Like, I really don't care. Like, anything to help,
I don't know if you've seen my my dog fennel little video on my gardening channel. I could do stuff like that and other topics that aren't garden related.
Please stay tuned for new developments, and if you have ideas about things you would like to see, please don't hesitate. Does that sound good?
Sounds fine to me.
Oh my, I don't know, because I want to get back out there, but I'm not good enough to do it myself. I can't even come up with the ideas by myself.
And that's
Well,
okay. You've got a
right.
community to help.
Well, let's see here. Trans issues. I've got 20 links here from different studies on and different things on transgender things, referring to detransitioning, the effects of transitioning, MRI, structural MRI scans on the brain, and how actually seems to be showing that the whole thing of being one gender in the different in the wrong body seems to be pretty accurate. It, see what else do I got here? Epigenetic is implicated in the basis of gender incongruency. So I could go through some of the stuff in a video or in
You
a
know, okay, this is going to sound horrible, but I'll go ahead and say it. If there's anything I can't stand, it's the people who instantly like something I've posted, but have nothing to say to it. There's someone here who instantly liked the thing I just described, just posted. When what I'm looking for, I even said it in the post itself. You got any suggestions, please? And not a simple I like this, but something like, well, okay, I can't think of anything yet, but let me think about it for a couple hours and I'll get back to you. Something that lets me know you're at least putting some thought into it.
Since I got the dog, I've been learning a lot about dog training. I could talk about that. I can also talk. I have quite a bit of knowledge on different animals and how they care for them. That's something else I could talk about. These are a lot of things that I wouldn't be able to cover on my garden channel.
I don't know if I would be able to successfully do a show about trying to hold on to, trying to not lose your mind, trying to hold on to life.
There you go.
Huh?
Mental health issues. That's something we can definitely talk about.
Yeah. And like how hard it is, to recover from trauma. Like there's lots of things we can talk about.
Hey, just so you know, something I don't really show this I do hit the whole suicidal thought thing. I go through it every day. I've learned to ignore it.
I can't ignore it at this point, not yet. I can't ignore it because it seems like a viable option.
It's more like an inner monologue I can't control. Well, but it's constantly telling me how worthless I am, how I don't deserve it, how I should just end it. I know it's irrational. I know it's not real. I know who it's not right. That's why I say, hey, I tell it to go fuck itself.
No, at some,
I might, even if I think, even if it gets to me, I'm thinking, okay, maybe I'm worthless now. Well, there might be a time in the future where I'm not worthless. If I'm going to listen to that, then I'm not going to be around to be worthwhile to somebody then.
well, you've got to understand, I don't want to leave. I don't want to put too much out there at this point because I want to leave some of it for a show later. But
well, I can go over this all over again. I mean, this is we're spitballing right now.
There
right?
are times, many times, most of the time, where it seems like dying is the only option I've got left.
Well, obviously, we've got other options. Otherwise, we wouldn't be sitting here now, would we? and Kitty's already laid out a pretty good step-by-step plan on how we can get you out of this situation without unaliving yourself. And that's just one way we can go about it, and we still have multiple ways we can get to each step, for the most part.
Jen with one N. Oh my God. Hello, dear. You have anything you could go on a lavender show for?
Let's see here. We can talk pop culture. I know quite a bit about anime. I'm sure that's something Kitty and I could go on for hours about.
You know, Jen, that might be worth a show or even a sequence for, depending on what you were willing to do. Anybody you know you would want to talk to who would be willing to do something like this? I'm not ready to start the show up immediately, but I'm close. One of the things I would need to do would be rebuild and repair my hardware.
There we go. The Lavender Lady Variety Hour.
Yeah, there you go. That would work because then it allows a lot of different topics and things to be covered.
Oh my word, Jen, that would be worth. Yeah, I think personally that would be worth a show. I've had some of my own time. I'm sure we could talk for at least half an hour or an hour.
That's definitely something you could cover with your own experience and Jen's experience there.
Thank you, honey. Do you mind my having your phone number? Because I'll give you mine. I'll have to give you a new one because supposedly I'm getting my new phone tomorrow.
Well, I mean,
I've
like
got
I
to
said,
put myself, huh?
you've got my number now too, and Mage and Purple have my number. So if you lose it, like, cause you wrote it down, but if you lose it, then you can just get it from Mage or Purple. They both have my cell number.
Could you please DM it to my Twitter account?
I could do that too.
Well, you too. Yeah, and then Jen with one N. Yeah, because it won't be any earlier than tomorrow that I'll send you mine, but I'll do that. And then there's this kitten over here.
Yes, topic we can cover are animals.
I want, if there's some way, especially if I can contribute to it, to set up a close-knit community.
I mean, don't we already have that?
Yeah, can we do?
And thank you, dear. Thank you so much. I hope I get that phone tomorrow. They said I'll get it, but I hope I will. I don't know if you know this or not. If you've been watching, maybe you do know, because I've lost. Oh my God, I've lost everything. I lost all my financial cards. I lost my driver's license. I've got to get things. I got to get things put back together. And then I guess, yeah, do you already know? I don't know. I don't know, Jen. It just disappeared. And what scares me, the stuff may have disappeared during an episode where I lost track of what was going on in the world. It seems that I've had episodes. People are telling me about events in which I've been involved, of which I have absolutely no memory. There's one, for example, where they're telling me that on whatever Sunday it was, a week or two ago, I had presented myself, or I had presented at the emergency department saying I couldn't go on, and they're reading the report that the emergency department had done. Not only do I have no memory of that, I have no memory of the 48 hours on either side of that.
Hey, it's another thought. Maybe we can get Dr. Ben in here or to talk medical stuff.
That's a possibility. I like the idea.
And if we can get more connections, maybe we could. I'm sure he has plenty of connections with lots of people too. We might be able to make more of a network that way.
Doesn't Ben already have an ongoing show?
Ben's on a bunch of stuff.
Say again?
Ben's on a bunch of stuff, but I'm just thinking maybe like a special guest every once in a while, if we can get him.
I wouldn't complain. But you see, yeah, Jen, this thing I'm talking about, where they tell me that I had presented and I have no memory of it, and I have no memory of the 48 hours on either side of it. That's one of the episodes where I lost a whole bunch of stuff.
But I've thinking about it, we could maybe try and get a hold of Gutsit Gibbon, Dapper Dino, Forrest Valkai, maybe Seth Andrews. If we can get a hold of Aaron Rob and can maybe branch out that way somehow.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people in the community that, are like wonderful people.
I mean, I got lucky where it turned out that there was one credit card in my pencil drawer that was still good. Its expiration date is 4 years from now. It's the one route I have to money. Now what I have to do is get phone calls out to all the others and get the cards replaced again. Because this isn't the first time I've lost these cards.
Yeah, Bree from Hive Science. There's another name we could bring on at some point for a guest kind of thing. I'm sure she'd love to talk about bugs, native insects in Pittsburgh, maybe, or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I did. And the hospital Lost and Found treated me like a pariah. Okay, wait a minute. If you don't mind, I'm going to unplug this laptop and go over to the kitchen and try to do some cleaning in the kitchen. Yeah, my financial cards are gone. My old phone is gone. It disappeared during that episode I described where they tell me that I had presented at the emergency department. Trying to think of what else I was going to say. My glasses disappeared. And that was I thought I had the glasses while I was here. And then while I was here, they were gone. And I hadn't left the apartment. So they should still be here. But so far, wherever I've looked, they haven't turned up. I mean, what happened? Did I leave the apartment while I had blacked out? I mean, that's all I need. All I need is to be blacking out and going wandering around the neighborhood. Anything could happen. I mean, this is where I'm starting to believe that I cannot live alone anymore. Which frightens me.
Well, and that's why we need to get you somewhere where we can have someone there able to check on you, you know?
That's what got me to finally come to the conclusion that I had to accept Amiga's offer.
I just shared out your tweet on getting ideas out to a couple of DMs in groups.
Say again, dear?
Your tweet on trying to get ideas for a show, I shoved that out to a couple of DM groups.
Oh, okay. I think I talked about this sort of thing before, but I'll talk about it again. I'll ask you, and then maybe you've got some ideas. Or the YouTube atheist stuff. You think that's something that people would still find interesting?
I think so.
Yeah, I'd recommend doing more than just that.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But my oh god, ow, 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 ow.
Breathe through it.
My thought is that would be a stepping stone to coming back. Oh. Oh my God. Ow. Oh my God. You wouldn't happen to want to DoorDash some trash can liners to me, would you?
I mean, if you need them.
It seems I have none left, and oh God. Oh God. I'm not going to be able to set up Uber again until I get that new phone. Well, actually, I won't be able to. I guess maybe it could be, yeah, just when I get the new phone. I'll have to figure out how to get a new Uber set up on the phone. Oh God. Oh. No, I'll have to find the strength tomorrow, if I could get the phone, to walk to Squallmart. I just can't walk the way I used to. Hey Jen, you still there? Oh,
Yes.
things
Oh,
there.
living with chronic or invisible illness. I could go on for
Oh.
hours about that.
That's
Fuck.
another. Oh yeah, that's definitely something I could talk about too. I live with invisible illness. Yeah, I could talk about that as well.
You know, Jen, if things go the way they look like they may be going, I will be a bit closer to you than I am now. Because it looks like I'm going to be moving to Queens. I don't offhand know how far apart are Love Canal and Queens. But it would be nice to be that much closer to you.
And depending on how long you're in New York, I could come and visit when I go visit my cousin who lives in Massachusetts.
Oh.
I'll take you out for a nice lunch.
Thank you.
What are friends for?
There's there. I'm trying to get stuff together. What would be really nice would be if I could find some of that stuff that disappeared. But I have the feeling that I'm not going to.
Like I said, if I was closer, I'd come over and I would clean up for you.
Oh, you don't want to know what it's like to clean up here.
I had to help my dad clean up Section 8 housing for tenants that got evicted and decided they wanted to trash the place before, when my dad managed Section 8 properties like 20 years ago. So like it's not the worst I would have seen. And or helping with elderly people in a place that like they died in the apartment and like yeah.
I used to clean up rental places for my uncle, and there was one where they left a bunch of half-eaten possums in the backyard. Yeah.
No, nope.
You don't want to know what their refrigerator was like.
And try to put some of this stuff to the side. I've got to find, no, not find. I've got to work out places to put this stuff that's in some sort of order. Well,
Yeah, Jen, we're getting her to New York while she waits on paperwork and everything to be processed to get her to the ultimate goal, which will be Minnesota, where she will be neighbors with Sloth Girl and Purple. That's the end goal.
Would you want to
Since
talk?
You weren't here earlier for that.
Would you want to talk politics?
I could talk
Yeah,
politics any
absolutely.
fucking day.
Okay.
all right, I tell you, those are some of my favorite streams when Kate and I would talk presidential politics.
And there's going to be a presidential election coming up, so we'll have plenty of fucking fodder to talk about.
Well, I'm putting down a whole list of stuff on your suggestion page here. I've got evolution, research on transgender, your gardening, animal care, your anime, comics, pop culture, sci-fi, medical issues, mental health, hidden illnesses, cooking, atheism, politics. Am I missing anything here?
Probably.
Yeah, I'm
But
sure
we
I
can
am.
always add to it later. That's a good jumping off point.
There, I'll post that.
From
Anything
what I
available?
hear about the terrain, as long as I had the strength, I could bicycle from Bohemia to Locanel.
Have you ever watched the channel Because Science?
I think so. Is that the one with what's his name? Something Hill?
Yeah, he's running his own channel now. But
Yeah, like I remember the first time I saw him was on like the reality show for like the next Mythbusters that they did.
and he used to be on the Nerdist with Because Science, and Because Science became its own channel, and then
Yeah.
then Nerdist, I guess, fired him or he quit, and he went off to his own thing. And but something like that might a show format like that might be interesting, where we take some kind of pop culture thing and talk about how the science of it could actually work in real life or something along those lines.
Ooh, another thing we could do on that same science thing, movies. Like basically
Yeah.
we watch a movie and then we can break down like how it would work, like,
Or how
like,
it might not work.
exactly. Like we could pick a movie where it's like, okay, well, if you had done things differently, if you'd done things this way, then you would have beaten the monster or you would have gotten away with the murder, but because you didn't, well, sucks to be you. You know,
Mm.
just like picking at movies
something
and stuff.
something I would love to do with a lot of these shows I have not liked, like Star Trek Discovery. I hate that show. Was to watch it, break it down as a review, and then go over how I would have done things.
Yeah, that's basically what I was saying. Like, do that for like horror slasher fix, like, or you know, other movies, just for fun. You know,
Yeah,
like
'cause- yeah, I saw this one channel where they went over like the last couple episodes of Game of Thrones that sucked, and how they would have done it differently. But they still had the okay, we still have to have these same characters. There's some of the same beats have to still apply, but how could it have been done properly? It was basically the premise of it. And I've had that idea for the Star Wars or sequel trilogy, how that could have been done differently. I've had that idea for, like I mentioned, the new Star Trek series have been out. There's a lot of stuff I've just not liked with this current pop culture that I could have done. I'd like to have seen done differently, and how I would go about it. That's things that could be talked about there.
Do you think that I should hold on to all these Rubbermaid containers I haven't been using lately, or should I hold on to them so I don't have to replace them later?
They don't take up that much space. Like, we could see about maybe getting a box or a bin or something to put them in and just like set them aside for now so you don't have to buy new ones. But you can go through and sort through them, and like any that are like stained or you don't have a lid for, pitch those. But the ones that are still in decent condition, hang on to them. I mean, it's not that they're super expensive, but still, it's one less thing to have to buy later.
Yeah.
Oh.
I gotta go through my whole kitchen and just get rid of stuff. I've got 2 kitchens worth of stuff in something that's a kitchen afterthought.
I consider you kind of lucky because you've got a place of your own.
I was very lucky to get a place of my own. That was not a guarantee, and if I didn't have family around, I'd probably be living on the streets right now.
I mean, yeah, like I don't think I'd even be alive like if it weren't for like Michael and my family. Like, but then again, my family, I love them, but I can't live with them. So, if it weren't for Michael, I don't know where I would be, because as much as they would want to help me, they're not in a position to be able to afford rent for me somewhere, and with no income of my own, really, it would not end well.
That was definitely a weird situation when I was here. I was renting from my grandmother basically for a while, but after she died, I didn't have anyone to pay rent to. But I was still living here, and it was just kind of in the estate, up in the air. So it was a really weird situation to be in. Basically living in a house that effectively no one owns. They eventually put it in my name, so.
Well, that's good.
Yeah. That's how I ended up with my house.
I mean,
Still,
that's one thing. Like, I just wish I had, property of my own, and just enough. Like, I want just enough for a comfortable life and nothing beyond that. Like, I don't need anything super fancy, like I want enough money to not worry about money.
yeah.
You know that feeling? Unfortunately for me, That much money would be about $10,000 a month.
Well, I mean, that's because your healthcare costs are
Mm.
insane.
Astronomical, yeah, absolutely.
But if you took healthcare out of it, like if your healthcare was paid for completely, then you could probably get by on like $2,000 a month, you know, comfortably. If you didn't have to pay rent, like if you owned property, you know.
Yeah, if I
and
didn't have to pay rent, yeah, that's $2,000 a month would be.
I'd want to go maybe about 3,000 just to make sure with the taxes and all of everything.
But yeah, and like it's a lot of money, but it's not like ridiculous amounts of money.
This is why I have to keep an option you guys don't like hearing about, and I don't like thinking about.
Then
Yeah.
don't think about it.
I'm
You
okay.
haven't reached that point yet, Diana. Like if here's the thing.
Oh, I'm
Dead
okay.
ass, I would be your number one cheerleader if I was the only one, you know, that cared or that, you know, wanted to help you. Like if it wasn't for the fact that there's a dozen people that are ready, willing, able, and trying to help you, I would be your number one cheerleader saying, you know, aloha oi, you know, because I don't believe in prolonging needless suffering, but you don't need to be suffering as much as you are right now. Like
Yeah.
things will get better because there are people to help.
I'm basically in the same boat with Kitty on that one.
I mean, I absolutely don't want someone to stick around just because people don't want to say goodbye, because that's selfish of the people, you know, that are being left behind, so to speak. But, you know, that doesn't change the fact of the matter that, like, you're not in this alone. There are others that want to help you. So, like, you got to at least try a little bit longer, you know? And like if like every horrible thing you were thinking came true and everybody like said, fuck it, I'm done, blah, blah, blah. Like, again, then I will be the first one to say, you know, vaya con Dios. Like, it's fine, you know, but again, you got to at least try. You can't give up without trying.
I want to give up, but I'm afraid to. I'm afraid it'll hurt. I'm chicken.
Yeah. Well, then, you know, I mean, you know that like going that way like has a high likelihood of hurting, but like actually like, you know, giving a try and following the plan that we've laid out, you know, that doesn't have, like, just by the numbers, it doesn't have as high a likelihood of hurting. So, you know, and it has like a high likelihood of making things much, much better for you. So you should go with it.
And if things don't work out, doesn't seem like things are going to get much worse for you anyway.
I mean, yeah, like you have a chance at improving things, so you should take it.
And if it's this or unaliving yourself, doesn't really get much worse than that.
Yeah, especially like if you don't live in a state that has assisted unaliving, it can go really bad really fast. And
Yeah.
the only thing worse than that is if you try and fail and then you end up in a worse position than you were before trying. So, you know, just saying, like, and getting you to Minnesota gets you closer to a state where they actually do have assisted unaliving. So if it did come to that point, you know, I will help you to get to the nearest state that has that.
Yeah, see? Then you don't have to worry about it being all painful and screwing up and all whatnot.
Let me get up and see if I can pour a coffee.
But
What have
we
you
could get
got
you to
over here?
Colorado. Colorado would probably be, or Oregon would probably be the closest states with physician assisted unaliving.
Wait a minute. Oh, I thought Okay, Jan. I thought that you had said you lived near Love Canal. I was wrong.
But yeah, so you'd follow this plan, and when everything goes well, everything gets better. And if it all goes to shit, like your absolute worst fear, then we will get you to a state that has medical unaliving. And that way you don't have to worry about the being painful. Like, I am totally here to help you better your quality of life. And if it doesn't work,
Yeah.
then I support your decision. But you got to at least try first. Take that leap of faith first.
Yeah,
And if it
Jan,
doesn't work, then I will drive you myself to Colorado.
Yeah, Jen, that's where I thought you had said you lived. I thought you had said you lived by Niagara Falls.
I have a friend that lives in Niagara, but on the Canadian side. I haven't talked to him in years, though. Not since we almost hooked up at a party.
I love the Canadian side of Niagara Falls.
So Dan, is that a deal? We try and get you in a better position. If that doesn't, if everything falls to shit, you got yourself an out.
Yeah.
Well,
like Mage and I will make the road trip. We'll come and we'll collect you, because then, you know, he and I can take turns driving. I'll leave my kiddo with my parents, and I will drive to Minnesota, and I will pick you up, and I will take you to the nearest state that has medical unaliving, and, you know, we'll plan everything ahead of time, obviously, and get it sorted. But like, I will drive you there myself. But you have to try the plan that we laid out of you get out of where you are now and go to New York while you wait for everything to process for Minnesota. And then you go to Minnesota and we get your life more on track, get you in a better place. And if it doesn't work, Mage and I will take you somewhere where you don't have to worry about ending your life in pain.
And we're not just talking about little hiccups along the way. And we're talking about if the plan
You got to give it the good college try.
So
like,
Jen,
you really got to do.
Jen, how far are you from Bohemia, New York? Let me get to whatever on the things I have to look at over here. Bohemia, New York is across the state from you? I am so thoroughly confused. Because for a minute there, I thought that I was looking to be really close to where you are.
Here's the thing. You can get from anywhere in New York to anywhere else in just a couple hours. It's not that, like, it's very compact. Like, it's not a very big state.
When you're talking to someone like me who has to walk everywhere pretty much.
Yes, but there's public transit.
I'm pretty sure public transit in New York is a lot better than in Pittsburgh.
It is.
Just about anything's better than Pittsburgh when it comes to public transport.
Except Florida. Florida's got shit public transport.
Oh yeah, that's true.
I wish it's for that reason that I wish I could live in Chicago, because I love Chicago's public transport.
I've even seen buses that are scheduled to arrive not even show up in here in Florida. You wait for a bus to show up, it never shows up.
Yeah. Well, Daytona Beach wasn't too bad because, like, the Votran was pretty reliable, but it
Wait,
still wasn't perfect.
7 hours away. What takes 7 hours to get there? It doesn't take 7 hours that I remember correctly. It doesn't even take 7 hours to get across Pennsylvania. I don't know. Something's wrong with me. Okay, I'm trying to get stuff. Oh, look what I found. Okay, I found measuring cups for rice. Definitely want to find a place to keep these safe. I'm wanting to get stuff put away and packed away such that it's that much less time to get it done when it's time to get it done. But it's so difficult. Okay, what I've got to do is I've got to get a small garbage bag, which is all I've got. And I've got to put I got to get into it the turkey that I've had roasted sitting in the defriginator since November. Get rid of it. Keep the defriginator as close to empty as I can. Oh God, now I've got rice in my hair.
No, that's unfortunate.
No, you're supposed to put it in your mouth.
Okay, let's see what we've got. I want to look at my. Okay, Jen, I don't. Did you say that you've DM'd me the map? To where did you DM it? I don't see it. Oh God. I've got to find.
So have you heard or seen anything about what Steve Crowder's been up to?
No.
Oh. There's a leaked video on how he's been treating his wife lately.
Oh, yes, I did see that.
What are your thoughts, being that you've been through an abusive situation?
Yeah, I was not happy that video. Like, I saw the video like from like the camera that they had where, you know, she's very pregnant.
Yeah, about 8 months pregnant.
I was absolutely fucking disgusted. Like, I absolutely believe that he's an abusive piece of shit, you know. And I totally believe it.
So apparently the whole
Wait a minute.
gloves on Walk the Dog was she was worried about touching the medication for the dog, you know, affecting her being pregnant.
Yeah, the guy that cares so much about fucking family values.
Now
Watch it.
Now I see
Watch
it. Let me.
Jeez. And of course he's coming out and trying to say, hey, how, you know, oh, that was out of context and edited. Like, okay, well, what kind of context does that put that in what he was saying in the right?
It doesn't.
I mean, the only context I can think of is he was like, yeah, just joking. Go ahead, take the car. I'll go walk the dog. Yeah, I mean that's about the only context I can think of. You know, she knew he was joking.
Yeah.
So you're near Toronto. Okay. Because what I was trying to figure out was whether I would be able to bike over there to visit. But it looks like, yeah, it looks like bicycling there is out of the question. Thank you. Oh.
Jumanji, Welcome to the Jungle, the 2017 movie with The Rock in it.
Yeah, I remember that movie.
Did you see that one?
I saw it. I was just like, the Robin Williams one was better.
Yeah, it was. it seemed to play into a bit of a sequel. Do I think Jack Black was basically killed it with that movie though. He kind of stole the show.
Yeah, he's great.
No, this is a horrible thing.
And keep in mind, I'm not really a huge Jack Black fan, so me saying that is saying something.
Where did trying to figure out where all the pliers went. I want to find a can opener that works.
I'll be back in a moment. I need to use the restroom.
I want to find a can opener that works, and I can't find a can opener that's worth anything. Oh, look, I found a small trash bag. I could use one of those. Every time I move my head, my neck crackles, and I feel it and I hear it.
I guess that neck brace didn't do much of anything for you.
Nope, I'm sorry.
Oh well, it was worth a shot.
Oh my. Well, I guess there are 3 more of these. Okay. I'll put that over there. And I'll try to get this can of peaches open.
Yeah, let's see what YouTube's recommending to me for channels. So I've got History Behind the Warrior. That's kind of talking about Mortal Kombat and other fighting game characters. We got some person called the Lavender Lady who's live right now. I don't know what that's about. So you got an Overlord DVD with 39,000 views on this one video. Testify. Never even heard of this one. Comics Division, bunch of shorts. McCann Dog Training, which is one I just subscribed to and been getting dog training tips from. Mother's Basement, that's another one I'm subscribed to. Raging Golden Eagle. I don't know. Emma Thorne. I know about her. Don't know too much about her.
That name sounds somewhat familiar.
I think she's British. Don't really know too much about her. Genetically Modified Skeptic. Amy Newman.
I'm back. Sorry.
You got MTG Moxman. I don't know anything about him.
I don't know
So
where.
what's going on?
Oh, I'm just reading through the recommended channels that YouTube thinks I should be watching.
Ah, okay.
Ready to Harvest, Think Critical. It seems to be on comic books. That's interesting. Oh yeah, I remember. I am subscribed to that one. Somebody recommended that one to me. I just kind of hit subscribe and walked away. I haven't really watched that guy too much. Disparu. I don't know anything about that one. Looks like he's talking about that Black Cleopatra thing on Netflix. Legal Eagle. I like him.
He's good. I like him.
Mr. Top 10 List. Don't know anything about that one, but it looks like he's talking about.
Wait a minute. Here we go. I found some pliers.
There's something that tends to be fairly popular on YouTube. Top 10 lists.
Yeah.
I mean, there we go. That's a whole channel on top 10 lists right there.
God, it's amazing. The tools I have to use to open a can of food.
Let's see, we got Clownfish TV, Vera, Dark Titan Media, The Line, Linkara Atop the Fourth Wall. I do like his stuff. Norse Magic and Bleeps. That does sound interesting. Metatron. He actually has some good stuff. He's got an interesting channel.
I like Mother's Basement a lot.
Yeah, they recommended Mother's Basement on for me. So
Nerd Explains is another good one, or How to Beat, or Roanoke Gaming.
They recommended Emma Thorne here. I don't know if you know her.
Philosophy Tube? No. That's Abigail Thorne.
I wish, in some ways, I could be like Jordan, like Spirit Science. Because my understanding is that he still makes a decent living.
Let's see here. Marvelous Anime, T-Jump, John Solo. He's got some interesting
John
stuff.
Solo's got good stuff. I like his stuff.
Jed Hema, I think. H-E-M-E. Hema.
But no,
Owen-
John Solo is great. His stuff's good.
Yeah. Owen Morgan, Telltale. Okay, that's Telltale.
Yeah.
The Geek Room.
Geek Room. I'm actually friends with a couple of the guys from that. They're good people. I mean, it's not my content, but I met them through a mutual friend, and like I've played video games with them. Like they're good.
Esper the Bard, Anna News, Harry Potter Theory. I've been watching them. Midnight Side After Dark, Trek Central, Canned Dogs. I already went over that one. The Skeptic, Skeptic Raven, Thuris. I don't know who that guy is. Secular Talk, Animal Insider, Robot Shlomo. He's an interesting one.
Mm. Yeah, Telltale must be doing pretty well for himself if he can live in Manhattan. Because if I remember correctly, he can see Central Park from his window.
Prophet of Zod.
I remember watching Zod videos like years ago.
Well, he apparently did a new video about 3 days ago. Why the historicity of Jesus is nonsensical. Okay.
Oh,
Dr. Ben.
I tell you.
XX male and XY female. I gotta watch that video later. From 1 year ago. I'm gonna just start that up. I'm just gonna start that one up, and wow, it sounds very different.
I mean, that
Oh,
was
I'd love to talk
like
about
early
that sort
on
of
in
thing.
his transition, I think.
Oh God. Okay. I mean, I'd like to get back into research and talk to people about genetic anomalies.
I wouldn't mind talking about that. I could get in on something like that. Let's see, Mixed City Wolf song "Protector." So the song I tend to play quite a bit.
I don't think that I could silence the crap from the people who think that chromosomes are everything. But I'd like to I don't know, teach some people.
There's that lavender lady, the person again that YouTube thinks that they should recommend me. I don't know why they keep recommending that person. Do you?
No, I don't.
Yeah.
I didn't think I was popular enough to be a YouTube recommendation.
Let's see. The Glare. Not bad. Dungeons and Dragons TV.
Oh.
Pretty sure that's a pirated episode there. Didn't think I would recommend pirated episodes of cartoons to me. That's interesting.
Interesting.
Oh God.
Logic. I don't think I've watched his stuff in a while.
Yeah, it's been a hot minute since I watched them.
I really liked listening to the show about how he and Izeth got together.
Feist Rhino. It's another one I don't watch nearly as much as I should have. Trey Crowder.
He's actually fucking hilarious. Like, he's a fucking redneck liberal, and he's a comedian.
Purple rhymes with orange. Whoever that person is.
I don't know. That's a strange name for someone to have, though.
Bionic Dan is recommending me Quinn Redshift. Maybe we should check that out sometime.
Yeah, maybe.
Annie Elise 10 to Life. That's actually a pretty good one if you like true crime. Though it touches in on some pretty heavy topics on that.
I mean, I wouldn't bother me. Like, I don't need trigger warnings. Like that's just where I'm at. Like, I have read some pretty fucked up shit. And I don't know, like, I've read fucked up shit and I've written fucked up shit, and it was like part of my healing process, but it's not for everybody.
Well, the last thing I watched from Annie there was about somebody killing their kids and burying them in their backyard.
Oh.
Apparently there was some belief that their kids had become zombies because some evil spirits took over their bodies, and the only way to free them from purgatory, their actual souls, was to physically kill the bodies and get rid of them.
That's fucking horrifying.
Yeah.
I hate people.
Oh God, I'm in pain.
Yeah, pain sucks. I hate pain.
This is why dying is always at the forefront of my mind.
Yeah, but here's the thing, like, pleasure also is a thing that happens and exists, and like, if you're dead, you can't feel pleasure anymore.
Yeah, you can't feel anything or experience anything.
That's all right, because you can't feel pain.
No, I get it, and I understand the draw. Like, I've stared down the barrel more than once in my life.
And yeah, I know it's unfortunate that you can't feel the good things. But like I say, you can't feel the horrible things either.
No, that's true. But like I said, we have a plan, and if you stick to it and things don't go well, I promise you, I will get you to a state that will do your end of life medically, and you won't have to feel pain.
And I have to wait 6 months to a year
Maybe
after
longer.
all the money has been spent on medical consultations.
I don't care. We'll figure a way. We'll make it work.
Let's see. Loxton and Noggin. That's actually a pretty good channel if you like Pokemon.
Let me look over here at stuff. Okay, I see where this is. Hang on.
Jonathan Young. I like his stuff.
Okay, here's the messages. Jen, if you feel like it, okay, if you feel like it, ow! I'm sending you a link. To come on stream. If you don't feel like it, then feel free to ignore.
Well, wait a little bit longer because I probably should have gone like an hour and a half ago.
Ow. 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 Oh.
Yeah, I know I won't be able to stay on too much longer because I have not been sleeping, so I will probably try to get some sleep early tonight to make up for all the sleep I've lost the last couple of weeks. I mean, it's not going to work, but you know, it's about trying. But I don't want to leave you alone, you know?
Yeah. It's like we care. What's going on here?
Yeah, like I'm not usually on streams for like 8 hours, like because you'd been going about 90 minutes or so when I joined. So I mean, I've been on stream for 8 hours now.
Yeah, this RPG was censored on Steam, but is now uncensored on Nintendo Switch, and we have some girl in a rather
I'm
skimpy
happy you
bikini.
caught me live, Jen.
Like honestly, I don't give a shit about whether they censor stuff. Like when I played fucking Dragon Age on PC, I had like a natural bodies mod, so that wasn't them dry humping in underwear. Like you actually saw a dick, and it's like whatever. Because like it felt weird to see a sex scene where they're like anatomical Ken dolls in underwear.
Mm.
It just felt weird, you know?
I'm not a big fan of censorship.
It's like if they're fucking, let them fuck.
Yeah.
Oh. I want to be able to find stuff I lost. Which, as far as my memory leads me to believe, should still be here in the apartment, which includes my glasses, which includes my driver's license, a lot of my financial plastic. Oh,
Forrest Alki. I like him.
I'm in a bad place right here. I've got just the tiniest little bits of things left. That I can get to.
What is this? We got the Lavender Lady from 5 years ago.
5 years?
A 1-minute video about the Lavender Lady.
Oh my word, that one. And I don't blow shit up. I had no idea I had stuff that old out there. I've thought of 4 years ago, yeah, but not 5. Wow.
ContraPoints.
Okay, I've had some rice.
Contra, I like her. I like her. I like her content. But some people have issues with her. Her and Vosh are both quote problematic people, but I like both of their contents, you know?
I found Vash can be kind of so-so. I liked her last video. I liked it, but I think there were a few issues here and there. You say that?
Yeah, and I didn't like. I understand like her and Vosh had a falling out, you know,
Hmm.
but like I don't know the sideways shade. Like they both threw shade at each other, so neither of them are innocent in that.
Yeah,
You
I
know.
don't know anything about their falling out.
But it was like Cat Black when she had her falling out with Vosh. Like I lost quite a bit of respect for her because she like outed the fact that like they were sexting each other, which like, hey, you're consenting adults, like that's fine. But like for her to like mock him and like his genitals, like because they had a falling out, like I don't know, that just it left a bad taste in my mouth.
Let's see.
This
Roadcast.
isn't as bad a mess as I thought it would be.
It's a lawyer channel. Has some good stuff though. He's kind of a jerk.
Ah,
Are you okay, Di?
it was just a matter of leverage here. I was getting this bit of turkey wrapped up. Because I'll get some shoes on and throw it out. It's only been in the defriginator since November. Oh my word. Oh God. Oh, I am in so much pain. I want to die right now. Okay, are the two of you finished with me?
Like I said, I'm here to keep you company, but I will be going to bed here in a little bit. But I wanted to wait at least for you to get back.
Okay,
And
no, I
sit
just
down.
wanted to, I just wanted to see.
I'm just gonna stick
No
around
other
until Kay
shut
leaves.
everyone
So
off.
Yeah, no, I mean we can wrap up the stream anytime. I just, like I said, wanted to make sure that I stayed here for you for a while. And I
Yeah.
did send you that DM, Diana, with my cell phone number. So like feel free to call or text me anytime, you know. If
I want to look. I think I've got it written down.
that's fine, but it's in your Twitter DMs now too. So you'll at least be able to find it there.
Oh, so it's not going to go away when this goes away.
Exactly. That was the point.
Because I want to start. I basically want to start over again. And when I've got my cards replaced, I want to get stuff on order again. And I know everybody's tired of me, but I'll try to go begging.
That's fine. Like asking for help when you need it is not a problem.
we've been
Yes, I
offering
think-
help.
I'd be begging for about $1,000.
Okay. Wouldn't be the first time the communities come together to make that happen. So I wouldn't fret about it too much.
I mean, I wouldn't be begging for all of it. Although I would be tempted to beg for all of it.
Like, don't stress over things too much, you know? Like, just
No, you see, that's what I'm best at.
okay, but you got to work on that. But we're here for you, you know? Like, that's the point of friends, is to be there for people, you know?
Adult websites block Utah in protest of new age verification law.
Yeah, Utah, like, deadass had to block, like, Pornhub blocked all of Utah.
Yeah.
And I think it's fucking hilarious.
By the sound of this news hour headline, it sounds like it's more than just Pornhub. It says adult websites, so it sounds like it's more than just than Pornhub.
Well, Pornhub took the initiative to block access to that state.
Yeah.
As soon as the law passed. And they put out a fucking statement too, basically saying, yeah, your politicians suck. Sorry, we can't let you have access to porn.
Yeah.
I mean, that was kind of the TLDR of their little statement they put out, and it was fucking glorious.
Oh,
Deep breath.
Breathe. Just breathe through it.
I need opioids. Damn it.
I mean, you started like seeing a pain specialist, or aren't you starting to see a pain specialist soon?
I started and they're not talking to me.
Well, I mean, it takes a little bit of time because of how crazy things have been with controlled substances, and
It's
like,
been more than a little bit of time, and I'm not even looking for controlled substances. I'm looking for the hot tip of a probe that would burn my nerves.
yeah.
I don't know what I'm supposed to do to get anybody to pay any attention to me.
Well, that might be easy. If we can get you to Amiga Nuts, that might be easier to get done, since they did say that they want you to have somebody else around to take care of you afterwards.
To drive you.
There is another thing we can fix once you with this plan.
See, like, that's why this is important. Like, we have to follow the steps in order.
I
know it sucks.
Oh.
And I am sorry for that. I mean, but we have a plan. If we follow the plan in order, then everything will be good.
You did jot down that cleaning service site for the link, right?
Please send it to my Twitter DM.
Well, we'd be paying for it with all the stuff. So if we go that route, I mean, we might be able to find a free route for you.
Yeah.
Let me get the link again. Let's see here.
But it's going to take a little bit of time, but we're going to get everything sorted.
Actually, I'll send it to you, Kitty.
Okay.
Not necessarily saying this is going to be the definitive place to go to, but
yeah, it at least is a starting point.
Yeah.
Because we should try to see if like we can get her something that doesn't cost money, because then that money can go towards her moving.
Yeah. If we can collect, ideas of places to get
I just wish I knew someone in the area, you know?
maids on the spot. There we are. Okay, that's to your DM there.
Perfect.
I'm looking at this, and God, it's a lot of money.
Yeah, don't worry about the money. If
No,
we need-
no. It's something
Yeah.
else I'm looking at. I'm looking at StreamYard
that.
and what they charge for their basic service, $20 a month, and it's billed annually. $240 is a lot.
Up front, yeah, it'd be easier. That would be an easier thing to pay month to month basis.
Yeah.
This is why I want to get the machines repaired and rebuilt. So I can go back with OBS and can I upgrade for a single month? It's going to say no.
There's that optimism for you.
Usually,
no.
if something has a yearly option, it has a monthly one too.
According to this thing, okay, can I upgrade for a single month? Yes, you can. Well, billing is recurring. You are able to cancel at any time. Okay.
All right.
So I'm happy about that.
That's
I'll
just
get
something
on. I'll get on the phone with somebody from StreamYard, because what I'd like to do, I'd like to have Google Meet, and I'd like to have StreamYard, because I'd eventually like to have I'd like to have multiple formats of the show. I will start all over again if I have to, as long as people don't mind my begging for money to do it.
I mean, like, again, it's been offered, you know? People have offered to help you.
I am afraid of the whole help thing because of the amount of help I need right now. I need a lot of help, and I'm going to be the first one to admit that.
And we know that you need a lot of help, but again, we're offering to help.
Let's go to home Twitter.
Oh my.
All right. You know,
Okay.
Diana, it's almost 10 o'clock. You should probably try to get some rest. Like, you've been in a lot of pain today. I think you should, see about stretching out. Like, sitting up is not doing your neck any favors, and you're just going to be in a lot more pain tomorrow. I think you should probably wrap up the stream and try to get some rest, for your own sake, and so you're less
Yeah.
miserable tomorrow.
Plus, we're almost 10 hours in.
Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you for being here with me all this time,
Of course.
for
Like,
putting up with me.
we're friends. Like, I mean,
Oh,
I'm here to support you.
Somebody's got to do it, so.
Yeah, that too.
And everybody who's been part of the audience for this whole time, for part of this time, I thank you for coming and for being here. And one of the things I'm going to do is work on a regular time to be here, and a regular duration to be here.
And if anybody wants to help support her, Diana, there is her Patreon in the chat.
Thank you for that.
Yes.
I haven't looked at my Patreon lately. Let me do that right now, and I'm not going to announce anything, but okay, it says, oh God, ow. It says I have 16 active patrons. Trying to see it may or may not be down from where it was a while ago. I'm not sure, but I want to make this worth more than this, such that you want to be patrons, or at least subscribe. There are things I would like to do to make this channel worth it to you. So there are a couple things. First, those of you who have been here and who have been listening in, please tell me, please tell me what you would like to see. Please tell me the sort of thing that would make you want to be a patron. And I will do everything in my power to make it happen.
And I'll help where I can.
I would like to have things well underway by my birthday. And my birthday is in mid-July. So there's where you have a goal, a substantial goal, something out there where I can give you progress reports. And I've got to go through all my stuff here. Oh my. Oh, for fuck's sake.
What's the matter?
No, this is a good oh, for fuck's sake. I didn't realize that I had that much in my Patreon account. Unhappy with that.
Well, that's good.
Good. Is it enough to get yourself that annual StreamYards thing you're wanting?
Yes, it is.
Fantastic.
Well, there you go.
So what I'll have to do is wait. Well, wait a minute. No, maybe I can get that annual StreamYard thing and then request that the card be replaced. See how I'm setting up the timing.
See, don't worry. Things are all that bad.
Yes, they are all that bad.
Yeah, so don't worry.
Oh, God. Yeah, I have enough for the StreamYard and
Of the garlic bread?
let me look over here and see what there is. Okay, here's this. I want to see what is on my credit accounts. Okay, I'm gonna have to pay on that. Okay, so I can crap around with this. Okay, my mind is working on how to do these things. I'm going to have to play with timing. But it looks like it looks like this stuff is doing the stuff it's doing. And then hopefully I can work on this. All right. So that's where that is. And I'm going to need to let me see if this is over here and I can.
Maybe we should wrap this up and then you can look over this a little bit more.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're saying we should shut down?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we're 30 seconds away from 10 hours.
All right. Well, everybody.
We should wait at least 30 seconds, though.
Yeah, well, I've got a couple things to say anyway.
All right.
I want to thank all of you. I really do. And I'm going to try to be here on a regular basis. I hope you kids, Kitty, Mage, Kate, if you're listening, I hope you'll be around. For a regular show. I'll try to set something up on a regular basis. I hope I can start next week. And I want to thank every one of you. I do. And I want to say thanks a lot, troops. See you on the other side.
Yes.